When this guy's girlfriend absolutely ruined him in the worst way possible. Check this out. Imagine if your city suddenly froze, temperatures plummeted by 100 degrees and over. 90% of the world froze to death. After weeks of endless cold, those who survived in their homes have their water and electricity cut off, with nothing to eat and no way to stay warm. Everyone starves, but Zhang Yi has a plan. He actually prepared for the end of the world, letting him live in absolute comfort. To anyone who can actually afford it, he will sell some food, but his prices are brutal. But things did not start out so smoothly. Though back in 2050, a massive stellar explosion caused the Earth to enter a brutal ice age. Zhang Yi worked at a Walmart warehouse, allowing him to hoard a massive amount of food. But during the freeze, the girl he liked betrayed him. She broke into his safe house with neighbors and stole everything. She coldly admitted she only tricked him into opening the door. On his deathbed, Zhang Yi swore he would get his revenge if he met her in hell. But somehow he wakes up 3 months before the disaster even begins. Shocked, he vows never to play the fool for her again, promising brutal revenge on everyone who deserves it. He wants to watch his neighbors suffer and enjoy every second. Now he has exactly 3 months before the freeze. His main priority is to stockpile supplies and build an incredibly secure safe house before the world ends. As he plans his next move, a strange light flashes through his eyes, and he suddenly realizes he can send objects into a completely different dimension. Just like an RPG inventory, he decides to hoard an entire supermarket inside it, securing enough food and water to easily last him for years. Thinking of all the delicious food he will miss once the cold hits, he heads to a high-end restaurant and treats himself, spending 50,000 won on his credit card, since all financial debt won't matter at all in 3 months. But then he spots Fang Yuqing, the girl he loved for years without any success. She is the same traitor who took everything from him, accompanied by her greedy friend. They notice him dining in style. Her friend whispers that she is lucky, because this simp does whatever she wants, and he must have hit it big. In his past life, she acted completely innocent, but ended up stealing everything, leaving him with absolutely nothing. Right now, he wants to destroy her right there. But doing that would just throw him in prison. He has to wait for the freeze. To play along, Zhang Yi flashes a credit card and asks, "Do you want to go shopping at the supermarket?" He uses them as free labor to carry his haul, showing off his wealth while they eagerly tag along for some freebies. But they soon ask why he's buying so much food. Zhang Yi simply replies, "You never know when the world might end, so it is best to be ready." The greedy pair starts complaining that he isn't carrying a single bag, and they are doing him a massive favor. They even demand he buy them an expensive dinner like before. Laughing coldly inside, Zhang Yi eagerly looks forward to when he gets to repay them. Honestly, that payback is going to be incredibly satisfying. At the market exit, his annoying Aunt Lin stops him, claiming he cannot possibly eat all of this by himself and should share. Suddenly, her 5-year-old grandson tries to steal the cart. Zhang Yi immediately snatches it back, saying he will eat every bite alone. The kid throws a tantrum, cursing at Zhang Yi, who promises to punch his teeth out if he keeps talking. The kid bursts into tears instantly, making Aunt Lin demand answers. She criticizes him for fighting with a mere child and promises to buy the chocolate. She promises to transfer the money later, but Zhang Yi simply whips out his code. "Pay up right now, old lady," he tells her. "Transfer it now or go buy it elsewhere." He heads out, leaving her absolutely fuming. Back home, Fang Yuqing winks at him. The two women flirtatiously tell him not to forget them, but he slams the door right in their faces. Then he puts his groceries into storage. He needs to test if the items will spoil over time. There is still so much to do. He must build a secure fortress packed with reliable heaters and vital medical supplies. Getting some weapons would be ideal too. Only 3 months remain before the Ice Age hits. By then, he needs to liquidate all his assets quickly to gather as much cash as possible. The very next day, he inspects his storage space to check on the food. He learns that living things cannot be stored, but the food remains completely fresh. It is in the exact same state as when he put it in. Armed with this knowledge, Zhang Yi calls up the finest restaurant in town and orders 500 full meals. He claims he is hosting a grand 3-day feast to explain the massive order. Next on his checklist is grabbing his property deed and heading straight to the bank. He plans to mortgage his apartment. After all, money will soon be completely worthless. Taking out a massive loan using his home as collateral is a no-brainer. He has 3 months to pay it back, but debt is meaningless once the world freezes anyway. The bank manager warns him that the interest rate is incredibly steep. Hearing this, Zhang Yi just grins and shrugs like it is nothing at all. He secures 9 million, agreeing to pay back 30 million in 3 months. Otherwise, he loses everything, but he knows the world will be frozen by then. He immediately visits a top-tier security firm where a manager offers assistance. Zhang Yi lays out his grand plan to construct an ultimate safe house. The manager presents several standard options, but none of them satisfy him. He demands something far tougher, insisting on military-grade modifications. The structure must be reinforced, using advanced aviation materials. He wants bulletproof glass on the balcony, an air filter, and complete camera coverage. The front door must be as tough as a steel bank vault door. On top of that, he asks the manager to source some serious weapons. This request leaves the manager completely stunned, wondering what is really going on. He can handle all the renovations, but the weapons are off-limits. Still, this upgrade will turn his home into a literal fortress. The final bill comes to 8 million, and he pays the deposit to start immediately. Next, he has to secure some personal firepower for the harsh days ahead. He contacts a local hunting club owner and manages to buy several powerful crossbows. By the time he returns home, those 500 meals are already arriving. Several large trucks pull up, drawing the attention of all his neighbors. Seeing luxury catering vans from a 5-star hotel definitely raises some eyebrows. An order like this must have cost easily over 1 million. Once the food is unloaded, he sweeps it all into his storage. Now he will not have to worry about food for years. Talk about being fully prepared. Next morning, the specialized security crew finally arrives to start building the heavy safe house. This massive construction project immediately draws a crowd of mocking neighbors. They laugh at Zhang Yi, asking if he forgot his medication. He does not care. Soon, they will see who the real joke is. Next, Zhang Yi pays a visit to the manager of the logistics company where he works. He offers double the price to buy up medical supplies. He demands complete priority, even taking stock that was already sold to other companies. After that, he quietly transports all these heavy resources back to his apartment, load by load. This sudden, frantic stockpiling quickly catches the eye of his neighbor, Fang Yuqing. She asks if a crisis is coming, dropping hints that she has been thinking about him. Our main character sees right through her fake concern and simply ignores her. She is absolutely furious that the old Zhang Yi who worshipped her is now ignoring her. Now he ignores her completely. Her best friend just laughs at the whole situation. Her friend laughs, saying that if a real crisis were coming, the country would warn everyone. All she must do is wrap this rich guy around her finger. That way they can both leech off his wealth. Weeks pass by. Zhang Yi's heavy-duty safe house is finally fully built. The company even installs high-end security cameras on every single floor. He is thrilled. Now only one final batch of supplies remains. Several heavy delivery trucks arrive, loaded with drinking water. One of the delivery drivers happens to be his neighbor, Uncle Yu, who looks incredibly confused. He asks why his nephew ordered so many gallons of water. Uncle Yu was actually kind to him in his past life, so he leans in. He whispers a quiet warning: this winter is going to be brutally cold. He tells him to stock up on food as fast as possible. The older man is highly skeptical, but the chilling intensity in his nephew's eyes stops him. He takes it to heart, but quickly barks at him to keep working. Over the following weeks, Zhang Yi keeps blowing cash on gear. He spends his days training hard with a bow and arrow, with only 3 days left before disaster. The weather is already turning abnormal. It is time. At his warehouse job, where he is the supervisor, he brews a fresh pot of hot tea. He serves his unsuspecting colleagues. Within an hour, they are all completely passed out. He quickly cuts power to the surveillance cameras because the real, massive heist is finally starting. He begins sweeping the corporate warehouse completely clean of food, fuel, and survival gear. He swiftly empties the entire space. Then one box catches his eye. This box contains highly specialized, heavy-duty cold-weather suits. They can easily survive temperatures of -100 degrees. To make sure his perfect alibi is completely airtight, he drinks the spiked tea and collapses. 2 hours later, frantic workers shake him awake, screaming that they are completely ruined. The warehouse is clean, not a single item is left. He plays dumb, acting shocked at the sudden disappearance. Soon, his furious manager calls him demanding immediate answers about this massive theft. Everything vanished without a trace, and the cameras magically showed absolutely nothing. The manager immediately accuses him of masterminding this giant inside job. Zhang Yi just flashes a nervous smile, acting completely clueless while secretly laughing inside. They simply were not competent. Everyone went to the police station for questioning. But they found absolutely nothing. How could they ever suspect the warehouse teleported? After the interrogation, the lead officer ordered everyone to stay in town. No one could leave the city because every single person was now a suspect. With a smirk, Zhang Yi replied that he would not even leave his house. This bizarre incident on December 10th quickly became major news across the city. No one could believe tons of supplies vanished without a trace in 3 hours. And on that exact same day, an unprecedented heavy snowfall began to fall. Zhang Yi knew this was the start of the cold apocalypse. 3 days later, the catastrophic shockwave of a supernova hit the planet, causing temperatures to plummet. Looking out at the relentless blizzard through his heavily reinforced window, Zhang Yi knew his story would end very differently. Meanwhile, the neighbors were panicking. The apartment group chat was going wild, overseeing this much snow for once. Watch closely as Zhang Yi scrolled through the group. He knew a dark truth. For many of these clueless neighbors, this was the last snow they would ever see. In his past life, this brutal blizzard raged on for 3 straight months without stopping. The temperature kept dropping, freezing everyone who failed to stock up on food. By day 2 of the freeze, massive drifts piled up outside the building. The snow at the main entrance was already over 1 meter deep. Even with their home heaters cranked to the maximum, the neighbors still shivered. But Zhang Yi had prepared highly advanced heating gear beforehand. He was living in absolute paradise, perfectly warm and cozy. After a great sleep, the sudden ringing of his phone woke him. It was Yuqing, complaining and asking if he knew about this crazy freeze. She wanted to know why he did not bother warning her about it. Now she was freezing to death, forced to eat plain instant noodles. Zhang Yi simply laughed at her whining and hung up right in her face. She was absolutely furious, but shamelessly texted him to ask for some food anyway. Reading the desperate message, Zhang Yi decided to troll her a little bit. He sent a photo of juicy steak and expensive French wine to tease her. She immediately recognized the top-quality Wagyu and the highly expensive bottle. Her mouth watered instantly, and she practically begged to come share it with him. Zhang Yi simply replied that if she wanted some, she could go buy it. Though she was boiling with anger, she forced herself to calm down. She knew she had to please Zhang Yi to secure a spot in his warm shelter. He ignored her entirely and went right back to enjoying his delicious feast. Then, checking his surveillance cameras on the iPad, he spotted some massive drama. Aunt Lin, the pushy building manager, was telling everyone not to panic over food. She claimed this crazy storm would only last for 2 or 3 days. She promised the neighborhood committee would step in and distribute supplies very soon. Aunt Lin warned that hoarding food was strictly forbidden and would be reported. But one of the tenants immediately spoke up, questioning her empty promises. He demanded to know how she could possibly guarantee the snow would clear up. The other residents agreed, stating they had no choice but to stock up now. They warned that if they starved, Aunt Lin would be held fully responsible. Aunt Lin declared the neighborhood committee would handle the entire situation. She quickly pointed a finger at Zhang Yi to shift the blame. Warning him not to stir up trouble, she tried to assert dominance, but he ignored her completely. Zhang Yi simply headed back to his ultra-secure home. A week flew by with non-stop heavy snow. Aunt Lin used the building chat group to pressure young Zhang Yi. She demanded he clear the entrance, but he replied that shoveling was entirely useless right now. It would be like trying to dry a river with a single bucket, so he flatly refused. Instead, Zhang Yi suggested she go ask the wealthy residents for some help instead. This absolutely enraged her, and honestly, she was just looking for a fight. Furious, she claimed she was speaking on behalf of the entire neighborhood committee. This is an order, she warned, and anyone disobeying will face their wrath. Zhang Yi fired back, questioning why she did not just call the rich residents. They had resources, so he suggested she ask Chen Yong to handle the physical labor. Chen Yong was a big-time construction boss who had plenty of workers on standby. Meanwhile, Xing Song was incredibly wealthy and could easily pay up if he refused to work. Aunt Lin's authority in the group chat was completely shattered by this clever reply. Boiling with rage and cursing under her breath, she decided to summon both rich men. She tagged them directly in the chat, demanding they help clear the path. Reading the tag, Chen Yong instantly blew up at Aunt Lin for her annoying request. He was especially mad at Zhang Yi for acting like he owned the neighborhood. Xing Song sent an audio message claiming he was busy, attaching a photo as proof. Aunt Lin was secretly furious with his smug reply, but did not dare push him. Instead, she blamed Zhang Yi entirely for stirring up all this unnecessary drama. Zhang Yi did not care, leaving them on read. This pushed her over the edge. She called Zhang Yi directly to scream at him, but he immediately shut her down. He warned her to stop bothering him, or he would end her right there. Terrified, she hung up and went quiet. Later, as Zhang Yi ate, a loud crash shook his door. Chen Yong was outside, screaming that Zhang Yi had been acting way too tough online. He yelled that the kid was turning the whole group against him and had to pay. "I am going to end you, punk," Chen roared. Zhang Yi calmly grabbed his bow. As Chen kicked the heavy door, Zhang Yi aimed right through the opening. He whispered a cold question about who would die first, then let the arrow fly. The arrow struck Chen Yong's shin, sending him crashing to the floor in pure agony. And trust me, nobody expected this quiet, ordinary guy to ever fight back so brutally. Chen Yong had no clue that this was merely the beginning of a cold revenge. In this extreme freezing weather, an injury like this was basically a slow death sentence. Without immediate treatment, infection and the bitter cold would slowly eat him alive. Dragging his bleeding leg toward the elevator, the thug was in complete disbelief. He never expected that the quiet kid he barely knew would actually try to kill him. Panic set in as Chen Yong realized Zhang Yi was playing for keeps. He scrambled for his phone to call emergency services, but the snow blocked everything. Realizing no help was coming, he had to perform emergency surgery on himself. Using the freezing cold to numb the pain, he pulled the arrow out and grabbed his phone. He posted a desperate threat in the group chat, warning Zhang Yi to watch out. Zhang Yi was completely unfazed, calmly telling him to come and try. "Show up again and I will kill you." That warning left everyone in the group terrified. Nobody in this neighborhood ever dared to stand up against a dangerous guy like Chen Yong. No one had ever challenged him. Furious, he grabbed his phone and called in all his subordinates. Seething with rage, he ordered his crew to grab weapons and assemble immediately. Soon, a whole mob showed up at his house, armed with whatever they could carry. Baldy led the angry mob straight to Zhang Yi's apartment. "Zhang Yi, you crossed our boss. Today is the day you die." Baldy slashed at the door, expecting cheap wood. But his blade shattered instantly, sending him flying backward through the air in pure shock. Terrified, he realized the door was solid metal. Just how many enemies does this guy have? His home is safer than a bank. Zhang Yi watched them on screen. He muttered that they looked weak and desperate. Outside, the mob was growing more furious. That is when Zhang Yi got a brilliant idea. He grabbed a kitchen water hose. Outside, the thugs noticed a small slot in the metal door sliding open. They lowered their guard, thinking it was harmless since no weapons were coming out. Suddenly, a high-pressure blast of freezing water drenched them all. Most collapsed instantly onto the ice. Only a lucky few managed to run away, leaving Zhang Yi highly amused by his work. Honestly, in this brutal global freeze, ice-cold water is way deadlier than any bullet. Back at Chen Yong's place, the three survivors huddled together, shivering uncontrollably from the frostbite. The boss demanded to know how an entire squad failed to capture one single teenager. They explained that Zhang Yi was incredibly prepared, having reinforced his door with heavy steel armor. Then he blasted them all with freezing water through a tiny slot in the frame. Chen Yong sneered that the kid could not hide forever. He ordered a permanent guard. They would watch the door day and night, waiting to ambush him the second he stepped out. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu led a small group downstairs to clear the massive snowdrift blocking the entrance. They wanted to carve out a path to the nearby supermarket to scavenge for food. But they soon realized that Zhang Yi was right. They could not beat the storm. The snow fell much faster than they could shovel. Freezing and exhausted, they finally gave up. Watching them retreat, Zhang Yi muttered that human strength is completely useless against a global disaster. The TV news still claimed the state would handle the crisis. But Zhang Yi knew the grim truth. 95% of humanity was destined to freeze to death. Suddenly, his former crush sent a message checking if he was still alive. If she had played her cards right, she could be enjoying absolute luxury with him. Zhang Yi replied that he was perfectly fine. She complained about running out of food. She reminded him of his massive stockpile, asking him to share some in exchange for dinner. In response, Zhang Yi smugly sent her a picture of a steaming, luxurious lobster. He joked that dinner was already served. Enraged, she called him a pathetic loser. She decided his chances with her were officially ruined. Then her best friend chimed in. The friend texted to scold him for making Fang Yuqing upset over a meal. Reading their desperate guilt trip, Zhang Yi just laughed at their pathetic little performance. The friend insisted the storm would pass soon, urging him to share with his neighbors. She argued that helping out might actually give him a shot at winning Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi completely ignored the advice, sending back a simple, dry response of just "oh." The girls were absolutely furious. Their usual puppet had suddenly stopped playing along entirely. Fang Yuqing could not comprehend why her harmless admirer had suddenly grown a spine. Realizing he was no longer an easy target, they decided to look for another victim. With no money left, Yuqing desperately targeted another loser, Zhou Peng. He ran over a huge bag of supplies, his entire food stash, but before she could trick him further, her friend slammed the door right in his face, looking at that heartless girl's expression. She did not care. She only wanted harsh revenge on Zhang Yi. How dare he ignore her? 5 days passed with those extra supplies as the blizzard grew worse. Zhang Yi happily munched on hot chicken, waiting for the real chaos to unfold. Suddenly, the lights went out. Every building was plunged into total darkness. Terrified residents quickly flooded the hallways, desperately asking if anyone had working power. No lights, no running water. With the entire power grid dead, the radiators stopped working. It got freezing cold. People were shivering under thick blankets, fearing they would die. Zhang Yi casually picked his teeth. He walked over to activate a powerful backup generator he had secured earlier from the warehouse, a true master of survival. Meanwhile, the neighborhood committee leader Aunt Lin was shivering violently, clutching her small grandson. This endless blizzard was a nightmare she never saw coming. Then, a message popped up in her private, exclusive group. It warned of a global super blizzard, a once-in-100,000 years disaster humanity was facing. Total extinction. Major metropolitan cities across the country were already completely buried under massive drifts. Everyone needed to hoard resources immediately. Aunt Lin was left completely shook. The scale of this crisis was terrifying, but then a dark thought hit her. She had to force everyone to hand over their food supplies before they found out the truth. Aunt Lin quickly messaged the building group, telling everyone not to panic. The blizzard was temporary, she claimed. Crews were allegedly out repairing utility lines, claiming that official authorities had issued a strict emergency mandate. Due to these extreme conditions, the local committee would take full control. Anyone refusing to obey would be immediately locked up by the police. Naturally, the residents were furious. Chen Yong hated it the most, but even with his vast wealth and influence, he dared not challenge the police. Exploiting their fear, Aunt Lin posted again. She announced that because of the extreme disaster, the committee would now collect every single owner's food and supplies to ration them out equally. Zhang Yi watched this charade with a cold smile. He remembered this exact scheme from his past life, when she stole food from everyone and left them to starve. But the greedy old woman made a massive blunder. She sent a private text directly to Zhang Yi. She called him nephew, noting he worked at the warehouse and had recently bought 3 entire truckloads of items he had to share. Zhang Yi laughed at her sheer audacity. He immediately replied with a brutal voice note, calling her a lying old fraud. He claimed he had eaten through everything and was completely empty. He even asked her to share their rations. This voice clip nearly gave the corrupt old lady a massive heart attack. She was furious. How could he ruin her plans so fast? But knowing she and her grandson desperately needed his supplies, she forced herself to play nice. She calmly messaged back, claiming this was a direct order he had to obey. She promised to report his great sacrifice to the high-ranking leaders once the storm cleared. If Zhang Yi had not been betrayed and killed in his previous life, he might have actually fallen for it. Instead, he just picked his teeth and kept lying. There is nothing to eat at home and I am starving. How about you send me some instant noodles, please? Hearing this, Aunt Lin lost her temper completely and shot back a reply. Zhang Yi, refusing to hand over your supplies is the same as going against our organization. I will report all of you. But Zhang Yi ignored her completely, calling her a nobody. That pushed Aunt Lin over the edge and she slammed her phone right against the wall, absolutely furious with Zhang Yi, since she got nowhere. Aunt Lin quickly shifted her target to the other building owners, tricking just a few would be more than enough. 2 days later, after swallowing her lies, several owners actually delivered their precious food straight to her apartment. Watching all of this, Zhang Yi laughed at how incredibly gullible these people were in a brutal apocalypse. By now, the entire world had clearly fallen into total chaos. With zero food left, they could either starve to death or fight for survival. Soon, many owners started tagging Aunt Lin online, demanding to know where their promised shares went. "We have nothing left to eat. Give us the food or we will eat you instead." Aunt Lin, but the greedy old woman just spat back at their desperate demands. Mocking them, "These supplies are mine from hard work. Why should I share?" Just then her phone rang. Seeing Chen Yung on the screen made her break out in a cold sweat. "What do you want with a helpless old lady?" Chen Yung replied coldly. "Aunt Lin, you really tricked everyone and hoarded all their food." She immediately played innocent, claiming she was just following the community committee's orders. Chen Yung scoffed, telling her that was perfect since they were already waiting. In fact, 10 of them were right outside waiting for her to distribute everything. Terrified, Aunt Lin desperately tried to argue that the supplies were not sorted yet. She claimed some owners had not handed theirs in, so they could not start distributing. But Chen Yung was done talking. He and his starving gang kicked the door down and stormed her apartment. Laws do not exist in this frozen hell. And he brutally slaps the old woman across the face. Today, he is the law. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi watched the chaos on his security feeds, calmly eating a sausage. He even decided to record the raid at Aunt Lin's place and upload it to the building group chat, realizing they were going to strip her clean. Aunt Lin tried to hold Chen Yung back. "Some of these supplies are mine." She wept. "Without them, how will my grandson and I even survive?" But Chen Yung just cursed at her and kicked her. Her grandson, absolutely terrified, grabbed a bread knife to protect his grandmother and stabbed one of the intruders in the groin. Screaming in pure agony, the man kicked the boy hard in the chest while the others just laughed. Chen Yung did not care one bit, yelling that this is exactly what she deserved for deceiving them. They were just delivering justice. On the group chat, residents watching the feed actually cheered them on. "Serves you right, you old liar, that is how you deal with scammers," they texted, thanking Chen Yung. Reading this, Zhang Yi scoffed at their stupidity. They could not see the real danger here. Aunt Lin's home, tomorrow it could be yours, but since none of this threatened Zhang Yi directly, he did not care in the slightest. His reinforced steel door would never fall to a bunch of desperate thugs. Later that night, Aunt Lin begged for help in the group, asking if anyone had medicine to stop the bleeding. Antibiotics. Her grandson was shot by Chen Yung, and Dr. Zai who needs them now. He needs them for the surgery. Hearing this, Yongye's eyes suddenly widen. Dr. Zaihu was a genuinely kind man in Yongye's past life. That explains his reaction. Aunt Lin pleads desperately for the medicine. She promises she will repay anyone who helps, but all she gets back is silence. The other neighbors do not care. Nobody wants to believe her or offer help. Watching this, Yongye figures it is just karma. Outside, the brutal blizzard rages on. For over a week, the endless snow has completely buried the first floor. Even if the doctor saves the kid, how will he survive without any food? The news confirms a terrifying reality. This is a once-in-100,000 years disaster. The entire world is slowly being swallowed up by the heavy snow. In northern regions, temperatures have plummeted below -100 degrees Celsius. People trying to flee south did not stand a chance. They froze to death. Back in the group chat, Aunt Lin starts begging for help once more. Her grandson has not eaten in 2 days. Will they really watch a child starve? She offers to pay whatever it takes, and that is when things get greedy. Neighbors start offering single packs of instant noodles for $2,000. They do not care about helping. Yongye finds the whole situation amusing. These fools still do not grasp the horror of this endless winter. Soon, cash will be utterly worthless, but a wealthy resident named Xingzhang starts buying. He uses his massive fortune to hoard as much food as he can. He knows cash is just paper now, making food the real currency. Another plea pops up. A single mother begs for food to save her daughter. Yongye remembers them. In his past life, they survived a very long time. He decides not to interfere. They will manage just fine on their own. 10 days have passed since the freeze began. Yongye is relaxing in luxury. Suddenly, his phone rings. A quick look at the caller screen makes him smirk. He answers the video call, mockingly pointing out how much thinner they look. As he shows off a roast chicken, the girls instantly start to drool. They demand to know how he still has so much fresh food in this cold. He smiles, telling them his private fireplace keeps the entire house incredibly warm. He even jokes about stepping outside for a nice jog in the fresh air. Starving and freezing, Yu Cheng calls him amazing and asks to come over. She even hints at bathing together, but Yongyi rejects her without hesitation. He cracks a sharp joke, sending her straight into a fit of rage. She snaps that if he will not help, he should at least stop mocking. Yongyi just asks if she still thinks of him as a pathetic loser. He tells her to go beg her rich boyfriends instead, then hangs up. Furious, Yu Cheng slams her phone onto the floor. Her old target has changed. Even her best friend is impressed, calling Yongyi an absolute genius. She points out they could be living in pure luxury right now. He is a far better option than all the rich boys they chased. Tempers flare and the two girls end up in a physical brawl. Meanwhile, the government finally drops the secrecy and broadcasts an emergency alert. They announce strict rationing to keep the power grid alive. Power only runs at night. Even then, the weak current can barely do anything. It only charges small devices. The main power grids have completely collapsed and juice is incredibly scarce. People must survive on just a phone and a single lamp. No hot showers allowed. Everyone finally realizes this freezing apocalypse has no end date. After arguing for 10 minutes without destroying their friendship, Yu Cheng and her buddy decide to take a direct approach. Yu Cheng grabs her phone and rings up their local fool, Zhou Peng, spinning a lie about how Zhang Yi tried to exploit her just because he has a stash of food. Hearing this, Zhou Peng loses his mind. He calls Zhang Yi a complete monster who needs a beating, realizing she has him hooked. Yu Cheng pushes harder, baiting the absolute idiot into rushing over to rob Zhang Yi's apartment right this second. Moments later, all three show up at his doorstep each. Knives hidden, they knock. Inside, Zhang Yi watches every move on his surveillance screens. He smiles. These idiots have absolutely no idea they are being recorded. They pound on the metal, offering to swap their medicine for a bit of food. They think they can play him. Too bad Zhang Yi plays dirtier. He grabs a water hose to blast them, but suddenly he stops. Overflowing trash, a disgustingly brilliant plan instantly clicks in his mind. You have to love his style. He blasts the three of them with disgusting, putrid sewage. Filth everywhere, he calls out, that is the exact food they deserve. They can dig in. Furious, Zhou Peng punches the heavy barrier, failing to even scratch it. He only ends up hurting his own hand. Mocking them, Zhang Yi speaks through the intercom, explaining that the solid steel door is totally unbreakable. Soon, Zhang Yi ignores their screams and heads off. Time to sleep, but in the middle of the night, a sudden gunshot jolts him wide awake. It is a brutal law of the jungle out there now, and that shot definitely gets his attention. He shivers, pulling up his security tablet. He checks the cameras. He sees Chen Jiang and his armed thugs moving from apartment to apartment, raiding and stealing everything in sight. Many innocent neighbors meet the exact brutal fate he suffered in his previous life. Chen Jiang even posts horrific photos to the group chat to threaten everyone, declaring absolute control over the entire complex. Watching this madness, the terrified survivors quickly form a secret, secondary chat room to organize. Here, angry neighbors denounce Chen Jiang's ruthless actions, demanding they stand up and fight. Zhang Yi gets added to this secret room, silently reading the panic. Finding the whole drama highly entertaining, he watches a retired military veteran step up to fight Chen Jiang. It is on, the old man suggests. They gather young, able-bodied volunteers and pool whatever weapons they have left. Suddenly, a woman sends a tense voice message. Remember when Aunt Lin robbed us the other day? Can we really trust this old man with our weapons? This immediately splits the survivors into two camps. Half want to take down Chen Jiang, while the rest are completely paranoid. Zhang Yi just eats his snack, amused by the online chaos and the security footage. Outside, Chen Jiang is relentlessly breaking into more apartments, taking whatever he wants. Zhang Yi realizes he has to orchestrate this tyrant's downfall. Anyone opposing him takes a direct bullet to the head. Game over. Absolute bloodbath. The next morning, a neighbor who refused to back the veteran screams for help in the community chat. She didn't want to fight, but now thugs are smashing her door. She is next. Time is running out. Right before she got dragged out to face her brutal fate, Yu Qing and her terrified friends realize they need a strategy before their own door is broken open. The girls decide to spread rumors about Zhang Yi's massive stockpile of food and weapons, rallying the entire building to storm his safe house. They add Zhang Yi to their group chat to threaten him, but he simply laughs it off. With total indifference, they argue he needs their help to survive the brutal Chen Zhang. Neighborhood thug Zhang Yi's response: he just leaves the chat without a word. This cold shoulder leaves Yuqing and her greedy crew completely baffled. How did the quiet simp from 3 months ago suddenly turn this tough? Next, they plot how to bypass his high-tech defenses. The smart guy with glasses steps up, claiming his buddy is an expert lock picker who can crack any door. They bundle up and hold umbrellas to shield themselves from any potential counterattacks. They expecting more garbage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi watches them closely on his security monitors, quietly activating his high-voltage electrical defense grid. The amateur thief barely touches the handle before a massive shock hits him. The kid drops dead instantly. Watching this on screen, Zhang Yi does not care at all about their lives. The glasses guy screams at the door, calling him a monster and demanding he face them. Inside, Zhang Yi just smiles and locks his target. Through the shooting slot, he fires a steel bolt, piercing one thug's arm. With pinpoint accuracy, the others rush to help but end up getting shot too, including the useless Zhou Peng. Terrified, Yuqing and her survivors retreat immediately to their apartment, leaving the wounded bleeding out on the cold floor. The injured scream in agony. Suddenly, an angry girl slaps Yuqing hard, screaming that this disaster is her fault for hiding the fact that Zhang Yi has weapons. Tries to defend herself, whimpering that he only used garbage and water before. Zhou Peng, ever the loyal simp, tries to calm everyone down. The smart guy points out that stopping the bleeding is their top priority right now. They call Dr. Zhou Qi over, who inspects the deep punctures with sheer horror. She warns them that without a sterile operating room, survival chances are under 20%. Due to severe blood loss, even worse, the rusty bolts will cause fatal infections without proper antibiotics. Hearing this, a relative of the injured boy breaks down in tears, sobbing that Zhang Yi is a cold-blooded monster who targeted them on purpose. While Dr. Zhou Qi wonders who this mysterious shooter is, she gives a stark warning to find medication immediately, as pulling the shafts out now will kill them. Instantly, the glasses guy goes absolutely ballistic, screaming that Zhang Yi must pay. Up in hand over his drugs, Yuqing suddenly gets a rare spark of memory, recalling how the boy had purchased massive crates of medical supplies before. A freeze, she confidently tells the group that his fortress is loaded with medication. Since she witnessed the delivery, she argues they did nothing wrong by trying to steal, so their current suffering is entirely his fault for resisting. Over in a corner, Dr. Zhou Qi quietly listens and realizes these terrible neighbors deserve exactly what they got. Still, the angry girl demands that Yuqing fix her mess and find a way to persuade Zhang Yi to share his stash of medicine. This time, even the pathetic Zhou Peng nods in desperate agreement. Because he wants to live, their only hope now is to call Zhang Yi directly. Zhang Yi answers without a care. She cries on the phone, asking if he can help save them. But Zhang Yi asks why he should bother. After all, everyone has to die sooner or later. Suddenly, the sister grabs the phone, screaming that it is his absolute duty to help them. She blames him for infecting the wounded men, but Zhang Yi calmly points out something ruthless. He chose those dirty arrows specifically to ensure they would die. Then, he drops another bomb. He refuses to help the others, but says Yuqing can come live with him instead. Hearing this, the angry sister grabs the phone, telling him to take Yuqing immediately. They do not care anymore. Even her greedy friend begs Zhang Yi to take her too. Zhang Yi tells them to come right over. Desperate, Yuqing immediately starts running for it. But her friend tries to hold her back, shoved away instantly. The angry cousin of one wounded boy slaps her hard, calling her a worthless traitor. She curses Yuqing as a schemer. Naturally, Yuqing turns to look at Zhou Peng. She begs the useless man to save her, to make the others let her go. She shamelessly admits that while Zhou Peng is kind, he is just too poor and weak. Only a powerful man like Zhang Yi can give her the comfortable life she deserves. She suddenly bolts, desperate to reach his shelter, but the angry crowd blocks her path. They refuse to let her escape, shouting that this entire mess is her fault. Yuqing has no right to live well while they suffer. Meanwhile, Dr. Jokir warns them. No medicine means certain death. She walks away, leaving them in absolute panic. One of the injured guys speaks up, proposing they spread rumors about Zhang Yi's massive stockpile. He reasons that when Chen Zhang and the local thugs raid the house, they can grab medicine. Yuqing immediately protests, hating the idea of betraying her beloved Zhang Yi like this. But another girl quickly threatens to smash her teeth in if she says another word. Even Zhou Pang stands by, telling her this dangerous scheme is their only way out. So they flood the building group chat with the photos of Zhang Yi's food. Check this out. The leaked images clearly show he has a massive, unbelievable mountain of supplies. Seeing this, Chen Zhang literally drools. Perfect. He can finally get brutal revenge for his leg. Soon, the neighbors start demanding food. Desperate residents beg for just a single meal, and Aunt Lin demands her share. Another shameless mother even offers to make him the godfather of her child. Amused by their pathetic pleas, Zhang Yi sends a voice note to the chat. He tells them he would rather feed wild animals than save any of them. Completely ignoring their rage, he looks outside at the heavy snow piling up. Staying indoors all day is getting pretty boring, he quietly admits to himself. He starts thinking it might be fun to take a snowmobile out for a spin. Just then, a private message pops up from Dr. Zhou Kier, requesting a negotiation. She is out of supplies. In his past life, she died after giving her food to a mother. She gave her final meal to a hungry baby, sacrificing herself in the cold. Zhang Yi knows she is decent, but he also believes smart women are incredibly dangerous. He refuses to leave anything to chance and risk being betrayed all over again. He texts back offering her food and medicine, but only in exchange for a trade. Reading his reply, Dr. Zhou Kier wonders what she could possibly offer him now. She is pretty naive. Wait till you see what he actually demands. Instead, Zhang Yi tells her he has a much different kind of deal in mind. He will give her everything she needs, but she must agree to a special favor. To spy on the neighbors and report their plans, the choice is hers to make. Either she follows the foolish crowd to her grave, or she stands right by his side. She hesitates, is this right? In the end, she agrees anyway. Step 1 done. The greedy mob knows Zhang Yi has more than enough food. Suddenly, the smart guy wearing glasses sends him one final threat over the group chat. Where are you, Zhang Yi? Give us the food now or else. Reading this, Zhang Yi decides to troll them by claiming he just ran out of food. The angry, bandaged glasses guy threatens him again, prompting Chen Yong to create a secret group. Excluding Zhang Yi, they plan to band together and steal absolutely everything he owns. Zhou Kier and Uncle Yu are added to the chat and immediately warn Zhang Yi. This proves to Zhang Yi that Dr. Zhou Kier is officially cooperating with him. He tells her he can defend himself, advising her to stay away from the mob. At 2:30 in the morning, an armed mob marches toward his apartment. Screaming about killing the selfish hoarder, they begin pounding on his front door. Watching through his security cameras, Zhang Yi calmly flips the high-voltage switch. Instantly they fry, dead. Honestly, you can't even feel bad for them. Terrified by the sudden deaths, the rest of the crowd tries to run away. But as they turn, Chen Yong and his thugs block their only escape route. He barks orders for them to keep smashing the door, threatening their lives if they stop. To fire up the crowd, the glasses guy screams that they must avenge their fallen neighbors. He reminds them of the warm fireplace and endless food waiting inside. Re-energized by greed, the residents grab a massive wooden log to ram the door. Inside, Zhang Yi sips some wine and decides to give them a little help. He hooks up his speakers and blasts intense action music to motivate them. Fueled by the soundtrack and growing rage, they ram the door for 20 minutes. The door is barely scratched. The guys are literally fainting from hunger. They had no clue the entire door was made of reinforced military-grade steel. Totally baffled, one neighbor steps closer to inspect the surface with a magnifying glass. He gasps it is bank vault steel, and not even a tank could knock it down. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stands on the other side, raising his deadly crossbow. He aims, fires. The bolt hits right through the inspector's throat. The neighbors scatter in terror, screaming that the hoarder has lethal weapons. Somehow, Zhang Yi manages to hit people who are not even facing his door. He feels zero guilt, just self-defense. Why feel bad for them? The glasses guy, recovering from the panic, claims he has another plan. Their target door is steel, but the surrounding walls are just brick. Catching on quickly, the mob begins hammering the wall next to the door. Cracks finally appear, but then their sledgehammers strike something metallic with a loud thud. Forgetting his fear of the bolts, the glasses guy steps forward to inspect the damage. To his absolute horror, the walls are also steel. Everyone freezes. Would you ever expect someone to put steel plates inside apartment walls? Desperate, they try breaking through several other spots, but hit metal every single time. They even break into the apartments directly above and below his unit. Sure enough, there is steel reinforcement everywhere. His home is a fortress. Without industrial drilling equipment, getting inside is completely impossible. The desperate neighbors finally realize that Zhang Yi knew about this frozen apocalypse all along. Only someone with inside info could build a fortress like this, they whisper. They curse him for being selfish, while starving neighbors eye each other like prey. For one terrifying second, cannibalism crosses their minds, but the dark thought quickly fades. Then a neighbor remembers the balcony next door is made of glass. Hope flares up again as the desperate crowd grabs some wooden planks. While Zhang Yi watches calmly from inside, they bridge the gap to his balcony. But bad news for them, that heavy glass is bulletproof. They cannot even scratch it, so Zhang Yi decides to warm things up. He lights a Molotov and tosses it right through a hole in the ceiling. It lands directly on their heads, sparking a single second of pure, frozen terror. Screams echo as they instantly catch fire, burning alive in the sub-zero wind. One blazing resident plunges off the balcony, and the wildfire quickly spreads. While Zhang Yi enjoys the show, the burning survivors scramble back toward safety. But the neighbors next door block the way, terrified of catching fire themselves. Several flaming bodies slip off the planks, falling to their doom in the snow. The lucky survivors gather what is left of their strength and beg. They crawl back to Zhang Yi's glass wall, desperately pleading for food. In his past life, they ate him alive, so he feels absolutely zero pity. He casually places a piping hot bowl of pasta right where they can see. Then Zhang Yi drops a bombshell. Whoever brings him the head of Chen Jiang gets food. He promises a whole week's worth of supplies for the gang boss's head. Instantly, dozens of hungry eyes turn toward Chen Jiang in the next room. Even his own men hear the offer, kill the boss, eat for a week. Panicking, Chen Jiang tries to lock himself away from their predatory stares. But the pistol in his hand and his closest bodyguards keep the hungry crowd back. To make it official, Zhang Yi posts the bounty in the building's chat group. By the next morning, half-starved residents are already waiting in the shadows. They plan to ambush Chen Jiang, gun or no gun, they need to eat. When Chen Jiang walks out, a chaotic, bloody ambush erupts from behind. The attackers are cut down, and the boss coldly orders them butchered for meat. But the victory is costly. One henchman notices Chen Jiang is bleeding from his back. He summons the resident doctor, Zhou Tier, to bandage his wound immediately. She treats him but demands payment. Chen Jiang offers her a hot meal instead. But when she realizes what meat is in the soup, she recoils in pure horror. I would rather starve, she says. Chen Jiang just laughs, calling her ungrateful. He warns her she might end up on the menu if she behaves. She tries to walk out, but his thugs block the door on his command. Trapped, she listens from the corner as the men plot to raid Zhang Yi. Talk about a complete descent into madness. Humanity is officially dead in this building. If he did not still need her medical skills, she would already be gone. After hearing their plan to attack, Zhou Tier slips away, claiming she needs the restroom. Instead, she immediately contacts Zhang Yi to warn him about the upcoming raid. Meanwhile, Chen Jiang's thugs break into a neighboring apartment to plunder some supplies. The unsuspecting couple lets them in, completely unaware they are about to become dinner. They made sure they were dead, smashing them again. Chen Jing tells his doctor that predators cannot lurk nearby, or they will end up hunting him down. Zhou Qi finally sees how brutal this new reality is. Meanwhile, at Yu Qing's shelter, her wounded friends are forced to yank out sharp arrows without any anesthesia. Severe infections spread fast. Perhaps the freezing cold numbly eases their agony. Zhou Peng begs his cousin to plead with Zhang Yi just one more time. But she refuses. It is totally useless. There is no way. Days slowly pass. Zhang Yi comfortably dines, while watching a paranoid Chen Jing fear another ambush. While enjoying his hot meals, Zhang Yi calls Zhou Qi to check on her. She warns that Chen Jing has lost his mind. Food is entirely gone. Hungry mobs are raiding homes daily, slaughtering people. They even store the corpses. For meat later, shivering from starvation, she begs Zhang Yi to save her. He pauses. A highly skilled doctor is incredibly valuable in this ruined world. Medical experts are absolute gold now, so Zhang Yi tells her she can come over. Once she finishes one final task, soon after, Zhou Peng desperately bangs on her door. He gasps that his beloved Yu Qing is starving to death, begging for food. Imagine begging for food to feed a girl who used and discarded you, Zhang Yi notes. That severe tetanus is already consuming Zhou Peng. No medicine can save him now. Walking back, he bitterly realizes he never even got to hold Yuqing's hand. Refusing to just die quietly, he rushes into her room, drops to his knees, and begs her to marry him. Repulsed, she instantly shoves him aside. Enraged, he grabs her throat, vowing they will marry in hell. She slaps him hard. Screaming that she only belongs to Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng growls that he will gladly drag her to the depths with him. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi tells the men she will cook them a proper feast today. They will not even notice anything unusual about the meat. Grinning, they assume she has finally swallowed her useless pride. She softly tells them she wants to survive just like everyone else. Sending them away, she secretly slips a heavy dose of poison into the pot, stirring it while fighting the intense urge to throw up. A bit later, she serves the hungry men. They praise the delicious-looking broth. Desperate to win their trust, Zhou Qi carries a bowl back to her own room. Praying her lethal dose works, she had dumped an entire vial of sleeping pills inside. Within minutes, deep silence fills the house. Trembling with relief, she texts Zhang Yi, confirming they are all knocked out. What is her next move? Zhang Yi replies, ordering her to drag every single body out onto the cold balcony. Shivering in the freezing wind, she asks if his plan is to execute them. He tosses over a rope, muttering that it is something like that. She must tie them tightly to the railing. When she begs for help, he refuses, reminding her that this is her ultimate test. After binding them, she takes the gun. Watching closely, Zhang Yi commands her to drop the magazine and throw him the pistol. She hesitates, asking why she should trust him, but deep down she knows she has absolutely no other choice. Zhou Qi obeys, tossing the weapon over. Catching the gun, he thoroughly checks it, confirming it is indeed Chen Jing's. Smiling, he goes back inside, unrolls a heavy water hose, and without warning, starts blasting freezing water directly onto the balcony. Shocked, she rushes inside. Inside the freezing apartment, icy water poured down, and within moments, Chen Zhang and his crew woke up screaming, finding their hands and feet bound tight. He finally realized they had been drugged, leaving him with nothing to do but curse Zhang Yi bitterly. A few more icy sprays, and Chen Zhang turned completely into a human popsicle. Dr. Zhou Qi, too weak to stand, she calls him to say that the entire job is finished. Minutes later, she was at his door, watching her closely through security cameras. Even though everything went well, Zhang Yi refused to take any risks. Pointing his gun, he ordered her to open the heavy door and step inside. She collapsed onto the floor immediately. The simple warmth of the apartment felt like pure heaven. Standing over her, Zhang Yi warns that this is not over yet. He needs to make absolutely sure they are not keeping any secrets from each other. To prove her complete honesty, she blushes deeply, knowing exactly what she must do now. Zhou Qi strips off all her clothes, standing there in only her underwear. Seeing she has no hidden weapons, Zhang Yi smiles and leads her to the bathroom so she can wash up and change out of her filthy, freezing clothes. Hearing the water running, he immediately searches her medical kit, confiscating every single tool. One can never be too careful in this cold wasteland. A short while later, Zhou Qi steps out of the bathroom wearing soft pajamas, looking absolutely stunning. Her appearance catches Zhang Yi's eye, and he tells her to sit and dry her hair. He spared her because she is useful, but warned that rule breakers get no mercy. That guest room is hers now, and she is expected to stay there. No wandering around without his permission. She understands the stakes. In this frozen, lawless wasteland, joining him was her smartest decision. To build real trust between them, Zhang Yi decides to share a massive secret. Looking around, she realizes there is not a single scrap of food in the apartment. The secret behind his survival is a mysterious power nobody else knows about. Right before her eyes, he pulls a fresh loaf of bread out of thin air. One act of betrayal, and she will quickly starve. Staring in complete shock, she finally understands how he lives in such luxury. She eats ravenously, crying with emotion and nearly choking on the food. Now clean and well-fed, Zhou Qi is put in charge of all household chores. Before she can even agree, he interrupts to ask what else she can offer. What else can she offer? Being smart, she knows exactly what he wants. The sight makes Zhang Yi's eyes widen with anticipation at what is to come next. Beyond just help around the house, they are officially partners now. And like any couple, they are going to enjoy some physical exercise tonight. In return, Dr. Zhou Qi will never have to worry about running out of food the next morning. Zhang Yi looks at her sleeping form, noting she must be exhausted from last night. Having a beautiful companion during this endless lockdown is honestly pretty great. She gets dressed and they sit down for a luxurious breakfast together. It is a life of luxury. He tosses her a heavy winter coat. Stepping outside, Zhang Yi reminds her that her work for today is not finished yet. He hands her a baseball bat, even though she helped freeze the enemies. She now has to shatter those frozen bodies, without a single second of hesitation. She walks over and starts smashing the human popsicles to pieces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi. She recorded every single blow from the doctor, who honestly did not care about being filmed. The doctor just kept hammering away, filming the footage specifically for the neighborhood. Residents, she wanted to prove Chen Jiang was officially finished. He was in pieces, huddled in their homes, nobody even criticized. No questions asked, they just praised and celebrated her victory. Thrilled with the outcome, Zhang Yi suddenly got an unexpected phone call from Yuqing. Surprised, he admitted he thought she was already dead. The girl looked wild. She heard about Chen Jiang's brutal end and was suddenly completely ready to be his woman. She claimed he only chose Zhou Qier because he thought she was dead, right behind her. Her friends were actually preparing to kill her. Suddenly, terrifying screams erupted. And honestly, you have to appreciate his sheer pettiness here as he sent a photo. It showed Zhou Qier, alongside a caption officially declaring her as his proud fiancé. Hearing it, she broke away from her captors and grabbed the phone. Staring at Zhang Yi and his gorgeous girlfriend, she completely lost her mind, screaming her love. But Zhang Yi shut her down, coldly. She meant absolutely nothing to him. He flatly stated he only loved the woman currently by his side, then instantly hung up. Her friends did not even care to beat Yuqing anymore. Their target had completely changed. Now every single one of them was completely screwed together. Satisfied with her absolute misery, Zhang Yi turned to his sweet girlfriend. He asked if he was being too ruthless, but she shook her head softly. To her, his reasons were completely justified. Besides, she remembered those crazy girls from before. Having dealt with them herself, she knew they were fully unhinged. Zhang Yi did what was necessary. Suddenly, a desperate man in the building opposite decided he had finally had enough. He chose to end it all by jumping, but even that tragic leap failed to move them. Soon after, Zhang Yi's phone buzzed again. This time, it was a surprisingly cheerful call. It was his beloved Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi smiled, truly glad to hear he was still alive. The old man survived solely because he heeded Zhang Yi's early warnings. Right now, he was sheltering with Zai La Mei, that familiar single mother from earlier. Her young son was burning up with a fever, and they desperately needed some medicine. Uncle Yu was the one person Zhang Yi would actually help, so he agreed to provide it. After sharing the news with Zhou Qier and grabbing a cold drink, a sudden knock came. Checking the surveillance feed, he spotted his uncle standing alongside Zai La Mei. Taking no chances, he refused to fully open the door to let them in. He simply slid the medicine through the narrow security gap onto the cold floor. His uncle expressed deep gratitude, but the greedy woman immediately began pushing for more. Knowing he had a fireplace, she begged to enter, claiming her poor child needed warmth. Zhang Yi knew this was getting dangerous. While he respected his uncle, his safety came first. He quickly lied, claiming his coal was entirely depleted and that he was freezing. He claimed they had to wear 7 or 8 coats just to stay warm. While Uncle Yu backed off, the persistent woman kept demanding they let them inside. She kept using Zhou Qier as an excuse, but Zhang Yi quickly shut her down. He firmly stated she was his fiancée, making the poor doctor blush completely red. Eventually, Uncle Yu had enough of her whining and pulled the woman away. Thanking him again, they walked away. Finally, Zhang Yi could let out a deep sigh. He was completely exhausted. This woman in his past life survived for absolutely nothing. All that talking completely tires him out, so he rests on his girlfriend's lap for a perfect view. Zhang Yi realizes that keeping Zai La Mei around might easily mess up his plans. No wonder Uncle confronts her the moment they return home, demanding answers. He asks why she is abusing his nephew's trust, but she claims it is for the baby. Uncle quickly reminds her that he owes everything to his nephew. Without his warning, they would starve. If his nephew had not told him to store food, he would have nothing. Instead of feeling guilty, Zai La Mei claims that Zhang Yi withheld crucial medicine. She argues he only helps to collect favors later, calling him a completely selfish man. Hearing this, Uncle shouts that everyone has a limit to their patience. He is old but not stupid, badmouth Zhang Yi again, and she is on her own. She smartens up and drops the subject. The next morning, new trouble arrives. Scavengers from another building dig a tunnel through the deep snow right to his building. Anyone they encounter is treated as a target, and the first poor soul takes a bullet. He drops instantly. Knowing Zhang Yi has a sturdy door, they bring heavy dynamite along. They light the fuse and run. A massive explosion rips through the quiet morning. The deafening blast instantly wakes Zhang Yi up, and he rushes to check the security feeds. On screen, he spots several construction workers who live in the neighborhood. They gather around, fully expecting the heavy blast to have shattered his secure door. But the door stands firm. Furious that they are trying to rob him, Zhang Yi reacts. He retaliates without hesitation. A single grenade completely solves their freezing problem. After warming them up, Zhang Yi pulls out his Glock and puts several more to sleep. But his ammunition is running low, confirming a dangerous reality to him. Other buildings definitely know about his massive stockpile and are coming to take it. The loud explosions and gunfire leave the lovely doctor completely terrified. Embarrassed by her fear, she hides her panic and focuses on her work. Now it is clear to Zhang Yi that he must act fast before things get worse. In the chat group, neighbors are panicking over the noise. Zhang Yi plays it smart. He warns everyone that invaders tried to blow up his home and are coming for them next. Luckily, he managed to drive them off, sending a few of them straight to their graves. The grateful neighbors thank him. To get the full story, Zhang Yi calls his uncle. He learns that this hostile group is from Building 26, led by a ruthless man. His name is Huang Tianfeng, and he operates just like Chen Zheng did. He overthrew the original residents and seized total control of the entire building. They hoarded all the food, too. Zhang Yi warns his uncle about the rising danger. Since he killed so many of them, they will definitely come back seeking bloody revenge. To survive, they must unite the neighboring residents and defend the block. But in private, Zhang Yi tells Zhou Qi that these neighbors would easily betray him. They would stab him in the back in a heartbeat, so she has a secret mission. She must gather intelligence on the rival buildings alongside Uncle Yu. Just 2 days later, she is disguised as a maid, delivering her first report. Her scout network gathered crucial data. She tells him to pay close attention. Zhou Qi explains that 2 dominant factions are currently ruling the neighborhood. The primary threat is the gang from Building 26 that attacked them. Another faction rules Building 21, while 2 other buildings still hold power. They are laying low for now, but Zhang Yi easily deduces their next move. Based on their total inaction, Zhang Yi easily gauges their power. It turns out the neighbors in other buildings have already turned on each other. They completely failed to unite, meaning they are no longer a real threat. He praises her and instructs her to keep gathering intelligence. For some reason, she blushes, maybe hoping for a different reward. Meanwhile, the ruthless gang from Building 26 returns to kick up more trouble. They terrorize the other apartments, leaving behind a cold, brutal warning. Unless Zhang Yi leaves the premises, every single resident in this building dies. Talk about a terrible timing. This threat completely ruins the couple's workout. Terrified, the residents desperately demand that Zhang Yi step up. Annoyed, he blasts out cold texts, making his stance very clear. Their pathetic lives mean absolutely nothing to him. They are on their own. Soon after, Zhang Yi calls Uncle Yu, telling him it is time to play his part. In the group chat, the uncle writes that the enemy gang has only 20 men. If the neighbors join forces, they actually have a fighting chance. He also drops a truth bomb, pointing out that everyone is practically starving to death. The only person who is still healthy, strong, and well-fed is Zhang Yi himself. He is the only one left with the actual physical strength to protect them. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi offers to help, but there is a catch. They must obey his commands unconditionally to survive this. They agree as long as it does not directly put their lives in danger. But Zhang Yi fires back, "You cannot survive without taking risks. Otherwise, they can just sit there and wait for the enemy to slaughter them all." With Uncle Yu heavily backing the idea, the desperate neighbors quickly submit. To sweeten the deal, he mentions he has gear to travel outside. If they stand up to the rival gang, he will go find food for them. Driven by sheer starvation, they agree to follow even his most dangerous orders. It is certainly better than freezing to death or getting murdered. Just like that, they crown him leader. Revered as their absolute savior, Zhang Yi prepares for his first journey outside. Armed with high-tech thermal gear, the extreme freeze won't touch him. When Zhou Cairo offers to tag along, Zhang Yi shuts the idea down immediately. She must stay safe inside. He trusts her completely to guard the base. But right before stepping out, he takes precautions and snaps his fingers. Instantly, every bit of food in the apartment vanishes into his space. He heads down to the 4th floor and prepares to slide out a window. Outside, the relentless snow has already piled up 4 stories high. Anyone trying to walk out there would quickly sink and freeze to death. Luckily, he has a heavy-duty snowmobile tucked away in his spatial dimension. A hidden onlooker in a nearby building catches a glimpse of him out there. Nobody knows if they saw him materialize it or just saw him riding. Soon, he arrives at his destination, the Tianhui City Police Station. He shatters a window and slips inside with absolute ease. Heading deeper inside, he finds the frozen bodies of officers on duty. Left with no heat or winter gear, that first night was their last. Zhang Yi offers a silent nod of respect, remembering who they once were. These were the heroes who protected the city. Covering their bodies, he finds the keys. With these, he can unlock everything in this place, even the weapons room. Inside, it is absolute heaven. Racks upon racks of different weapons await him. Ammo and firearms are everywhere, so he sweeps it all into his storage space. With his pocket dimension filled, Zhang Yi decides he needs food for his cannon fodder. He hops back on his snowmobile and rides toward the local shopping mall. Digging through the deep snow, he eventually strikes the concrete ceiling of the building. Shattering the skylight glass, he drops inside and begins looting the entire supermarket. The extreme cold has frozen every single piece of fruit solid, along with the meat. Still, this frozen junk will be a feast for people who currently have nothing to eat. He packs up whatever can be salvaged and makes his way back to the snowmobile. Back home, the leader of Building 26 watches him with bitter envy. Seeing Zhang Yi pull off a successful supply run, he immediately wants to steal that snowmobile. Other residents hear the engine noise and rush to watch him return. Uncle Yu spots his nephew, returning with even more food and beams with pride. But Zhang Yi makes sure everyone knows how deadly it is out there in the snow. Finding frozen rations buried deep under the ice is nearly impossible, he warns them. Uncle Yu yells. He loudly proclaims Zhang Yi as their savior. Wielding a gun and the food, he demands total obedience from them. Follow him or die. That is when Building 26 thugs arrive. Hand over the food, they shout, or hand over your lives. Kill them all. His first command is a ruthless, bloody counterstrike. Secure a confirmed kill and receive 5 full days of food. Starving people go wild. The promise of food breaks all limits. They swarm the thugs. No one expected cowards to fight back. Outnumbered and terrified, the invaders quickly crumble under the relentless attack. Beside his fiancée, he watches. His desperate neighbors celebrate. The survivors flee. Seeing the wounded on their side, Zhou Tier hesitates. She could save them, but doing so would waste their precious medicine. She stops. She knows Zhang Yi would never permit such waste. Is Zhang Yi a hero, or is he just a cold, calculating survivor? Watch closely. From this moment, he begins ruthlessly manipulating everyone around him. He gathers the crowd. With a cold smile, he offers fake congratulations. Those with the most kills step forward to receive their bonuses. A perfect incentive to keep them working hard for him. They fall in line, utterly submissive. Nobody dares challenge the man with the gun. Sadness fills their faces. Then he faces a man who slacked off. With a cold sneer, Zhang Yi kicks a single candy to him. The man complains it is unfair, but Zhang Yi directly challenges him. He tells him he did nothing, except hide in the back shouting. Suddenly, the disappointed residents feel better knowing someone else has it worse. Furious, Su Hao steps forward. He demands his own fair share. He argues that the crowd was simply too dense for him to fight. Zhang Yi does not care. Only results matter in this frozen hell. Su Hao snaps, accusing him of favoritism. Zhang Yi issues a command. 2 neighbors pin down the complaining guy, who frantically screams to ask what happens. To anyone who disobeys the boss's orders, he quickly makes those consequences very clear. As a lesson to everyone, Zhang Yi zeroes in on the complaining victim's candy. He steps on it, smashes the sweet stuff into the guy's hair, and makes it clear that working means eating and no work means starving. He orders Zhou Ke to store the remaining supplies since the crowd has their shares, but suddenly, from deep within the crowd, he hears a familiar voice. Fang Yuqing and her parasitic friend are spotted. Struggling forward, desperately crying out that they have not received any food yet. They ask if their dear big brother Zhang Yi has forgotten them, but Zhang Yi Cold and indifferent, claims he remembers them perfectly. Zhou Kai continues putting the food away because there is absolutely nothing left for those two. Crying, Fang Yuqing demands to know why he stopped loving her after all this time. He slaps her hard, telling her he never cared and is now engaged to the wonderful Zhou Kai. A bystander calls her a cheap gold digger, and Zhang Yi completely agrees, adding that she only ever manipulates wealthy guys for their cash. The humiliated man chimes in, admitting she played him like a fool multiple times. Soon, other guys sneer that if they knew she was selling herself before the world ended, they would have taken advantage too. After being deeply humiliated, she flees. Suddenly, two men grab her parasitic friend and drag her away. Muffling her screams, they carry her off into the darkness, leaving her helpless. Meanwhile, Xu Hao gets a much better meal as a reward for exposing Fang Yuqing. He happily swears his absolute loyalty to his master from this day on. With the drama over, Zhang Yi starts organizing the building's defensive fortifications. In the complex, 47 survivors remain, excluding Zhang Yi, Zhou Kai, and Uncle Yu and his wife, Shi Li Mei. The rest of the survivors form 6 groups of 7 people each. They take turns guarding the stairwells 24 hours a day, if any enemies arrive. Their job is to sound the alarm and wake everyone. As a former military veteran, Uncle Yu will oversee and coordinate all the teams. Back in his warm apartment, Zhang Yi is busy reviewing some plans when Zhou Kai asks what will happen if it starts snowing again. Pulling weapons out of his endless dimensional storage space, he explains that any intruders will be trapped for a month until things melt. Besides, in a frozen wasteland, the greatest threat is never the weather, but desperate humans. With his advanced rifle, he can eliminate threats without leaving home. Peering through the high-powered scope, he spots a group heading straight toward the building's garage. They are definitely targeting the snowmobile that Zhang Yi pretended to leave behind, but has actually hidden safely inside his dimensional storage space. Later, Uncle Yu calls him to report that the watch groups are ready, urging him not to take his wife Shi Li Mei's words seriously from their last supply run. After all, she is just a massive chatterbox. Zhang Yi reassures him, then asks if Uncle wants to raise another man's kid, noting that strong men are incredibly valuable in this harsh world, capable of getting any woman, but sensing the older man's visible discomfort. Zhang Yi quickly adds that Shi Li Mei is a good partner. If that is the case, he should probably get her pregnant himself. Still, Uncle insists that the end of the world is no time for children, then heads out. Back inside, Zhang Yi tells Zhou Kai that making babies requires careful planning. Sneaking through the tunnel they dug, some thieves from Building 26 came back. They planned to steal whatever they could, but their lead guy got careless. The guard screamed out enemy attack, and a massive brawl started on the stairs. The group from Building 26 did not realize how prepared this fortress was. Terrified by the heavy defense, the surviving thieves immediately scrambled back outside. Watching the enemies flee, Zhang Yi decided he was in the mood to hunt. He grabbed his high-tech sniper rifle from storage and looked through the scope. Watching them through the lens, he remains utterly calm, absolutely chilling. Right. He pulled the trigger. One running target took a fatal bullet to the head. The remaining survivors panicked and ran. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi just smiled to himself. Loving the rush, he decided to have a little more fun with them. Every single shot was deadly accurate. Soon, 7 bullet casings hit the snow. 7 lifeless bodies now decorated the frozen yard, sending a clear, brutal warning. Everyone in the surrounding buildings now knew the boss of Building 25. Fighting him is suicide. From now on, they must follow his rules. The next morning, Zhou Kai brought him warm food from her cooking practice. She casually asked about the loud gunfire coming from the balcony last night. Zhang Yi did not hide a thing, calmly stating he shot 7 people. Instead of being terrified, she smiled and said he was absolutely amazing. He asked if she was curious why he used a giant sniper rifle. Zhou Kai replied that it did not matter, she only cared about survival. She preferred safety over morality. To her, the outside world was a grave. Zhang Yi praised her, loving how she kept her nose out of things. He liked that trait. Meanwhile, things were grim on the other side. The residents of Building 26 stared hopelessly at the bodies frozen in snow. One victim was their leader's relative, leaving them short on food and muscle. Furious about the setback, Tian Fan snapped and ordered them to retrieve David. They would use the bodies of David and the others for meat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi prepared to go out for another round of patrol. Everyone feared him, with headphones on and Uncle Yu monitoring the comms. He knew his base was safe. Meanwhile, the leader of Building 26 stood in complete anger, desperately wishing he could steal Zhang Yi's motorcycle. He wanted to use it to scavenge for cigarettes and canned food. But the previous scouts sent to find the bike were instantly killed. Unbothered, Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle straight toward the industrial vehicle district. The massive showrooms here were so tall that snow had not buried them. After smashing through the roof, he rappelled down inside with a rope. He immediately stored every high-end luxury car into his infinite pocket dimension. They were useless now, but incredibly valuable later. Next up was a gas station. He needed fuel for his snowmobile, but things went wrong. The gas station was completely buried under 10 meters of heavy snow. Digging was impossible. Annoyed by his first real failure, he collapsed back. Lying in the snow, he realized how badly he needed that fuel. Then a genius idea struck. He suddenly remembered a highly specific tool. He had a massive industrial excavator stored away, ready to dig right through. Digging through the deep snow, it did not take him long to clear a path to the gas station. Right inside were the massive underground fuel storage tanks, and luckily for him, the fuel was not frozen. All he had to do was seal up those massive tanks and store them. Safe inside his dimensional storage space, at that moment he realized something huge with this end. His heavy excavator, he could unearth absolutely anything, and absolutely nobody could ever stop him. Meanwhile, inside the apartment building, a neighbor's kid had a really high fever. Joke here went to treat the kid, but could not do much because Zhang He always kept the medicine. Uncle Yu brought over some leftovers from his girlfriend Zella Mi's son. He reassured the worried mother that everything was going to be fine. The kid's fever dropped. However, Joke here warned the mother to keep a close eye on his condition. They had barely stepped away when a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Aunt Lin lunged to attack the baby, and trying to protect her son, the poor mother stepped in and got shot. Joke here managed to shield the baby for a few seconds. Aunt Lin was completely hysterical, screaming that since nobody helped save her own grandson, he died, meaning nobody else here had the right to raise a child anymore. The brave Joke here, absolutely determined to protect the baby, bolted straight toward the stairwell. But Aunt Lin managed to grab the doctor's leg. Just like the mother, she shielded the child with her own body, while Aunt Lin tried to murder everyone in her path. Uncle Yu suddenly lunged, kicking Aunt Lin and sending her crashing down the stairs. He arrived just in time to protect the boss's wife. He could never forgive himself if he failed to keep everyone safe in his absence. Aunt Lin glared, absolutely furious with all of them. Uncle Yu made it clear that Zhang Yi killed Chen Jiang, and that is why everyone was safe. Joke here then revealed that after Chen Jiang was gone, she begged Zhang Yi to give medicine for the grandson, but when she went to hand it over, she discovered Aunt Lin had actually killed her own grandson to eat him. The twisted old woman could only scream in frantic denial. The men who stood with Uncle Yu declared that she had to pay for her monstrous crimes, and they offered to help. They joked that fat burns really well, and it had been a long time since they enjoyed a good bonfire. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi slept in his tent outside at the quiet gas station, gearing up for another day of exploration. Driving his massive excavator, he headed straight to the city's old military outpost. By digging, he easily broke into the underground military base, but the main supply rooms were completely looted. He realized that the armed military leaders would definitely try to control the surviving factions. If that was the case, he desperately needed to gather weapons to protect himself from them. To survive, he had to protect himself against absolutely anyone, military included. While digging for something else, his machine smashed right through a military camp wall. Inside, an insane stockpile of weapons and ammo went straight to his dimensional loot storage. After a long trip, he returned home on his snowmobile, but this time he did not bring back any food. The neighbors noticed he was completely empty-handed and immediately started whining, but Zhang He snapped back, telling them he searched all day and found absolutely nothing. If they did not like it, they could happily go outside and hunt for food themselves. Instead of relying on him, calling them a bunch of ungrateful freeloaders, Zhang Yi realized that coming home empty-handed just once made them feel cheated, completely forgetting how he was the one keeping the entire building safe from outside threats. Even though Zhang Yi declared the meeting over, some residents still approached him, proposing they tag along on his next search run so he could rest. But get this, not even Zhang Yi noticed the strange guy creeping up close. The attacker kept one hand hidden behind his back, preparing to strike. With a swift signal, the rebel took a bullet to the skull and fell. The others immediately tried to apologize, but Zhang Yi offered absolutely zero forgiveness. He fired on the group, sending at least 4 of them to sleep. The rest scrambled out of the window as the gunfire drew Uncle Yu. Zhou Qier to the scene, Zhang Yi calmly told them they were traitors. And his violent response was actually an act of mercy. Uncle Yu agreed, saying they had grown so comfortable they forgot their place in this hell. Yang Limai stood frozen, realizing his harsh warning was meant to terrify everyone. With no one daring to question his authority, they all retreated inside. While Zhang Yi silently realized his supply of cannon fodder was running thin. Back inside his comfortable home, Zhang Yi asked Zhou Qier for any updates. She explained that Aunt Lin had snapped over her grandson's death and attacked another mother, though the issue was already dealt with. Additionally, a woman named Chen Lingyu from Building 9 wanted to talk, refusing to share any specific details beyond wanting to cooperate with him. Since he had no idea what she could offer, Zhang Yi ignored it. He had everything he needed, while those outside simply waited to starve. Curious if he would actually ignore her, Zhou Qier asked about his plan, and shared what she knew about this mysterious boss of Building 9. Apparently, Chen Lingyu owned a cosmetics company and now completely ruled her tower. Zhang Yi was genuinely surprised that a woman had seized total control so fast. Out of pure curiosity, Zhou Qier suggested he should negotiate with her. He checked his phone and found messages from both her and another leader. He messaged Chen Lingyu directly to ask what she wanted from him. She immediately requested a voice call, but Zhang Yi refused. He told her he had no patience for talking and demanded text. On her end, Chen Lingyu knew the man who cleared Building 26 was incredibly dangerous, possessing a heavy rifle and a powerful snowmobile. She noted they knew about his vehicle, so he asked for their offer. She claimed she had 76 workers ready to search for food using his snowmobile. Essentially, she wanted his vehicle and upfront food supplies to feed her scouts. She warned him that the entire neighborhood would soon turn on him anyway, meaning it was highly beneficial to make alliances before the storm hit. Highly annoyed, Zhang Yi asked what would happen if he just said no. He had never seen starving beggars try to make threats for food. Chen Lingyu remained calm, pointing out that he was already the primary target. It was only a matter of time before the other buildings united to attack. If he refused to cooperate, they would easily overrun his entire building together. Zhang Yi asked for time to think it over and hung up the phone. Looking out at the ruins, he knew his shelter was completely impenetrable. But could his defenses actually survive a desperate, massive onslaught from everyone else? Just when Zhang Yi was looking for a way out, his phone started ringing again. This time it was Li Jian calling to propose a truce. His building, number 18, was fully secured, and the residents were working together, sharing whatever food they had. While he focused on keeping their humanity intact, he offered to help Building 25 in their fight with the others, offering any services he could in exchange for some basic supplies. Zhang Yi immediately asked Zhou Qier for her thoughts. On Building 18, she explained that Li Jian had indeed successfully united all his residents since the deep freeze, but his resources for so many mouths definitely wouldn't last. He told Li Jian he needed time to think. Soon, messages from other building leaders flooded his phone. Zhang Yi turned to Zhou Qier, hinting that he might just have to wipe them all out. The doctor realized right then that she had made the best decision by joining him. He asked his partner for her thoughts, but in a bizarre move at that exact moment. He put Zhou Qier on the spot, asking if he should cooperate or just obliterate everyone. She could barely answer because she was too distracted to focus. Concentrate, talk about intense mind games. Later, he asked her to cut a bulletproof vest to shield his legs. Now his master plan was officially set. In his building's group chat, he lied and said that the neighboring buildings threatened to attack if he didn't hand over his snowmobile to them, and if they take it, everyone will be forced to hunt for their own food in the freezing cold. Instantly, the residents were ready to fight the neighboring buildings. It did not take very long before Zhang Yi was added to a brand new group containing only the rival building leaders. They immediately made it clear that if he refused to accept their demands, his entire building would become public enemy number 1. They made relentless threats expecting him to roll over, but Zhang Yi had a Genius idea. He pretended to comply and scheduled an in-person meeting with all of them. His plan, take out every single leader at once. Without their bosses, the ordinary residents would be utterly powerless. With the location locked in, he went downstairs to prep his own men. To boost their morale, he handed out high-quality food, urging them to stay strong. And fully energized to defend their home, someone asked if peace was possible. Zhang Yi promised that not only was it possible, but if this succeeded, they would never have to worry about food again. Hearing this, everyone was completely fired up, ready to lay down their lives for him. Slipping out through the basement tunnels instead of the windows, they headed toward the meeting point, but even from a distance, he spotted something off. A massive crowd had gathered. He ordered Uncle Yu and his group to go ahead while he stayed hidden in the shadows with his sniper. At the meeting grounds, Uncle Yu and his men confronted the rival leaders and their heavily armed squads. One of our guys whispered that they did not look like they wanted a peaceful talk. Another added that they seemed ready to slaughter them. Facing those numbers, they stood zero chance. Still, Uncle Yu kept calm, knowing they just wanted Zhang Yi to submit. Wiping them out would not help, but the bosses of 26 and 5. Group 21, 9, and 18 are confident. Zhang Yi might be intimidating, but against so many people, he doesn't have the power to face them all. One guy even says he hasn't seen Zhang Yi, so he must be terrified after seeing their massive numbers. The situation is totally in their favor. Tian Fang shouts for him to show up soon for negotiation. Uncle Yu warns that the boss will only meet with their leaders, so they should come this way. Chen Ling and the others disagree and ask if they aren't afraid of dying. Realizing how things are going, Zhang Yi calls Uncle Yu, warning them to stay far away from the other groups. Uncle Yu, clever as always, tells them to wait a moment and has his group retreat immediately. With this distance secured, Zhang Yi whistles loud to get everyone's attention. In the open field, nobody knows exactly where Zhang Yi is, nor where that grenade came from. It lands right in the midst of the other groups. Behind the leaders, a massive explosion erupts, leaving a crater where everyone nearby is instantly obliterated. Uncle Yu puts the phone on speaker right behind the shocked leaders and asks if they have any questions for him. Wang Chung, in total shock, asks why there's so much violence. Zhang Yi questions over the phone why they brought more than 1,000 people just for a negotiation. Already heading back into his building, he says there are only 5 minutes left until the appointed time. If they don't agree to come talk to him at building 25, it's over. Chen Ling speaks for everyone and says they'll accept it. Back in his apartment, Zhang Yi is pretty satisfied. Talk about a brutal welcome. More than 20 people are gone. This should definitely convince them, and now there are only 20 leaders left. Some time later, all the remaining leaders rush up the stairs of the building to reach the designated room. Since there are no elevators, they're all exhausted. He only asks if everyone is present, and they quickly confirm they are. The meeting begins. The other leaders calmly lay out their demands just like before, explaining how he needs to cooperate. Unsatisfied, he just draws his Glock and places it right on the table. That definitely shut them up. Zhang Yi just says it was just bothering him on his waist. Go on, continue. None of them want to ignore this threat, reminding him that if they turn, everyone will join forces against him. So Zhang Yi takes full control of the discussion. For the first point, he absolutely doesn't agree with their demands. Feeding so many people is simply impossible for him. The absolute most he can give is 10 meals per day for each building. How they distribute them is up to them. Chen Ling is furious. This is way too little. In her building alone, there are 76 people. Zhang Yi makes it brutally clear it's either this or war. Backed into a corner, Tian Fang speaks up, saying that Chen Ling doesn't speak for everyone. They want to accept, but it won't convince the residents to cooperate if they are left starving. Zhang Yi cocks his Glock, asking if this is really too little for them. Li Jiang, the most peaceful of them, steps in, saying he wants to talk. Talking is always better than getting shot in the head. At this point, Zhang Yi puts his foot on the table, stating that food isn't infinite. Even if they scavenge, they will eventually run out. He pulls a handful of seeds from his pocket and tosses them onto the table. His point is they need to start growing crops to produce their own food. Tian Fang quickly questions him, asking what sense it makes to try planting in the solid ice. Using his Glock, he points out there's land under the snow, and water won't be lacking. Zhang Yi's condition is simple. Every building must send their men to dig and plant daily. In exchange, he promises 10 meals per building. along with some extra perks. He offers medicine, drinks, and cigarettes. Hearing that, the two smokers instantly perk up. They throw all caution away, ready to agree to absolutely anything for a single puff. Zhang Yi pulls a sealed pack from his pocket dimension, tossing it over. While they light up, he stands back. Are they on board? He promises them a full pack daily. Li Jian tries to object, but the smokers cut in. They push forward, declaring they will accept anything just to keep smoking daily. The remaining leaders hesitate to speak up. The silent tension in the room is thick. They are terrified of the loaded pistol in his hand and his sudden grip on the others. Soon, the compromised leaders start pressuring the remaining holdouts to just sign. Having joined his side, they desperately want to stay on this dangerous man's good side. The skeptics try to negotiate, but the smokers shut down any chance of debate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi glances out the window and spots a massive crowd gathering outside. He instantly points his gun right back at the leaders, demanding to know what is happening. Wang Qian, completely terrified, swears that all the community heads are right here in this room. There is absolutely no reason for their people to launch an unsanctioned attack. Li Jian mutters that if a fight is starting, the crowd is doing it on their own. With the exit blocked, everyone inside is trapped. This is getting bad. Suddenly, Zhang Yi conjures an assault rifle out of thin air, completely baffling the leaders. Looking through the scope, he immediately spots the ringleaders whipping the mob into a frenzy. One clean shot after another, he starts dropping the instigators with terrifying precision. Anyone trying to lead the charge is instantly put down. The captive leaders listen in absolute horror as the gunfire echoes outside. Minutes later, Zhang Yi calmly lowers his gun and asks if they can resume negotiations. The terrified smokers nod instantly. The remaining bosses have no choice but to follow. Even the stubborn Li Jian is forced to submit under this overwhelming pressure. With the deal sealed, the work is scheduled to begin tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Yi pats Li Jian on the shoulder, warning him to do a good job. He promises to keep watch. Outside, the anxious leaders leave the residence deeply curious. Zhang Yi addresses his own people, explaining how he took full control of the situation. But he had to promise 300 daily meals to secure their cooperation. Some residents complain, wondering why they should share their precious food with outsiders. Zhang Yi has a perfect counter. Without this deal, they would face war. They would have to fight over 1,000 hostile neighbors, risking massive casualties. He claims he simply could not bear to see his people die like that. Choosing to sacrifice food for their safety leaves the residents of Building 25 weeping. They cry with deep emotion, believing Zhang Yi is their ultimate protector. Once the crowd disperses, only Uncle Yu remains behind, looking slightly embarrassed. The old man admits that the situation did not unfold the way he expected. Zhang Yi pulls him aside into a quiet corner to reveal his actual plan. He wanted to wipe out all the rival building leaders in a single stroke. But because they only sent 5 representatives, he had to change his tactics. Killing them now would only spark chaos and make the survivors even more bloodthirsty. Hearing this, Uncle Yu finally understands the brutal genius behind the move. He realized the real collapse would come later, completely blown away by the strategy. The uncle couldn't believe how calculating his nephew was. Now, it was just a waiting game. Daily labor would wear down the other survivors, and 300 meals a day was nothing. That tiny food supply would force them to rip each other apart from the inside. To make this work, Zhang Yi warned his uncle to keep his mouth shut. Back at his secure apartment, his wife was peacefully practicing yoga. Talk about a tough life. After his long day, Zhou Qi immediately asked how the negotiation turned out. Zhang Yi just smirked, telling her that over the next few days, they had simple instructions. He pulled her onto the bed and warned her not to step outside for a while. They needed to stay ready. The next morning, a brutal cold wave hit the area. Despite the freezing air, the residents were forced to dig, as they had agreed. They had to dig 10 meters down to reach soil. Zhang Yi monitored their progress. Once satisfied with their labor, he slipped away to retrieve his hidden snowmobile. The other neighborhood bosses had searched everywhere but couldn't find his ride. He kept it well hidden. Today, Zhang Yi was headed toward a local animal clinic. He was looking for the lethal chemicals used to put down sick animals. He realized that this specific dose was strong enough to eliminate hundreds of people. Without any antidote around, 300 men wouldn't stand a single chance. When the moment comes, he will use it. Back home, he prepped the promised goods. The neighbors were completely stunned by the massive haul he brought in. He made a quick call, letting the other blocks know their food was ready. Fearing a trap, the leaders sent 3 strong representatives from each building. They were cautious, but the distribution went smoothly as the trucks loaded up. 30 different buildings received their initial rations, and hope started to spread. The exhausted workers muttered that the agonizing labor was finally paying off. For now, everything was running smoothly, just as he had secretly designed. He returned to his warm, spotless apartment, equipped with every survival luxury. He even enjoyed hot showers daily, a massive contrast to the freezing nightmare outside. Over in another building, Wang Chen eagerly searched his returning men for cigarettes. His desperate squad was practically dying for a single smoke. Once they finally lit up, they could actually focus on the food. Wang Chen let his crew dig in, though he remained highly suspicious. He needed to be absolutely sure that the meals were safe to eat. While his inner circle feasted, the ordinary workers outside got absolutely nothing. Their promised portion never arrived. That night, Zhang Yi enjoyed a peaceful bath. Outside, furious arguments echoed through the cold while he relaxed in comfort. He and his wife enjoyed a feast. By morning, the grueling work restarted. As Zhang Yi set out for his patrol, he issued a warning. He told them to guard their rations closely, deliberately stirring up tension. Then he rode off on his snowmobile to mimic a supply search. Returning with barely anything, he claimed the wasteland was completely picked clean. He advised everyone to ration strictly and make do with less. A classic psychological trap, and it worked exactly as he wanted. Within hours, desperate groups began throwing out weaker members to save food. As absolute chaos took hold, he watched safely from above. He stayed cozy at home, listening to music and prepping his gear. The next day arrived. He saw the grim results. Dozens of people had been thrown out into the cold. Bullet-scarred buildings lined the streets. Terrified workers asked if they still had to dig today. Zhang Yi walked coldly past the dead. Dig or die, he was entirely serious. Hearing this, everyone rushed back to shovel snow under his watchful gaze. But Uncle Yu quietly pointed out that their workforce had shrunk significantly today. Only Zhang Yi's core team showed up. So many others were already dead or dying. But tomorrow, everything would change. He sent a warning to everyone. No work meant no food or cigarettes, simple as that. By the next morning, the numbers returned to normal. Uncle Yu was baffled. He wondered why they returned when food was already scarce. Zhang Yi just shrugged. They wanted food anyway. Meanwhile, the bodies from yesterday were slowly disappearing. As he went to leave, Chen Ling approached him. She looked dirty and deeply stressed, desperately wanting to discuss the chaotic situation. If food stayed this scarce, the survivors would eventually tear each other apart. She suggested they team up and find a scientific solution to feed everyone. They could even look into expanding their territory to secure more resources. If they joined forces, she argued, they could build an empire out here. Zhang Yi gave her a cold, malicious look, instantly seeing through her plan. He accused her of manipulating people just to hoard power for herself. Her poor leadership had already gotten half her building killed. Her old negotiation tricks would not work on him. Zhang Yi pushed her away. People like her die first, he warned, telling her to expect zero help. Left with nothing, she could only beg him to make her his second in command. Strangely though, 0 casualties. Not a single person died in Li Jian's building. Everyone was alive, healthy, and working. Zhang Yi was deeply curious. He approached Li Jian directly, demanding to know how he kept everyone cooperating. He was hiding something. There was simply no other explanation. Every other block was tearing itself apart in a brutal war for food. Li Jian's answer was surprisingly simple. He had hidden absolutely nothing. He told his people about the deal and shared all food equally. Zhang Yi scoffed, joking that this just meant everyone would starve equally. Satisfied, he turned to leave. Wait, Li Jian stopped him. He begged Zhang Yi to help his residents survive the harsh winter. Zhang Yi scoffed, offering some cold, ruthless advice of his own. He should feed only the strongest survivors and hoard the rest. But Li Jian refused, choosing to maintain his morals and protect everyone. They would all starve together. He walked away without a word. He left Li Jian drowning in doubts about his own moral choices. Next, Zhang Yi met up with the 2 corrupt building leaders. They had 0 complaints about the generous food portions they received. He offered them more favors, revealing his dark, opportunistic nature. He easily gets along with selfish exploiters while despising honest idealists. He preferred dealing with ruthless pragmatists over those trying to play hero. Soon, other building leaders approached him, begging for the same corrupt deals. Chen and Tianfeng had only cigarettes, but now everyone wanted to smoke. He announced to the crowd that starting tomorrow, everyone would finally be under his care. With that massive news out of the way, he casually dismissed them. Others immediately questioned him, asking why those freeloaders deserved anything. He shrugged. After all, some people just earn more than others. His words immediately planted a heavy seed of jealousy among the crowd. Back home, he sank into his sofa, whispering that it was only a matter of time. Everything was moving exactly as planned. Soon, they would all end up frozen in the snow. Now it was time to put the second phase of his plan into motion. Early the next morning, he went out to secure a massive amount of food. Knowing how desperately hungry they were, he quietly laced the rations with poison. Everything was going perfectly. Still, he knew the other leaders might turn on him. They would never willingly let a single man dominate them like this. They had to be plotting something behind his back, despite his absolute power. His massive arsenal made rebellion impossible, but he could not take any chances. Zhang Yi decided to strike first. He returned with an enormous pile of food. He asked Uncle Yu and his trusted allies to stand guard around him. When the leaders arrived to collect their rations, something about their eyes felt off. The tension was thick. When it was the turn for Building 21, Zhang Yi paused. The moment he turned his back to grab the food, they suddenly yelled to attack. Weapons were drawn and shots rang out. Suddenly, someone jumped forward to shield Zhang Yi. It was Uncle Yu, the only man he truly trusted, taking the bullet for him. Instantly, desperate neighbors rushed in to help finish him off. Thinking he was completely unarmed, one attacker lunged at his back. Big mistake. Not bothering to hide his spatial ability, he instantly summoned a heavy machine gun. He pulled the trigger, spraying bullets indiscriminately into the crowd. No matter how many rushed him, nothing survived his relentless barrage. Surviving traitors tried to run once they realized they stood absolutely no chance. But running was useless. His precise headshots dropped them one by one. When the ammo ran out, he drew 2 pistols. Leaders Wang and Tianfeng begged. They claimed they were innocent, but mercy was not an option. The only survivor left was Chen Ling, swearing she was completely innocent. Perhaps she was telling the truth. She even pleaded that she had a 13-year-old daughter. But without a shred of mercy, Zhang Yi shot her right through the forehead. Looking down at the carnage, a faint flicker of remorse finally crossed his mind. He apologized to the empty air. He simply could not leave any enemies alive. Amid the sea of bodies, he realized Uncle Yu was somehow still alive. He grabbed an adrenaline shot from his space inventory and slammed it into his chest. Spotting 2 survivors hiding from Building 25, he ordered them to help carry him. They quickly rushed Uncle Yu back. Along the way, Zilamai saw her bleeding boyfriend. She panicked instantly, wondering how she would ever survive if he ended up dying. Hearing her only care about her own comfort made Zhang Yi incredibly angry. He snapped, coldly ordering her to shut her mouth and stop whining. Her face paled. If Uncle Yu died, she would be left completely defenseless. She knew there was absolutely no way she could survive this frozen wasteland alone. If her lover dies, she claims she will die too, meaning he must raise their child. Zhang Yi has no idea why she is already jumping to such an extreme conclusion. Does she actually want Uncle Yu to die? Suddenly, Zilamei bursts into dramatic tears. She screams that her husband absolutely has to live. Totally annoyed, Zhang Yi ignores her. He goes to help Uncle Yu, who is currently this woman's only ticket to a good life. She won't let him slip away. Zhang Yi tells everyone to go home. But Zilamei insists that her dear husband needs her by his side right now. Knowing Uncle Yu genuinely likes her, Zhang Yi hesitates for a brief moment. Out of respect, he decides to let her stay. He opens his front door. The air changes. It's incredibly warm. Zilamei cries tears of pure joy. This is the dream house she has wanted to live in for so long. While Zhang Yi and Zucker carry Uncle Yu inside, Zilamei immediately heads to the kitchen. She grabs a drink without asking, which completely catches our main couple off guard. She walks back in smiling, casually asking if they have any powdered milk. Her sheer entitlement is actually insane, and Zhang Yi is visibly losing his patience. She claims it is for the baby, knowing Uncle Yu loves the child. He steps into another room to focus entirely on saving Uncle Yu. Out of nowhere, he pulls a hospital stretcher straight from his pocket dimension. Zilamei is stunned by the magic trick, but Zhang Yi completely ignores her. He asks Zukir what medical supplies or equipment she needs right now. Zukir cuts away Uncle Yu's shirt. The wound looks extremely bad. There is severe organ damage. Saving him under these conditions is near impossible. Hearing this, Zilame starts wailing. Annoyed, Zhang Yi completely snaps. He points at her, "Shut up, or there will be consequences." Terrified, she quickly backs away and offers to leave the room instead. Honestly, she just wants to raid his luxury stash of food and warm water. Reading her selfish thoughts like an open book, Zhang Yi blocks her path. He lays down the law. She is staying right here to help Zukir. Uncle Yu needs her here. She will not step 1 foot out of this room. Leaving them to the surgery, Zhang Yi rushes straight downstairs. He gathers the building residents, telling them flat out that they have been betrayed. Uncle Yu is dying. It is time for them to strike back. The enemy outnumbers them by more than 1,000 people. It is suicide. Zhang Yi gives the order, "Watch the exits. No one escapes." He promises to personally handle everyone hiding inside. No one gets a pass. Traitors get no mercy. They will end up like the corpses outside. To sweeten the deal, he hands out warm winter gear to the volunteers. Minutes later, they arrive outside Building 21, ready for blood. Looking down, the enemy residents realize Zhang Yi is leading the charge. They know Zhang Yi's lethal reputation, standing frozen in absolute terror. While they only have pipes and bats, he has actual machine guns. Defenders think they are safe locked inside. Oh, how wrong they are. Zhang Yi orders his men to cover every window, then walks straight inside. Inside the lobby, he summons piles of dry wood. He dumps them right in the center and starts pouring gasoline everywhere. He covers everything, linking piles of wood and discarded clothes with trails of gasoline. Flicking his lighter, he casually jokes about being kind enough to help them warm up. In this brutal freeze, he tosses the spark onto the gas and the flames instantly devour the lobby while he calmly walks away. Thick black smoke billows up the stairwells, choking the upper floors. Everyone trapped inside begins to panic, as they scream to crack open the windows before they choke to death. But the relentless sub-zero temperatures have completely frozen every single window shut. Without heavy tools, breaking them is impossible. Meanwhile, the protagonist calmly steps away from Building 21, pointing back at the smoking ruins. He tells his crew to handle the rest and block every single exit. As the intense heat grows, desperate residents begin jumping from high windows, hitting the snow below. If the fire doesn't kill them, the hard impact shatters their bones. A ruthless woman shows zero mercy as she watches the burning survivors crawl. She simply ends them with her blade. Honestly, even the hardened fighters nearby are left speechless. Her boyfriend, visibly nervous, quietly asks if she is doing all right. Turning back with a sweet, angelic smile, she calmly answers that it is just work. Whenever another resident survives the plunge, she steps up to end their misery. Just like that, Building 21 is completely wiped out in a matter of minutes. Next, Zhang Yi marches his squad over to Building 26, guided by Tian Feng. The residents there are already in a total panic after witnessing the earlier horror. They desperately yell that they never supported Tian Feng and are completely innocent. Zhang Yi just laughs and tells them none of that matters anymore. They are all going to burn. Soon, this block suffers the exact same fate. 5 more buildings are set ablaze, serving as massive heaters against the freeze. Deciding this is enough destruction for one night, he speaks to another group. He tells them not to fear, claiming he knows who is truly guiltless. While some find relief, others angrily shout that he is just exhausted from the slaughter. Paying no mind to their screams, he issues the order to wrap things up. The purge is done for the day. Having frozen for weeks, his crew decides to linger outside, soaking up the heat radiating from the burning ruins. Using the debris as fuel, they enjoy the warmth. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi examines 2 bodies. These 2 were supposed to be his most loyal allies, making their betrayal baffling. They had been treated exceptionally well, so he retrieves their phones for answers. Scanning through their chat histories, the ugly truth finally becomes clear. With the rebellious blocks handled, Zhang Yi heads back to his shelter. He checks on Uncle Yu, whose stable heart monitor proves he is out of danger. He happily says that Zhugo is indeed the best Jajajing in the city. As they talk, Zai Li Mei approaches, begging for some food. She needs to feed her baby. Glaring with deep disgust, he pulls out a pack of instant noodles and tosses it onto the floor, offering bare survival. He promises not to let them starve, but she is far from satisfied. She points toward the kitchen, demanding the fresh eggs and chicken stored inside. This massive audacity pushes Zhang Yi to his limit. Even Zhou Qier looks stunned. Complaining about free food during a brutal apocalypse is pure madness. An annoyed Zhang Yi snaps back, offering her the noodles or absolutely nothing. Once everything was finally settled, Zhang Yi and his girlfriend returned to their room. Exhausted, Zhang Yi massaged her legs, but things quickly moved to her lips. As they rested, Zhou Qier mentioned that Uncle Yu was healing at an unnatural rate. His surgery wounds closed fast. This gave Zhang Yi a sudden realization. He figured the cosmic radiation must have changed everything. Earth had been hit by supernova rays, unlocking special abilities. Uncle Yu must have unlocked an ability, just like his own pocket dimension. If that was true, one massive question still bothered him. Why were he and Uncle Yu the only ones who had awakened these powers? The key was simple. A near-death state was the trigger for awakening. His own power woke up when Fang Yuqing almost killed him. And Uncle Yu awakened his regeneration while dying from 3 gunshot wounds. So Zhang Yi ordered Zhou Qier to keep his uncle heavily sedated for now. He wanted to wake him up only when the timing was absolutely perfect. Walking into the living room, he found Shilei Mei desperately hunting for food. He bluntly told her that everything was locked away, so she should stop searching. Then he ordered her to look after Uncle Yu and obey every single command. Terrified, she quickly complied and headed straight to her husband's room. With that settled, it was finally time to deal with the next traitor on his list. Armed with a riot shield, Zhang Yi blew the lock off the door and kicked it wide open. Fang Yuqing lunged at him with a knife, but only slammed hard into his shield. Her blade clattered to the ground as she fell back, gasping for air. Zhang Yi smiled coldly, noting it had been a very long time since they last met. Looking at her friend on the table, he understood how she managed to survive. Driven absolutely mad by rage and desperation, she began screaming at him. Why could not anyone just kill him? She shrieked, blaming him for her downfall. If he had just remained a loser, she would have happily stayed with him. Zhang Yi was done talking. He shattered her leg with a baseball bat. He dragged her by her hair, muttering that he should have done this ages ago. The hysterical girl screamed out in terror, begging her big brother for mercy. But Zhang Yi simply tossed her off the roof, watching her plummet to the ground. He stood there, satisfied to see her lying broken in the freezing snow. The next morning, Zhang Yi went to check on the recovering Uncle Yu. He was shocked to find the man healing at an impossible speed. His cells were regenerating several times faster than any normal human. Bullet wounds had completely closed up within a single day. Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Qier to keep monitoring him and administer another sedative. Just then Shilei Mei approached Zhang Yi with a rather desperate favor. She begged him to fetch her phone charger and some diapers from her apartment. Knowing comatose patients can still hear their surroundings, Zhang Yi played along. He agreed to help her politely, putting on a gentle show for Uncle Yu. Once outside, his face went cold. It was time to eliminate the opportunists. He headed out into the freezing cold to burn down neighboring buildings. Burning them down was the perfect way to neutralize any future threats. Spotting him approach, the bruised and battered Zhu Hao slowly stepped forward. He claimed to have highly valuable intel for his big brother, making Zhang Yi smile. He already had almost everything. What could possibly matter now? He asked if Zhang Yi had heard of Wang Simon, the richest man in town. Simon apparently built an underground shelter called Doomsday, costing $200 million. Seeing that Zhang Yi was somewhat interested, Zhu Hao suggested talking somewhere more secure. He wanted a safe spot where absolutely nobody could overhear their conversation. They quickly headed up to an apartment, and that is where Zhu Hao finally spilled everything. He explained that the massive underground shelter was hidden right inside a luxury gated community. Zhang Yi remained unimpressed, asking why exactly he was sharing the secret with him. Zhu Hao quickly pointed out that the place had an endless supply of fresh food. He offered to help Zhang Yi raid the wealthy man's secure underground bunker. To Zhang Yi, the whole ridiculous plan sounded like bad news. But Zhu Hao quickly argued that Wang Simon already had his eye on Zhang Yi. In fact, the rich kid had even hired men to steal his modified snowmobile. Hearing this only irritated Zhang Yi, who coldly asked how the guy wanted to die. Terrified, the guy quickly swore he meant no harm. He genuinely wanted to work together, but the cold youth wanted absolute certainty. Zhang Yi fired a warning shot right past his ear, demanding one good reason to spare him. The trembling guy blurted out that he only wanted to secure his own food supply. On top of that, he used to hang around with the spoiled Wang Simon. The wealthy brat had everything, but still loved humiliating him in front of women. This raid was his ultimate chance to get some sweet revenge on the rich kid. This caught his interest. A chance for vengeance was hard to ignore. He questioned him about the vault's defenses and how many enemies they would face. Shaking with fear, Zhu Hao refused to talk until they agreed to a solid deal. Zhang Yi only smirked, mentioning that he would much rather just crack his skull open. But Zhu Hao stood his ground, knowing Zhang Yi eliminated anyone who lost their usefulness. He refused to speak when his death seemed guaranteed anyway. Amused by his logic, Zhang Yi admitted the guy was clever and agreed to negotiate. Zhu Hao felt a wave of relief, but Zhang Yi quickly cut him off with two conditions. First, he needed the guy to help him eliminate an annoying, persistent pest. Leading Zhu Hao into another room, Zhang Yi claimed they had an important secret to share. The clever young man pulled out a briefcase, leaving Zhu Hao completely puzzled and on edge. Still, the guy knew that teaming up with Zhang Yi was his only ticket to survival. Any danger was worth taking. Right then, Zhang Yi pulled out a sharp syringe. He lied, claiming he was a trained assassin, and that is how he survived. A simple precaution, it was his way of keeping the guy honest. He warned him that the slow poison would take effect in exactly 1 week. Only after they seized the shelter would he get the antidote. Injecting him, he ordered the guy to stake out their target. Alone again, he laughed. It was actually just harmless saline. A clever mind game to ensure the desperate man would never try to betray him. Back home, he found his beloved Zilame sitting comfortably next to his Uncle Yu. He walked right up to his uncle, assuring him that they were perfectly safe now. He promised that they would survive this harsh world together, living as a real family. Hearing this, Zilame is thrilled and says a promise is a promise. She hands over her child, promising to quickly bring all of their belongings back from home. Zilame thinks that with her child and Uncle Yu present, Zhang Yi cannot possibly kick her out or lock her out. Back inside with baby and phone in hand, Zhang Yi sends out a notification for Zhu Hao to handle the situation. While the cruel scoundrel babysits, the mother goes to open the door to her own apartment, thinking she is leaving forever. To her shock, someone is already waiting inside. Frozen in pure terror, the poor girl cannot even defend herself. Heavy blows rain down on her relentlessly. Entirely satisfied, Zhu Hao texts the boss that the trash is cleared. She is gone forever. Back to her apartment ever again, let alone to Zhang Yi's home. Indoors, Zhang Yi tells Uncle Yu that he and his wife Zilame can stay here permanently, and it will be fantastic. However, the modest Uncle Yu insists that this is simply too much. He refuses to burden Zhang Yi like this. Suddenly, the infant starts crying and not knowing what to do. Zhang Yi hands the infant over to Zhou Qier, demanding she change diapers. Tell her to figure it out. Returning to the main room, he speaks to Uncle Yu. The old man is growing anxious, worried she is taking far too long. Zhang Yi tells Zhou Qier that he will head out to search for Zilame, but first, Zhang Yi gears up in his room and fires off a text to the community group chat, calling all neighbors to assemble at apartment 1301, promising to distribute rewards and food for everyone. Privately, he sends a quick voice message warning Zhu Hao to stay away if he values his life. Soon, the greedy neighbors assemble, utterly thrilled. All the other buildings have been wiped out, meaning they can serve Zhang Yi and secure their supplies. Outside, the protagonist hears the rowdy crowd. Inside, instead of entering, he tosses 2 live grenades and slams the door. They celebrate when 2 grenades suddenly roll and talk about a rude awakening. No time to blink before the room explodes. The door is completely shattered, fully protected behind his shield. Zhang Yi calmly steps inside to check the absolute devastation. Only a single badly burned survivor furiously asks why. We helped you so much, why kill us? Coldly, Zhang Yi reminds him that since he kept them alive, they owe their lives to him anyway. This is just collecting a debt. After eliminating the entire building, the protagonist reflects that he has successfully eliminated almost all of his past life enemies, sparing only Chen Jiang because of Zhou Qier. Returning home, he lies to Uncle Yu about terrible trouble outside. The neighbors revolted and killed Zilame while plotting with outside factions to execute us. Zhang Yi lies that he took care of the threat, but some escaped. Shaken and crying, the old man blames himself. Grieving, he strikes the mattress, revealing to a surprised Zhang Yi that his power isn't just healing but insane physical strength. Telling him to relax, Zhang Yi admits he is also too. Blame the apocalypse is harsh, but he promises to find him a gorgeous new partner. Do not worry, this blunt promise leaves the old guy completely flustered. There is still one final issue to resolve, namely the baby. Zhou Qi reports the child won't. Crying with a subtle glance, he asks if she tried using her own chest. She blushes, snapping that those are strictly reserved for Zhang Yi's personal use. Zhang Yi promises to find someone who can breastfeed the baby, but we don't see if he actually consults Uncle Yu first, because next thing we know, Zhang Yi is heading straight to Li Jian's building with the infant. Perhaps this was the only structure our main character spared from his fires. He calls out their leader, Li Jian, demanding help. Zhang Yi asks if he is not terrified. Li Jian admits he is, but running is entirely useless anyway. Besides, showing up on their doorstep carrying a tiny baby does not exactly look like a murder mission. Zhang Yi simply asks them to find a nursing mother for the little one, leaving enough supplies to last them a while. As a guarantee, Zhang Yi promises he will not touch anyone inside this building, since he knows they would never dare cross him. Li Jian, showing very little gratitude, agrees to take the child and quickly runs over to a nearby woman. He hands her the infant and the supplies, telling her to take it because they share everything as a community. Looking at the surviving crowd, Zhang Yi questions how they expect to survive once their food inevitably runs out. Li Jian calmly replies that when the time comes, they will die with their dignity intact. Zhang Yi points out they could have solved this with the hoarded food he burned. But Li Jian firmly rejects the idea, no matter how hard Zhang Yi tried to break his morals. This man never wavered. Surprisingly, Zhang Yi admits he highly respects that, while Li Jian confesses he admires Zhang Yi's absolute strength to protect his own circle. Hesitating for a brief second, Li Jian starts to ask the overlord for a favor, but Zhang Yi cuts him off with a flat refusal. Still, Li Jian persists and reminds him that he used to distribute food to every single tower before. Since only this one building remains, why not throw them a lifeline? Zhang He coldly rejects the plea and turns to walk away, but after a quiet pause, his perspective shifts slightly. Handing out charity would only ruin them, dragging them down to the level of those fallen towers. Instead of handouts, he tosses them a stash of agricultural seeds. If they can somehow find a way to grow them, they can feed themselves without begging. This is the absolute final gift they will ever receive. And just like that, for the first time since this icy apocalypse started, Zhang Yi actually helps someone with 0 strings attached. Unbelievable, right? Li Jian asks a resident to see if farming is even possible. An old biology teacher speaks up. It is not impossible. There might just be a slim chance. Back in the absolute comfort of his luxury villa, Zhang Yi notes the neighbor crisis is officially settled. Now, his eyes are set on securing a brand new stronghold. Before long, Zhou Qi returns to the warm house, asking if his work is wrapped up. Shrugging off her winter coat, Zhou Qi asks what he wants for dinner. Completely oblivious, she heads to the kitchen, but our mischievous protagonist pulls her back, teasing her to guess exactly what he is hungering for. Flustered, she whispers that her uncle is sleeping in the very next room, but Zhang Yi reminds her this villa features state-of-the-art soundproofing. By morning, Zhou Qi, completely exhausted from the night's workout, is fast asleep. Zhang Yi texts Xu Hao, "Get over to my house immediately." The man wastes 0 time rushing over. This very guy was getting beaten on Zhang Yi's direct orders just days ago, but now he is stepping inside a heated sanctuary. Showing ultimate submission, he crouches on the floor, waiting for the boss. Zhang Yi gets right to business, demanding details about Wang Xi men. Before Xu Hao can even speak, Zhang Yi tells him to shut up and hand over his phone. Xu Hao completely freezes in absolute terror, wondering why the hell he would want to see his personal phone. But Zhang Yi insists, wanting to read his chats with Wang Xi men. Xu Hao warns against it, prompting a rough collar grab. Is he hiding something? After a threat, the traitor folds. He hands over the device, admitting he talked some trash. It was just to fool the enemy, but Zhang Yi checks anyway. He sees that Xu Hao shared details about planning a robbery. Xu Hao swears this was only to gain the target's trust. Zhang Yi looks past the lies to analyze the threat. He realizes Wang Xi men knows about his weapons and bunker. Deciding to turn this leak into a massive advantage, he plans his move. The traitor must now tell him everything about the rich guy's home. Xu Hao confesses it is an underground bunker built from rocket steel. It has sleeping gas and heavy flamethrowers at the door. Basically, the place is an impenetrable fortress with no way in. Naturally, this forces our guide to brainstorm how to bypass those lethal traps. Xu Hao suggests a fake capture trick to get inside. It sounds highly suspicious, but it seems like their only option. Still, Zhang Yi keeps a backup plan in mind. He wonders if his dimensional space can be used differently. The guy starts brainstorming all the crazy possibilities. He orders Xu Hao to leave and wait for a call. But the terrified lackey begs for his life-saving antidote. Zhang Yi calmly shrugs it off. He has 7 days left. With that, he slams the door right in the guy's face. Now he must test the absolute limits of his storage power. Sitting down, he suddenly lights a small fire in the room. He tries to absorb the raw flames, using his unique power. If the space preserves fire like food, it will be incredible. He successfully absorbs the fire, then blasts it back out. It shoots out like a massive cannon, thrilling the guy. Honestly, this opens up a whole new level of experiments. He wonders if he can suck a living human into the void. To test this, he finds a target from Li Jiang's building. He tosses a wooden stick over, offering some bread as a reward. Naturally, the neighbor is highly suspicious of the strange request. Why would the powerful Zhang Yi want to get hit with a stick? But desperately hungry, the man charges forward to strike him. Right on cue, the guy gets sucked slowly into the dimension. The target is slowly pulled inside, leg by leg. Once the neighbor is gone, Zhang Yi inspects the space. The man is completely frozen inside, unable to move or breathe. Checking his body, he finds absolutely no pulse or breath. It makes sense since time stops in there, life cannot exist. The moment he entered, everything inside felt frozen. Zhang Yi pulls the man back out. To Zhang Yi's total surprise, the guy was still alive. He kicks the wooden debris aside. He asks the terrified man how he felt. The poor guy says he felt dead. He was trapped in a vast white void, surrounded by stockpiled supplies. This revelation is massive. It absolutely blows Zhang Yi's mind, but smoothly, he tells the man it was just a hallucination. He brushes it off, but inside, a wild realization sparks. He just discovered that time stands completely still inside his personal pocket dimension. Living beings do not die instantly inside there, but stay too long and madness takes over. Complete mental breakdown will kill them. It seems living creatures cannot be stored as easily as inanimate objects. Beyond the mental strain, organic matter resists the pulling force of his portal. To test this theory further, he decides to remove a few small pieces of the man. He easily sends the severed fingers into his void. It works perfectly. They remain there. How do you think this bizarre pocket dimension truly handles living flesh? Let me know. After physically breaking the man down, Zhang Yi actually hands him some medicine. Bandages for his cut fingers, twisted mercy. The fingerless man huddles in the dark, smiling. Insane, but at least he is eating well. Zhang Yi concludes he can freely manifest and launch stored objects from his dimension. But entire living people cannot be easily pulled in or projected out. He needs a physical jump. The captive only entered the space because he threw himself directly at the vortex. Now raw energy like fire can be absorbed and shot back in any direction he chooses. Armed with this knowledge, he is ready to take down Wang Ximen. He visits his test subject. He thanks his guinea pig. The broken man never complains. Instead, he is genuinely grateful to trade 2 fingers for food, offering his remaining 8. Zhang Yi suddenly delivers a swift, crushing strike straight to the man's jugular. The poor soul collapses backward, completely unable to process what just happened. Zhang Yi coldly tells him that he has outlived his usefulness after eating his final meal. It is time to go, strangely, as the dying man's vision begins to darken. He feels a bizarre sense of relief to finally escape this brutal, cold world. Returning home, Zhang Yi decides to hunt down more targets from Lin Jian's building. He needs live combat targets for 3 more days, after 3 days of pure ruthlessness. Zhang Yi summons Su Hao for a meeting, but first, Su Hao begs for the antidote. He can feel the agonizing poison spreading through his system faster than ever. Zhang Yi notices Su Hao is well-fed, yet his physical state continues to deteriorate. It is all the phantom effect of a fake injection, the terrifying power of pure belief. Zhang Yi offers him a temporary antidote to ease his painful symptoms. Su Hao begs him to hurry up, crying out that he cannot take the pain anymore. He injects the dose, warning it only buys time until they raid Wang Ximon's bunker. Relieved, Su Hao profusely thanks his master and declares the plan can officially begin. He immediately calls Wang Ximon to schedule a meeting. The stage is set for a clash. Zhang Yi begins packing his gear, quietly telling Zhou Qia he is heading out. This confuses her, since they have already cleared out all the immediate local threats. He reassures her, promising to explain when the time is right. For now, she must remain inside. He has stocked enough food to last a month. This is for her and Uncle Yu. Deeply worried, Zhou Qia desperately tries to stop him. Warning him of the outside dangers, she gets a simple reply: he is the danger. He gives her a sweet kiss, assuring her that everything will be just fine. With her mind at ease, she calms down. Our mischievous protagonist is already on to the next phase. They need to head to the bunker, but surprisingly, Su Hao is dragged along behind them in ropes. Don't worry though, our main character explains this is just to keep up appearances. The two walk into the frozen city, eventually reaching the high-end condominium district. This used to be the wealthiest area around, since it sits on high ground, Zhang Yi notes. The houses here actually avoided being completely buried by the heavy snow. It sounds a bit strange, but the local topography somehow keeps the snowfall lighter here. Once they reach the entrance of the estate, they decide to proceed on foot. They avoid riding the snowmobile straight to Wang Ximon's mansion. Meanwhile, a nearby resident spots them. Peering from her freezing, empty home with zero food left, she thinks they might be her salvation. When the duo finally reaches the massive mansion, the cold night has already fallen. Standing right outside the gates, Zhang Yi nudges Su Hao to call out the rich kid. Terrified of catching a sniper bullet, Su Hao nervously approaches the security camera to speak. He speaks to the lens, hailing the incredibly wealthy and handsome Wang Ximon. "It is me," he says. "I came to negotiate the deal for the snowmobile." Inside, the millionaire is confused. Why are they showing up today instead of tomorrow? Tomorrow was the agreed date, and besides, they did not even bring the snowmobile. Still, Su Hao begs his dear brother Wang Ximon to let them inside. He promises this is a golden chance to get exactly what the rich kid wants. Wang Ximon warns them that any funny business will get them instantly eliminated. Stepping inside, Zhang Yi realizes his own shelter does not even compare to this luxury. Su Hao walks in front, terrified of a sudden headshot, guiding them toward the inner doors. They keep moving deeper inside. Suddenly, the wealthy Wang Ximon acts. He presses a silent button on his console, instantly sealing the security corridor. Lethal defense systems trigger, flooding the entire hallway with toxic gas. Through the cameras, the rich kid watches thick smoke engulf his targets. Desperate screams echo through the feed before everything goes completely silent. The rich kid thinks he has won, but we are about to see a massive twist. But what he does not know is that Zhang Yi has already put on a mask. He safely vacuums all the toxic gas straight into his pocket dimension. When the door finally opens, Zhang Yi gets ready to strike, but there is a catch. The cautious rich kid does not show up himself. Zhang Yi has to play dead. He collapses alongside Su Hao, acting completely knocked out to fool the guards. A heavily armed guard nudges the protagonist to make sure he is fully unconscious. Satisfied, the guard hoists him up. Zhang Yi immediately recognizes the man's face. He is a well-known television actor, likely hired as Wang Ximon's elite muscle. The actor tosses both of them onto the floor like sacks of trash. He binds them tightly, praising the mansion's incredibly advanced security system. Wang Ximon gloats, boasting that this high-tech fortress cost a cool $1 billion. Leaving the prisoners bound, the host plans to search outside for the hidden snowmobile. But while they chat, Zhang Yi quietly unleashes the stored toxic gas right at them. The poison hits them instantly. The confused rich kid asks his guard why he is falling. The guard mumbles in a daze as his vision warps, and both collapse heavily. Zhang Yi easily breaks his ropes. He looks down at the three knocked-out men. With the gas cleared, Zhang Yi was finally free, immediately tying up the two rich guys and seizing their weapons. The men carried gold-plated Desert Eagles, so Zhang Yi applied some quick communism and claimed them. Keeping the shiny guns for himself, he began exploring the massive, incredibly luxurious mansion. He found a massive indoor plantation, which now belonged completely to him. Upstairs, he found some game rooms. Strangely, the beautiful girls Su Hao mentioned inside were all completely unconscious. Another room was labeled Dogs and Cats, displaying a bizarre and deeply unsettling sight. Tied-up cosplayers sat whimpering amidst a mess of clothes scattered all over the floor. One girl was awake and sobbing, begging for mercy from a man she called Wang Simon. Sobbing that they were wrong, she begged to just go outside for a short while. She desperately promised to do absolutely anything he wanted if he would only let them go. Showing absolutely zero empathy, Zhang Yi kicked the girl away, muttering that he now understood this place. He knew exactly what had been happening here. A few loud gunshots, and the room went dead silent. Standing in the surveillance room, Zhang Yi realized he had found the true brain of this madhouse. Talk about massive control, every single camera was managed from this room. After exploring some of the other 200,000 rooms, many locked by password, he eventually gave up and decided to wake the two rich men with cold water. He asked if they were awake, and the confused rich guy immediately panicked. Zhang Yi calmly explained that a true magician never reveals how his tricks actually work. He had far more important matters to discuss, asking if Wang Simon wanted to cooperate with him. The terrified rich man quickly agreed to cooperate, begging him not to cause him any harm. Zhang Yi's only condition was that he would live right here in this mansion with Simon. In a place this massive, space was hardly an issue, but Wang Simon was highly skeptical. He asked if Zhang Yi really just wanted a place to live, rather than killing them all. Saying no, he claimed the mansion was far too massive to manage alone. Overjoyed at this answer, Wang Simon happily suggested that the two of them could be great friends. Zhang Yi pointed out that the snow wouldn't last forever, and once things finally cleared up, having a wealthy friend like Wang Simon would be incredibly beneficial for an ordinary guy like him. Simon eagerly agreed with this logic, but deep down, he figured Zhang Yi was just too cowardly. He believed Zhang Yi was too scared to kill him, but there was still a catch to his release. Zhang Yi demanded complete instructions on how to fully operate the entire mansion's security system. Demanding all passwords and controls, he left Simon with absolutely no other choice. The rich man begged him to promise that he would be spared once he complied. Zhang Yi readily promised to let him go, claiming he never killed innocent people. Left with no options, Wang Simon agreed and took him straight to the master control room. Simon explained how everything worked, sharing the manual and all passwords. Armed with this knowledge, Zhang Yi was fully confident he could manage the security alone. Simon begged for his release now, and Zhang Yi just smiled wickedly before agreeing. Pulling out a sharp knife, Zhang Yi immediately sliced straight through Simon's vocal cords. He softly told the bleeding man to breathe slowly, whispering that the pain would pass soon. Soothing him gently, he let the rich man slip quietly into the next world. Unable to make a sound, Simon could only stare in horror, wondering why he was betrayed. Reading his mind, Zhang Yi coldly remarked that keeping useless garbage alive was a waste. He mentioned it might have had something to do with those poor girls locked inside. With both of them taken care of, Zhang Yi calmly began cleaning up the bloody mess. He is left staring at the gruesome mess of Wang Simon and his buddy. Now comes the real dilemma. What should he do with Xu Hao? The kid actually helped a lot, making everything run smoothly. But as he ponders, young Xu Hao opens his eyes and catches him. Zhang Yi was trying to hide the bloody cleanup, but the secret is out now. Once freed, Xu Hao is just thrilled that the miserable Wang Simon finally went straight to hell. It is well deserved for all he did. Zhang Yi points to a heavy backpack full of food. He tells the kid it is his reward for a job well done. At that magic word, Xu Hao rushes over like a madman and starts stuffing his face, but here is the catch. Zhang Yi explains the power here will not last long with these basic generators. Plus the food is already running low. This backpack is the only reward he can spare. Xu Hao freezes, immediately refusing to accept this tiny handout. He asks if he heard that correctly, but Zhang Yi just nods. Wang Simon lived here with a massive crowd, and they cleared out the entire pantry. Probably because he was trying to feed a whole harem, it makes perfect sense. But Xu Hao is not buying it, accusing Zhang Yi of hoarding the best supplies. Furious, he kicks the backpack away and refuses to accept it. He yells that he won't accept this garbage after risking his life for the info. Such a pathetic reward is a slap in the face. Xu Hao calls him a liar. Glaring with pure hatred, he steps closer and issues a dark ultimatum. He tells Zhang Yi to kill him now, or he will expose everything to the others. He will tell everyone about the stockpiles and his hidden abilities. If he does not do it, someone stronger will come and crush him. With a cold look, Zhang Yi fires a shot straight into Xu Hao's chest. He falls dead. Zhang Yi coldly notes that anger only makes you weak, not strong. If you lack power, do not threaten those who actually hold it. Picking up his backpack, Zhang Yi sighs. He was genuinely going to let him live. He gave him food, yet the idiot chose to beg for death. Later, Zhang Yi sits in the living room, his mind racing with plans. It would be absolutely perfect if Zhou Qi were here with him. But what about Uncle Yu? Maybe he can leave him in the apartment. Then he will move here with Zhou Qi. Walking through the bar, he realizes something. One thing is missing. He promised to find a gorgeous girl for Uncle Yu. How is he going to pull that off? He puts those thoughts aside for now. He turns on the TV. Incredibly, there is cable with channels from all over. Wondering how this is possible, he explores and discovers a massive network room. The mansion has its own server, letting him connect to the web via satellite. With Elon Musk's satellite connection, Zhang Yi can access global news in real time. Searching the database, he uncovers some wild reports. He finds classified military files about people awakening strange new abilities globally. While some can control fire, others literally turn giant and green. Most mutants just became deformed with completely useless mutations. Zhang Yi realizes that with other superpowered humans out there, things are getting dangerous. He needs to stay safe inside this heavily fortified bunker. Now, his top priority is to go grab his woman and move her here immediately, as he is about to start his snowmobile. A sweet, familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. He pulls out his gun to aim at the intruder, realizing she is the redhead he saw earlier. She is standing right there, desperately telling him she has a favor to ask. Zhang Yi recognizes her face. Is she really Zhang Mi, the most famous star around? Absolutely crazy. She is the ultimate dream of every single man nationwide. She explains that she hasn't eaten a real meal in days, begging to tag along. He admits that life is pretty brutal lately, even for wealthy, famous people. But if she wants to tag along, she has to give him a very good reason. She promises to accept any condition, as long as he gives her something to eat. She emphasizes her words with a suggestive gesture, making it clear she means anything. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately blushes before practically starting to drool. His mind is completely hooked, but he quickly plays it cool and tells her to follow. At the bunker door, she looks around and asks if this is Wang Ximing's mansion. No way, this massive luxury bunker actually belongs completely to him now. Stepping inside the warm room, she sheds her heavy coat and thanks him for letting her in. Ignoring her question, Zhang Yi asks about her connection to Wang Ximing instead. Do wealthy people always know every other wealthy family in the city? She explains everything. Their families are super rich, so they naturally crossed paths at high society events. That is it. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiles and tells her to relax. She doesn't need to worry about Wang Ximing because he has already moved out. Over hot tea to warm themselves up, she asks if she can take a quick shower. He readily agrees and she heads to the shower. Okay guys, deep breaths. Washing up, she admits he is charming. Survival means making a few sacrifices. Her plan is to convince him to let her stay here just for a little while. At least until this freeze passes, imagining what she must offer in return. She blushes deeply, telling herself that this trade is purely for her own safety. It is just a mutual deal. Right now, she desperately needs someone strong to protect her. Stepping out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, she walks back into the cozy living room. She asks him straight out if she can live here, since surviving alone is too difficult. Using her ultimate feminine charms, she plays the part of a helpless woman in distress. Since this is only temporary, she promises that absolutely nobody will ever know about them. Zhang Yi gently takes her hand and goes to grab some high-quality wine for them. He asks if she truly believes the ice will melt and things will go back to normal. She insists it definitely has to. He agrees, but she still has some conditions. He cannot tell anyone she stayed here after this global ice age finally ends. After all, she is extremely famous, and her reputation would be completely ruined. He readily agrees, but his absolute first rule is that she must obey every single order. First up, burning some serious calories with some very intimate private workouts. They burn serious energy. Afterward, Zhang Yi decides to show off his power. He suddenly summons a beautiful new outfit for her, leaving her utterly shocked. She asks if he is some kind of powerful magician, suddenly eager to negotiate further. She remains wrapped in her towel, trying to maintain her seductive charm. To display his power, Zhang Yi casually conjures up an entire feast table. The table is loaded with hot pizza and juicy roast chicken. This beautiful superstar can enjoy absolute luxury as long as she behaves herself. Staring at the feast, she practically drools. Zhang Yi smirks, telling her to play smart. Just accept the deal already. She's wondering why a famous actress like her can't be caught sleeping with just anyone. Her reputation still matters quite a bit. So she adds a few more conditions. Their agreement only lasts until the global freeze ends. Everything they do here must stay a total secret. Staring at the stunning beauty in front of him, Zhang Yi tells her she is gorgeous. Her second condition is brought up with a shy fidget. She says she cannot be forced into anything too weird. He has to agree first, and then they can have a very close friendship. Zhang Yi leans in and reminds her that she came to him begging for help, so she cannot ask for too much. Besides, if he enjoys it, she probably will too. He opens the gates for the girl while she is still hesitating, but in the end, she accepts his terms. Zhang Yi says he is going out to find another person to bring back here, but first he stops to think and asks if there are other rich folks living in this condo building whom she knows. If these people are all millionaires, they might have a decent chance of surviving this long. But get this, what Zhang Yi actually wants to find is a gorgeous woman to introduce to a friend. She mentions most of the rich folks here are pretty old. Does his friend mind that? That is actually perfect. His friend is 40 years old. In that case, young Mi mentions she knows Jo Himi, once seen as a goddess by many. Zhang Yi tells her to give the woman a call immediately. She calls the stunning lady and explains why she needs to come over. Just a few minutes later, the famous Jo Himi arrives. Zhang Yi shows off his power, summoning fresh food from his special pocket dimension and hands it over. This is exactly what she came for. He then asks if she understands the terms. They are making a simple trade here, food in exchange for food for his friend. Time to head out. Zhang Yi warns them both that if any word about this shelter leaks, they will die. Meanwhile, just outside the luxury condo grounds in Chu province, a group of survivors is gearing up to brave the freezing cold with heavy equipment. They are heading out to dig in the snow, break through the thick ice, and catch some fish, but while they are working, they spot something in the distance heading right toward them. Check out the wild vehicle sliding over the deep snow. It is carrying a gorgeous woman riding along. The loud engine triggers the fishermen's wolves, who start pulling their sleds in pursuit. One man shows his hostile intentions, immediately lunging at Zhang Yi with a sharp trident. Trying to dodge, Jo Himi falls off the snowmobile, protecting the terrified woman. Zhang Yi stands right in front of her and confronts them. He warns them that he is armed, but these confident maniacs just laugh and ask how many bullets he actually has. Can he really kill them all? For a snowmobile, they will take that gamble. Zhang Yi tries to tell them that he does not want to slaughter everyone, but he will if they push him. One scavenger barks back, demanding he leave both the ride and the woman behind to survive. Jo Himi is shaking in terror behind him, thinking they might actually do it. But Zhang Yi just looks at them coldly and asks if they are completely insane. The guy insists they are not letting a mountain of food slip right through their fingers. Well, that settles it. Zhang Yi has no choice now. He pulls his heavy Desert Eagle and guns them down. The loudest fool takes a bullet straight to the forehead first, his body dropping into the snow. Quickly, Zhang Yi uses his storage space skill to suck the bodies. Stashing the wolves in his pocket dimension, Jo Himi climbs back onto the snowmobile so they can keep moving. But when the local tribe returns, they only find their fallen allies frozen in the snow. Worse, every single sled dog has vanished. The search party looks everywhere, but there is no sign of them. This outsider butchered their kin and stole their pack. This absolute insult cannot stand. Blood demands blood. Lugging the frozen bodies, they make the grim journey home. Deep inside the village stronghold sits a hardcore anime fan hugging a giant waifu pillow. Come on, be honest, how many of you have one too? No judgment here. Anyway, the beaten survivors head straight to this kid's room to ask for help, though they are utterly grossed out by his setup. They ask him if he wouldn't prefer a real partner instead of a drawing. The kid is so lost in his own world, they have to yank his blanket off just to wake him. He is so oblivious, he doesn't care they are watching his virtual date. He tells them to wait outside because he is busy. Later, he finally joins them. They tell him about a target with a sweet snowmobile and a gorgeous girl. They want the ride, but more than that, they want cold-blooded payback. They approach the heavy kid because they suspect this outsider has superpowers too. They need him to take down Zhang Yi and secure that vehicle. The kid acts all high and mighty, claiming God gave him these gifts to recruit another gifted warrior and make their entire group unstoppable. Chun gladly accepts the quest to hunt this target. The village elders agree. Their clan won't be pushed around, praising the gamer boy's heroic duty. They place all hopes on young Chun. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Zhou Heimei arrive. At the safe house building, the older woman looks deeply uneasy about this. Honestly, who can blame her? She's completely out of options right now. To stay alive, she must submit to a complete stranger. At the apartment, Zhou Chia greets her supposedly unfaithful boyfriend. He has been out in the cold for days, so he must be exhausted. Seeing another woman there, an embarrassed Zhou Chia makes a quick comment. She claims she never knew Zhang Yi preferred older women. He just tells her to sit. Stepping aside, Zhang Yi clarifies to Zhou Chia that this guest is not for him. She is actually here for Uncle Yu. Still, Zhang Yi says age is just a number. Jokes aside, how is the old man doing? He actually recovered in a single week. Normally that would take 3 entire months. He is fully back on his feet. Zhang Yi previously ordered Zhou Chia to keep him heavily sedated. But now it is finally time to let him out of his cage. Zhang Yi knows other superhumans are out there, making allies crucial. Keeping Uncle Yu healthy and loyal is his top priority. Teamwork pays off. In his room, Uncle Yu is looking fantastic. He expresses deep gratitude. He is incredibly thankful for everything his nephew has done to save him. Not only is he alive, but he feels absolutely bursting with raw power. To prove it, he slams his hand down to break the metal bed frame. A shocked Zhang Yi quickly stops him, telling his uncle not to worry. He has simply awakened his true potential, evolving from a mere tadpole into a fully grown frog. To explain, Zhang Yi displays his own abilities too. It finally clicks for Uncle Yu how his nephew always had so much food. Giddy with excitement, Uncle Yu slaps the bed and smashes it to the floor. Zhang Yi asks if he is okay, and the old man says he just needs control. Zhang Yi asks his uncle a surprising question: does he want a wife? Leading him into the living room, Zhang Yi presents the surprise. Immediately, things click. He gasps, recognizing Zhou Jame instantly, as she asks if he is Uncle Yu. Look at how thrilled the old man gets. Zhang Yi tells them this place is theirs. They can settle down and live together, while Zhang Yi moves elsewhere with Zhou Chia. As they pack up to leave, the young man shares one last instruction. He hands over the snowmobile, explaining it will help him secure supplies and food. The honest old man hesitates, insisting that this vehicle is far too valuable to take. But Zhang Yi just smiles and reveals his upgraded ride, an armored snow car. Now that his storage power is out in the open, everyone is totally stunned. Cruising toward their new sanctuary, Zhou Chia eagerly asks him if their home is beautiful. He smiles and says it is massive and cozy, nothing like their old apartment. But as they drive, Zhang Yi drops a warning: someone else is already there. He tells her to brace herself, causing Zhou Chia to immediately pout in jealousy. She automatically assumes it must be another woman, so Zhang Yi tries to reassure her. He promises she is only there to handle the daily chores around the mansion. She asks if that is truly all, and he reassures her she is his number one. Hearing those sweet words, Zhou Chia finally beams with joy and relaxes completely. Zhang Yi lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He hates dealing with drama. Suddenly, a massive blizzard hits, then a terrifying snow tornado slams into them. As the howling vortex begins throwing the heavy car around, he springs into action. Unleashing his storage void, he instantly vacuums the entire raging storm right up. No time to breathe, another massive vortex blocks their path. He instantly realizes they are dealing with another mutant, prompting him to swerve away. As they retreat, several more freezing tempests surge forward to cut them off. Thinking fast, he activates his storage void again, swallowing the massive winds whole. The mastermind is an otaku, but casting these spells is clearly draining him. He slumps down, exhausted, assuring his teammates he just needs a moment to rest. They are terrified, seeing their tornadoes swallowed whole has left them deeply shaken. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi halts the car, pulls out a heavy rifle, and plots. Knowing the caster must be physically drained, he decides to strike back immediately. Stepping into the freezing cold, he fires a series of precise rounds ahead. A direct hit, one hidden thug screams as a bullet tears his leg. Confused as to how they were spotted, the otaku commands Chun to attack. Utterly useless, the wind blast is easily swallowed, leaving the attackers helpless. Shocked by this absolute gap in strength, the thugs can only watch. Zhang Yi mockingly calls out, asking if they finally understand their absolute weakness. They freeze, but Zhang Yi knows staying here puts Zhou Chia in danger. He shouts a final challenge, telling them to follow him if they dare. Sliding back behind the wheel, he prepares to lure them to his shelter. Inside, a nervous Zhou Qi quickly asks him if he finished them off. He shakes his head, prompting her to ask if they will seek revenge. She knows exactly how her boyfriend is, so they just keep moving forward. They leave the beaten guys behind, at least everyone is alive, down in the bunker. Inside the shelter, his beautiful red-haired girl was resting, waiting for his return. Once Zhang Yi gets back, he immediately tells Yang Mi to go meet his new friend. She immediately asks if this new girl is also engaged to him or something. Well, it is pretty close. Zhang Yi hands her some fresh clothes to put on. He tells her to come downstairs now. Honestly, she looks incredibly good in this outfit. Determined to claim her territory, Yang Mi gets all dressed up to meet her new rival. She walks downstairs and Zhang Yi is hyped, right behind her. Is the gorgeous redhead, but the second these two girls lock eyes, they freeze in shock. Zhou Kai immediately marches toward Yang Mi with her fists clenched, ready for a fight. Zhang Yi jumps right in, asking if they somehow already know each other. Zhou Kai reveals they are actually cousins. Talk about awkward. Zhang Yi quickly steps in before things get way too serious, but Yang Mi desperately whispers to him to keep their relationship a secret, but he asks if they even have a relationship. The shy girl quietly wonders if their whole arrangement is just a temporary thing. These two are cousins from a highly prestigious medical family. But Zhou Kai absolutely despises Yang Mi, claiming she is a disgrace to their name. She was a massive disgrace to their name, pure embarrassment. Choosing to work in the cheap entertainment industry instead. Zhou Kai even complains that her cousin is a terrible actress. Zhang Yi asks why that is such a big deal. Apparently, Yang Mi just uses her looks to promote herself, which brings shame to everyone. Zhang Yi steps in again, reminding them that the old world is gone. There is no social circle left. From now on, they must live. Time for a house tour. He shows them around their new home. Spotting the massive cultivation room, they practically explode with pure excitement. The garden is their duty. Yang Mi whispers her thanks. She is grateful he kept her secret, suggesting they stay close, but quietly. Keep it a secret, she says. He simply nods. Still, he wonders how on earth he will handle this three-way dynamic. To show her gratitude, Yang Mi happily offers to cook dinner. But the pantry is completely bare. That is when Zhang Yi sneaks up behind her, whispering directly into her ear. Her face turns bright red as she stammers, "What are you doing? What if your fiancé catches us?" He just brushes her worries away. He pulls fresh ingredients straight from his spatial storage with a grin. This is how they eat now. Even knowing his power, she is stunned. Giving her a playful pat, he waits, and honestly, who can blame him? Soon, dinner is served, and Yang Mi nervously watches their reactions. Zhou Qi tastes it first, immediately frowning at the heavy salt. Embarrassed, Yang Mi admits she was too distracted to focus. Sensing the awkward tension between them, Zhang Yi decides to play along. He gets incredibly affectionate, feeding Zhou Qi right at the table. She plays right along, acting super cute to tease her cousin. She pretends not to care, keeping up the act all through dinner. Later, as they lie in bed, Zhou Qi asks which of them is better. Zhang Yi pats her head and tells her it is obviously her. Since Zhou Qi is his personal doctor, she is much more important, plus she is absolutely beautiful. Zhang Yi kisses her forehead and holds her close as they drift off to sleep. During this sweet moment, the main character quietly realizes that love is just nonsense. Everything really comes down to self-interest. Over the next few days, Zhang Yi practices his archery skills every single day. Eventually, his cell phone starts ringing. Without even checking to see who it is, he rejects the call and blocks the number. Absolutely nothing outside this sanctuary matters to him anymore, but somehow, that blocked number rings again, making him incredibly angry. How is this even possible? He hangs up and blocks it again, but it rings. Yet again, it is driving him completely insane, and suddenly the phone answers itself. A voice on the other end asks why he keeps ignoring them. Zhang Yi listens in shock as the stranger lists off his highly private details, including his birth date, identification number, and everything else that should be completely private. Then the hacker brings up his mansion. He makes it simple. He wants Zhang Yi to supply him with food, clothes, and drinks to keep his secrets safe. Our protagonist fights back, asking if this random info is really that important. But the chubby guy on the other side reveals he has concrete proof of Zhang Yi looting that massive Walmart warehouse. If he leaks this online, every ruthless and powerful group in the city will hunt him down for his massive stash of supplies. To prove his skills, the hacker reveals his own identity and his former workplace before the world went to ruin. Even Zhang Yi recognizes the massive tech firm, meaning this guy could easily have hacked into his own smart house security network. Zhang Yi desperately tries to claim he has barely any food. But the hacker is not buying it at all, even though Zhang Yi is boiling with absolute rage over this blackmail he has to listen to. Demands, after all, his bunker relies heavily on smart cameras, digital locks, and external systems. The hacker warns that if he shuts those down, Zhang Yi could be ambushed in his sleep. The chubby blackmailer demands a massive delivery to his place at Villa 302 if Zhang Yi tries any tricks. He will find out instantly and broadcast every single secret right after that. Ending the call, he stomps into the living room, trying to get some water. To calm his nerves, Zhou Cheer looks at him and asks what is wrong. Why is he acting so panicked? Zhang Yi spills the whole story. Their location is compromised and this hacker is threatening to leak everything. Talk about a nightmare. Now they are completely exposed. His girlfriend points out that online gossip about famous figures usually gets ignored, but when someone leaks such precise, targeted data about a completely ordinary person, this hacker becomes a massive, terrifying threat. Zhang Yi admits he wants to end the guy immediately, but their data might still get leaked even if he takes the hacker out. She tries to find an angle. Zhou Cheer notes that back in the day, tech companies would actually hire hitmen to silence hackers before information could leak out. However, these tech experts always set up a dead man's switch just in case something happened to them. Hearing this, Zhang Yi is absolutely certain this guy. They must have some backup plan. Just taking him out won't solve this. Their evidence is bound to leak. Zhou Cheer suggests they call it a day. A little rest might help, but Zhang Yi knows this issue cannot wait. Just then, young Mi walks past on her way to the cultivation room. Since she understands public life, Zhang Yi explains the crisis and asks her opinion. Young Mi compares it to how people spread nasty rumors online. That triggers something in Zhang Yi. An idea hits him like a lightning bolt. He can make the real leak look like a massive, ridiculous rumor. The others ask what he means, but he tells them he needs to prepare. Heading straight to the command room, he picks up a call from the hacker. The guy asks about his cut, and Zhang Yi struggles to hold back his rage. If the rat did not hold the cards, he would end him right now. But the hacker just laughs, warning him that any sudden move means exposure. The files will blast to every phone in the city within 24 hours. He tells Zhang Yi to think very carefully about the consequences. Now Zhang Yi knows his exact timeline. He has precisely 24 hours to end this. He plays along, hangs up, and immediately begins prepping his counterattack. He's going to flood every channel with fake stories about the Walmart heist. By drowning the real event in a massive sea of lies, nobody will believe the truth. With the fake news spreading, Zhang Yi packs up his gear. He grabs his backpack. It is time to throw out the garbage once again. He leaves the bait at the drop-off point and retreats to a safe distance. Crouching behind a tree, he aims his sniper rifle directly at the drop zone. He shoots a quick text to the hacker, confirming the drop is complete. But the minutes crawl by in complete silence, with absolutely no response. The bag just sits there in the cold, still no sign of the target. He considers calling or texting the guy to check on the pickup. But he hesitates, asking about the supplies might sound way too suspicious. He decides to hold his breath and wait. Patience is key here. Hours slowly slip away, until finally the front door creaks open. A figure steps out and reaches for the backpack. Here we go. Zhang Yi has never pulled a trigger with this level of absolute focus. A sudden flash and a high-powered beam drills right through the man's head. To make absolutely sure, Zhang Yi puts a few more rounds into the target. Inside the house, he sweeps the rooms and spots a suspicious notebook. He wants to burn it, but it might hold valuable secrets. Instead, he sweeps the whole desk into his pocket dimension storage. With the threat neutralized, Zhang Yi heads back to his cozy shelter. He kicks back while Zhou Cheer serves up a freshly cooked meal. As they sit down, he asks the girls if they got any strange texts. They nod, showing him alerts about a supposed Walmart warehouse robbery. He smiles, explaining that he was the one who spammed those fake alerts. Now when the real leak happens, it will get buried instantly. He set up automated servers to blast variations of the rumor daily. Young Mi stares at him in sheer awe, genuinely impressed by his move. He remembers how easily scandal-ridden celebrities get wiped from public memory. When a bigger scandal broke, the old ones just faded away. Watching him, she realizes he is not just handsome, he is brilliant. Still, Jokir asks what happens if enemies try to hunt them down. Is it not still dangerous? Zhang Yi stays quiet for a moment. Jokir quickly adds she trusts his methods, but Tianhui City is huge. There are tech experts out there, like that hacker they fought. Anyone with skill could breach their system. Zhang Yi admits she is right. Unless humanity goes back to the Stone Age, that danger will always exist. Realizing their advanced shield is not completely invincible, the two girls start to panic. But Zhang Yi reassures them there is another way to handle this. Caught unprepared, the thought alone makes his mouth taste bitter. He is determined. This safe haven is about to become a death trap. Zhang Yi promises he will keep them safe, but they cannot just sit around. Hearing this, the redhead suddenly blushes, her mind clearly wandering somewhere wild. Zhang Yi sighs at her sheer cheekiness. He gives her a light chop. He tells them they will build manual traps instead of relying only on tech. The bunker was designed to withstand massive military attacks and heavy bombing. Air raids safe, but sneaky intruders are a totally different threat. Right now, there are not enough close-range defenses to stop a desperate mob. They need brutal defenses, real, vicious physical traps around the place. Both girls eagerly nod along, completely ready to do whatever he asks. And just watch, he reaches into his spatial storage for piles of wood. They are going to hammer rusty nails into boards and hide them in the snow. He lays out the blueprints. Other nasty surprises are coming. But wait, what if the enemy brings heavy tools to dig them up? That thought sparks an even more devious solution in his mind. As they lay the nail traps down, he starts burying landmines nearby. Try to dig them up, boom, they get blown to pieces. He rigs tripwires to hidden grenades, turning the entire yard into a minefield. After a grueling day of hard labor, the mansion perimeter is completely secure. Heading inside, she excitedly asks when the invaders will finally show up. Zhang Yi asks if she has lost her mind. The best-case scenario is never. Flopping onto the couch, he explains that sane survivors will avoid fortified walls. No one in their right mind wastes precious energy charging into a literal fortress. She finally nods. These traps are just a dark insurance policy. But Zhang Yi is not stopping there. He is already building another manual defense. Even with advanced digital locks, he still wants a good old-fashioned backup. Installing heavy manual deadbolts ensures that nobody can override the door from outside. Just like that, the main entrance is now 3 times more secure. Honestly, seeing him work, Yang Mi is fully convinced she made the right choice. She will live a secure, luxurious life while the outside world freezes over. But Zhang Yu is still calculating. He admits they need one more thing. They need an elite hacker to protect their digital systems from cyber attacks. Yang Mi. She mentions that having Xin around would be perfect, prompting Jokir to ask. If she is still alive and living in the city, this girl is Yang Mi's younger sister, a total computer prodigy, stuck in a wheelchair. She completely loves technology. The 2 girls staying with him are absolutely gorgeous, and it makes sense they look alike. They are actually cousins. Amazingly, they bring up another cousin, a major tech expert who can manage their home security. Instantly, Zhang Yi only wonders if this new cousin is just as beautiful as the others. She uses a wheelchair. But to him, that does not matter. She just needs to be pretty. For his little games, intrigued, Zhang Yi asks how they can track her down. Yang Mi admits they lost contact. She never replies to their calls. Still, she prays her sister is safe. Zhang Yi suggests that maybe she is just too smart to bother talking to them anymore. Causing her silence, this gets him a glare, but he pushes on, teasing that her entire family are geniuses except for her. She instantly snaps at his incredibly rude comments, but he just chuckles. Being beautiful is easily as valuable as being smart. Still, they have far bigger things to worry about. Very soon, over the next few days, he trains his new archery skill, learning to reinforce his projectiles and shoot targets with high precision. He might even be able to use this enhancement on his own body. Testing it out, he realizes this power makes him practically invincible. Yet, just a quick test leaves his stomach growling with hunger, it seems. High-tier powers drain massive physical energy. This raises a major question. How much stamina does he need to store items in his personal pocket dimension? If using power requires fuel, his infinite food supply gives him a massive advantage. Anyone else without resources will barely be able to fight at all. Meanwhile, inside a highly secure defense facility, the chief of command is stressing over the severe power shortages. Suddenly, his assistant approaches with urgent files confirming they just received some fresh analysis on local data amid multiple reports of supermarket thefts. One specific report stands out as being completely special. It names a man named Zhang Yi, the main suspect behind a massive warehouse heist. The official files indicate this very same Zhang Yi worked there as a supervisor, making him the prime suspect. Hearing that a young supervisor planned a massive supply robbery, the heist so perfectly that even the police failed to trace it, the chief immediately dismisses the claim, calling the information fake. But his assistant insists they investigate, prompting him to send men to check out Zhang Yi's base. Meanwhile, in another location, inside the Grand Fortress, where the defeated otaku currently resides, he is crying over his bitter defeat. Chun thought he had godlike powers, but reality just hit him hard. He is not the main character here. Is he just some side character, while Zhang Yi gets all the blessings? As he laments, Chun suddenly receives an unexpected alert on his. Meanwhile, a leaked report details Zhang Yi stealing warehouse goods months ago. That instantly catches Chun's eye, sparking his intense curiosity. He digs deeper, uncovering the massive cargo heist linked to Zhang Yi. It all makes sense now. He used spatial powers for that job. Chun realizes Zhang Yi has a pocket dimension to store infinite goods. The sheer absurdity of that broken power completely crushes his spirit. He slumps back onto his bed, feeling completely powerless compared to this protagonist. Chun asks his wife if Zhang Yi is the real main character here. Are they just side characters, destined to lose to a godlike villain? Against someone like that, they stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Maybe befriending him is their only hope. He must warn the villagers. Rushing straight to his grandfather, he warns him that they are outmatched. He insists that Zhang Yi is too powerful to be crossed. Sharing everything, he explains how easily his own abilities were nullified. The guy clearly possesses a power far beyond anything they can comprehend. They must avoid his territory completely and find a way to stay alive. He mentions the leak about Zhang Yi being a warehouse supervisor. Using spatial powers, he managed to keep every single stolen item completely safe. But instead of scaring the old man, it backfires. Hearing about that massive stockpile of food only fuels the old man's greed. If they can steal it, they will never go hungry again. Terrified, Chun tells him they are crazy, but it falls on deaf ears. But his grandfather scoffs. He is just a clerk after all. What can one supervisor do against the entire Shu family? In his warm, cozy shelter, Zhang Yi is having dinner with his wives, as young Mi talks. She catches a faint noise at the window. Zhang Yi tells her it is fine and goes to investigate, peering outside through the glass with a pair of high-powered binoculars. He spots a large group approaching his home. He raises his rifle to get a closer look. He just wants his traps to work. Right on cue, one intruder steps right onto a snare and screams out in agonizing pain, prompting his buddy to shout for someone to carry him back to safety. The tribe's elderly leader quickly warns them that more traps are hidden nearby, urging everyone to proceed with caution. Still, the men advance, using long branches to sweep the ground, slowly edging closer to the fortified house. By tapping the snow, they successfully spot several devices and safely make some progress. But they made a fatal mistake. Someone trips a hidden wire, causing a massive blast that rips through their ranks, shocking everyone. Even those who missed the direct blast are instantly shredded by flying shrapnel. Writhing in absolute agony, the wounded roll around, only to trigger several more hidden landmines. A terrifying chain reaction of explosions leaves them trapped in spike pits and fire. Honestly, this whole place is a complete bloodbath. Panicked and bleeding, the survivors begin to retreat, desperately wondering how they can get through. They demand answers from the old leader, asking what they can possibly do without his grandson. Without him, they have zero chance. Taking down Zhang Yi is just impossible. Where is that superhuman kid anyway? They need his special abilities right now. Inside, Zhang Yi calmly watches their panic unfold through his tactical scope. He can track their exact movements. Meanwhile, the elder remembers his grandson's warning. Left with no other options, the old leader ignores his grandson's warnings. He screams at his men, demanding to know why they cannot defeat a single guy. They have spent too long relying on everyone else, now they must fight. If they want those high-end supplies inside that secure house, they must take them. He hands over a spyglass so they can eyeball the massive treasure waiting for them. There is plenty of food too, a perfect bonus reward to sweeten the deal. Peer through the glass, and yes, everything inside looks absolutely delicious. Still, even with these prizes, they worry about fighting without the grandson there. The old man snaps, yelling that if they fail now, they are completely useless. Fired up, the men start triggering the outdoor traps and bombs from a distance. Slowly but surely, their clever little trick works, clearing a path through the snow. They inch closer to Zhang Yi's secure shelter, feeling completely safe and unstoppable. Inside, the girls watch the approaching group with growing dread. Yang Mi feels a wave of pity, worrying about how many lives are about to end. But Zhou Qi just scoffs, calling them fools who stand zero chance against her man. Right on cue, Zhang Yi presses the detonator, remotely triggering the hidden bombs. Boom, an explosion rocks the ground, far more precise than simple grenades. Honestly, it is a complete bloodbath, as the massive blast tears them to shreds. Zhang Yi watches with a cold stare, noting they should have retreated earlier. Since they chose to push forward anyway, he has absolutely zero regrets. The pure horror of the scene makes even the excited Zhou Qi fall silent. This kind of graphic brutality is way too much for Yang Mi to handle. Seeing human remains scattered across the snow, she immediately throws up. Zhang Yi watches coldly. The ones who died instantly are the lucky ones. Those lingering in agony are the unlucky ones, leaving the elders behind them terrified. With almost everyone dead, the leader collapses backward, whispering that the man is a demon. Only an absolute monster could do this, he screams out in pure despair. His own orders brought this doom. All he wanted was food for his people. It was never supposed to end like this. Upstairs, Zhang Yi grabs his bow. Drawing on his newly unlocked powers, he readies his freshly practiced arrows. He releases 3 arrows at once, scoring 3 perfect, instant headshots. And just like that, a clean triple kill, he keeps firing with terrifying accuracy. Watching his remaining men drop, the old leader violently slaps his own face. It is all his fault, and he begs Zhang Yi to end his life. Zhang Yi aims to oblige, but a sudden icy whirlwind completely blocks his shot. Unbothered, Zhang Yi simply grabs his trusty rifle to bypass the block. Down below, the Otaku-chun screams for everyone to run while he holds the line. The survivors drag their wounded and scramble back, while Chun holds the ice shield. But Zhang Yi remains completely unfazed. He has a much better idea. Slipping on his gear, he promises his girls he will return shortly. Just when Chun thinks they got away, a snowmobile roars into view. Gunfire rains down on the fleeing crowd, leaving even Chun utterly defenseless. A survivor drags the shocked Otaku along as Zhang Yi gives hot pursuit. Cruising right behind them, he leans out the window to open fire again. Cold, paralyzing terror grips Chun as he realizes that absolutely nobody is surviving this. He screams at them to dump the corpses they're carrying and bury them later. Dropping that extra weight is their only chance to move faster. Though abandoning their dead goes against every tradition, they follow his orders. They throw the bodies off, forcing Zhang Yi to dodge the flying corpses. But Zhang Yi is still faster, landing devastating double headshots on his targets. Terrified, Chun runs for his life. Suddenly, a desperate idea flashes in his mind. He can stop that car. Unleashing his ability, he cracks the frozen ground directly in its path. The vehicle gets completely wedged in the shattered ice, yet Zhang Yi still fires away. He guns down the fleeing survivors until they escape out of range. They now know they stand no chance, and they will never dare return. He frees his vehicle from the ice, drives past the dead, and heads home. He returns to his wives, leaving Yang Mi absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, Jokei is completely calm. She calmly asks what happened, wondering if he defeated the Esper. Zhang Yi explains that the target was smart enough to escape with a few others. Meanwhile, Chun arrives back at his village with a handful of shell-shock survivors. Instantly, his own tribe begins pointing fingers, since he was late to the battle. Almost everyone died. They think they would have won those supplies with his help. A furious villager demands the Otaku follow him to the village chief's house immediately. Before he can even step inside, an angry girl screams at him. This is all his fault. If he had joined earlier, their families would still be alive. The village elder intervenes, shouting that this is no time to bicker. He tells the otaku to get inside. His grandfather is waiting for him. The dying leader motions Chun to come close. He whispers that the blame for all these heavy losses belongs solely to him. The tragedy of Shu village must weigh on his own shoulders, not on Chun's. His grandson warned him, but the old man was too proud, leading everyone into a slaughter. If they want someone to hate, they should hate him. Weeping, the old man says he is leaving the Shu family in Chun's hands. He is finally ready to rest. With those final, exhausted words, the leader passes away. Suddenly, the villagers burst in. Their beloved leader is officially gone, stepping back out into the freezing cold. Chun can only think of his grandfather's final, heavy request to protect everyone. But how can he protect a whole village when he can barely feed himself? Lost and overwhelmed, his eyes land on a quiet girl leaning against the wall. He walks over and she softly asks if he is the great brother Chun. Blushing like an idiot, he stammers out a yes and asks for her name. She introduces herself as Shu Lily, thanking him for saving her father's life. Flustered, he mumbles that it was nothing, but her words spark a realization. He shouldn't carry all this crushing guilt anymore. In the end, he did his best. He actually saved lives. Her father was too injured to thank him in person. So she came instead. Knowing someone actually values him makes all the difference. He quickly reassures her, saying villagers must always stand by each other. As she walks away, his heart starts racing like crazy. Can you really blame him? Has our resident otaku actually fallen for a real-world girl for the very first time? He is already planning their wedding. Talk about moving incredibly fast. Back home, he starts plotting how to defend his people against Zhang Yi. He knows Zhang Yi is the real danger here. Racking his brain, the otaku cooks up a new plan. He has to protect his village. Everyone relies on him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is busy preparing even more traps to replace the broken ones. His plan is simple. The moment he gets a chance, he will completely wipe out everyone who dared to attack him. Back inside, Zhang Yi is totally exhausted from all the hard work, so the girls step in to help our notorious guy relax. It is quite unclear where Zhou Cheer intends to massage him, but it looks cozy. Right during his break, Zhang Yi hears his phone ring. Grabbing his Xiaomi, he wonders who could possibly be calling him now. He answers with a quick hello, and the voice on the other end introduces himself as Chun Chun. Lei from Shu Town, though the name means nothing to him. The caller explains that thanks to the protagonist, he finally found his true love, so he wants to make things right. Zhang Yi asks if his people from Shu Town were the ones who attacked him earlier. Chun admits they did, so the protagonist immediately fires back with a question. Now that you realize you cannot win, you want peace. The otaku confesses it was all their fault. They rushed in way too fast, so, as an apology, Zhang Yi can demand absolutely anything, and Chun will make it happen, but only. Now does our main character ask who this guy even is to speak for Shu Town? Does he actually represent everyone there? If so, how can he prove that? The caller confidently replies that he is the very same powerhouse who already fought him twice. Hearing this, Zhang Yi is genuinely surprised, but he agrees to hear him out. He asks one more time to confirm if he can really demand absolutely anything. Chun says yes, absolutely, so Zhang Yi drops a bomb saying he wants Chun. Our hero simply wants to recruit the guy to make use of his unique abilities. But the dirty-minded otaku immediately panics, and honestly, can you even blame him for worrying? He stammers that he does not like men. Zhang Yi calls him an idiot. He is only interested in his powers, if he truly wants to settle things peacefully. He has to prove he is qualified first. To do that, they need to meet. The otaku hates this idea, but Zhang Yi makes it clear it is either this, or he wipes out all of his people. Chun still refuses to meet up face to face, arguing that if his people survive, they can team up to fight bigger outside threats later. He begs to make a deal over the phone, without any risky personal visits. Zhang Yi coldly replies that right now, Shu Town is his only real threat. Standing up, he warns that if they refuse to cooperate, they will remain enemies. Everything rests on the otaku's shoulders now. Without wasting any time, Zhang Yi gives him a strict deadline: show up at 2:30 this afternoon, and then he hangs up. The terrified otaku collapses to his knees, convinced that his life is basically over. He is going to kick the bucket in his prime, right when things were getting good. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is thinking about the incredible potential of the otaku's unique ability. could open up so many possibilities he had not even considered before now. One thing is for sure, this power is way more useful than Uncle Yu's. He will decide today whether to turn this guy into an ally or just eliminate him. Still exhausted from laying down traps earlier, he heads back to his bedroom to rest. He falls asleep reading a book. A bit later, Yang Mi sneaks in to keep him company, leaving him slightly embarrassed about what might happen next. Zhang Yi just brushes it off, saying he needs a better pillow. A few quiet hours pass. Soon, Zhang Yi takes his post with a sniper rifle, watching Chun arrive completely alone. He has a perfect shot to eliminate him, but then the kid slips and falls down. Zhang Yi sighs this guy cannot be a threat, and right on cue, the kid trips again. Witnessing this absolute clown show, Zhang Yi decides he might as well just talk to him. Once the geeky kid reaches the front, he calls out to announce his arrival. He is stuck outside because of the traps, one wrong step, and he is a dead man. It is safer for Zhang Yi to go meet him. Up close, the kid introduces himself as Chun. He claims he is here to negotiate. Zhang Yi gets straight to the point. Zhang Yi reminds Chun that his people started this fight, meaning they owe a massive debt. Chun quickly agrees, there is no denying that. He is here to beg for mercy, but Zhang Yi wants to know who ordered the attack. Whoever it was must die before any deal is made. The kid drops a bombshell. The mastermind was his grandfather, the village chief, but he is already dead. Since that was too easy, Zhang Yi wonders if Chun wants revenge for his grandfather. Or even for the other villagers who perished. Chun just shakes his head. His parents died long ago, and his grandfather brought his own death upon himself. Plus, Chun does not care at all about the rest of the villagers. He feels absolutely zero grief or resentment about any of them dying. Spending his whole life locked in his room, he was completely cut off. Just him and his computer, but now he is practically shaking with excitement. Chun confesses his absolute admiration. Seeing Zhang Yi fight everyone single-handedly was legendary. Hearing this wild rant, Zhang Yi nods. He gets where the kid is coming from. Still, he makes it clear that forgiveness is not going to be free. The price for sparing his life, Chun has to work for him. Chun tries to hug him, but Zhang Yi pushes him back. Rules come first. From this moment on, Chun must obey every single order without question. Then the weird kid hilariously asks if Zhang Yi wants his body. Stop being ridiculous. Instead, Zhang Yi pulls out an anime action figure. Work hard and he can earn plenty more of these rare collectibles. Along with keeping his family safe, he will reward him with things he actually loves. With the deal struck, it is time for their very first mission together. In the car, Chun excitedly asks if the storage space can freeze time for objects. Can his ability actually do that? This innocent question sparks a massive realization. Maybe turning back time 3 months was actually part of his own power. Controlling both time and space, now that would be absolutely insane. After speeding through massive, snowy plains, they finally arrive at their destination. Time to test the kid's abilities, pushing his ice power to the limit. He manages to clear a thick path to a buried gas station. Zhang Yi smiles. Hoarding supplies is going to be incredibly easy now. As a small reward, he hands Chun some chocolate to restore his energy. Zhang Yi then heads inside the building to grab every last item. Moments later, he walks back out with a completely empty station behind him. Chun is completely amazed, praising the infinite storage power as the ultimate survival skill. Zhang Yi simply nods in quiet agreement. The chubby guy actually has serious power. He just never thought of using it to dig up buried stuff before. Walking to the car, Chun admits he never planned on leaving his room. He was always far too busy dating his virtual wives. To reward his hard work, Zhang Yi promises that obeying him means he will live very well. This backpack of food is just today's reward, but Chun is absolutely thrilled. He eagerly swears to follow Zhang Yi forever. Driving back, they actually start bonding. Zhang Yi curiously asks the otaku how exactly he first awakened his special abilities. Feeling ashamed, Chun admits he fell into deep depression after his parents died. He shut himself away, diving into the anime world and doing it over 26 times. He literally thought he was going to die, but woke up the next morning with superpowers. Zhang Yi facepalms in pure second-hand embarrassment, and honestly, can you blame him? Surviving 26 near-death experiences is completely insane. Regardless, he tells Chun to go home. The road ahead is blocked because his car simply cannot cross the frozen lake. Before parting, Zhang Yi warns him to stay extremely cautious. In this frozen apocalypse, even your own allies can become dangerous. As the otaku heads off, the protagonist sits alone in his car, quietly reflecting. He decides the kid is actually quite decent. Back home, the new leader is waiting. The old man immediately scolds Chun for going off to face Zhang Yi all alone. Chun insists he had a plan, but the stubborn leader refuses to listen. Hearing they chose peaceful cooperation over bloody revenge, the old leader snaps. He flies into an absolute rage, furiously pointing his shaking finger directly at Chun. He blames Chun for all the deaths, accusing him of just trying to take credit. He claims Chun is befriending the enemy under the fake excuse of protecting the village. Chun desperately explains he promised his grandfather to protect their village. This negotiation was the only way to stop Zhang Yi from completely destroying them. But the old man dismisses this. He is the new leader of the Zhu clan. That means Chun must consult him before doing anything at all. Chun cannot act on his own. The old man claims he only wants what is best. He reminds Chun that he was only saved from exile because of his protection. So now Chun is deeply in debt and must slowly pay for his sins. Do you understand? The leader demands, and Chun quietly nods. Satisfied, the old man orders him to go rest and wait for future instructions. He warns Chun one last time before immediately opening the village group chat. He posts a message telling everyone not to worry because he is handling things. He claims to be negotiating directly with Zhang Yi to guarantee their absolute safety. The naive villagers instantly praise the sixth leader, calling him an absolute savior. They blindly believe they should have put him in charge from the very beginning. The old man gloats, confident that some young loser could never outsmart him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi returns home and explains the situation to his two girls. Because of this new deal, Chun's clan is no longer a direct threat. Yang Mi calls it a brilliant move, but Zhou Kei asks if she is just scared. Yang Mi shakes her head, explaining she simply wants to avoid pointless bloodshed. If they kept fighting, things would only get worse, but Zhou Kei disagrees. She playfully tells Yang Mi she is being too soft, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yi. She gushes about how powerful he is, telling Yang Mi to never doubt him. Not to underestimate the enemy, Zhang Yi, however, believes it is good to keep them around. Keeping these people around makes sense, especially when new enemies show up later on. They might actually come in handy. With this crisis resolved, Zhou Kei says. They celebrate their little victory. She heads over to grab the drinks while Zhang Yi warns. He can only handle a small glass. Meanwhile, Yang Mi gets busy cooking. For everyone, Zhou Kei pours the drinks, Yang Mi serves the food, and before long the two women are completely out cold while Zhang Yi, who supposedly barely drinks, is perfectly fine. They drape themselves over him, whispering about how amazing he is. Suddenly, Yang Mi opens her eyes to a soft kiss on her lips, then her neck, breathlessly whispering they cannot do this. Zhou Kei is right there and might see them. Zhang Yi moves lower and she struggles to keep from making any sound. The next day, the otaku sends a message to the protagonist. Check out the otaku's photo. Chun complains that he is bored, saying it has been way too long since their last mission. He actually suggests they form a team of 5 people with everyone wearing a different color like the Power Rangers. Zhang Yi is deeply embarrassed by this weirdo, wondering if allying with such a lunatic was actually a good idea. Nervously, our main character sends a message back, asking Chun if he has absolutely nothing better to do all day. Unfortunately, the guy says no. It was just a tiny bit of banter, but now Chun spam texts 200 messages a day. Zhang Yi starts ignoring most of it, sending back completely mindless, low-effort replies. While checking his computer, he notices Yang Mi out in the garden, hard at work and taking care of everything. On the surface, things seem peaceful, but then a terrifying thought crosses Zhang Yi's mind. What if their system gets hacked again? That constant worry keeps nagging at him. How can he prevent it? As he ponders this, the two inside the room, the girls are deep in discussion. Yang Mi wants to save Xin Xin, who is wheelchair-bound. But Zhou Kei points out that Zhang Yi would never agree to it. He refuses to take pointless risks. He gains absolutely nothing, no benefit at all, so Yang Mi plans ahead. To sway the overly cautious Zhang Yi, she decides to use her ultimate weapon, her own body. Zhou Kei immediately scoffs at this. She claims Yang Mi just wants an excuse to seduce her boyfriend. Seriously, who is she trying to fool? This is not about Xin Xin at all. Zhou Kei presses further, revealing she knows exactly what they have been doing behind closed doors. She confronts her cousin directly, asking if she feels even a shred of shame. Suddenly, Zhang Yi walks right into the room. He demands to know what is going on. He jokes about them having this much fun together on the bed without him. They claim it is a family matter. He sits down anyway, no secrets here. He asks point-blank if they are worried about someone in their family. Jo-Kei admits that she completely lost contact with her relatives when the blizzard hit. She has no idea if they are even alive. Then Yang Mi speaks up. Her family actually reached out to her. Zhang Yi asks if they wanted to rescue her. She shakes her head. No, she is heartbroken that they abandoned her. Instead, Yang Mi explains that the person who contacted her is actually in extreme danger. They desperately need help. That is why the girls were plotting behind his back. They needed to figure out exactly how to convince Zhang Yi to save a complete stranger. Yang Mi begs him for help. This is the only family she has left. Jo-Kei agrees it is not his problem, but warns they will suffer forever if she dies. After all, living with that kind of guilt for the rest of their lives is impossible. They expect him to treat their family like his own. Zhang Yi asks them, are they really asking him to go out there and risk his life for some stranger? He reminds them their info is exposed. Word has gotten out. Too many dangerous people know he has massive stockpiles hidden here. This shelter is a huge target, and leaving now means leaving it completely unprotected. He makes his decision and starts walking out, but they crawl over, begging him to reconsider. They beg him to think it over. Jo-Kei promises that if he helps, she will do absolutely anything. Whispering in his ear, she promises. Anything at all, she says, even involving her and young Mi together, and honestly, it works. Zhang Yi suddenly changes his mind. He looks and asks if she is really sure about this. Blushing with embarrassment, the girls agree. Young Mi sighs, mentioning the brutal winter weather outside. With so much heavy snow, someone stuck in a wheelchair cannot possibly survive out there alone. Just thinking about it breaks her heart. Zhang Yi asks if they are talking about Xin Xin. About Xin Xin, the girl with the tech skills. The 18-year-old has her legs paralyzed but is an absolute computer genius. Zhang Yi says if this girl is so important to them, then she matters to him now too. Jo-Kei is thoroughly impressed. She teases him, asking if her boyfriend actually has a hidden good heart. Maybe he really does care about their wishes. Young Mi thanks him happily, feeling deeply touched. She admits they might have misjudged him. He is genuinely good to the girls around him. They are surprised because he usually acts so incredibly cold and distant toward everyone. He seems to have a completely frozen heart. Young Mi promises to repay this massive debt. She gets close, putting her hand somewhere very suggestive, and whispers that this is just the beginning of her payback. The next morning, after things got pretty wild, they talk again. Zhang Yi asks for details about the paralyzed girl. Jo-Kei looks over at Young Mi. Jo-Kei lets Young Mi explain that Xin Xin is currently trapped at Ten King Academy. It is the most prestigious college in town, a place packed with elite young geniuses. Many of them had studied there since kindergarten. Zhang Yi has one major doubt. How could a disabled girl in a wheelchair survive there alone for so many months? Young Mi explains the academy has its own private market, meaning supplies should be plentiful. Since students live right on campus, food is easy to find. Zhang Yi asks them why they only managed to contact her just now. She has no idea but tries calling. Unfortunately, an automated message plays back saying the number is completely unavailable. Young Mi has repeatedly tried to get through, but the line remains completely dead. Jo-Kei jokes that Xin Xin probably regretted asking her airhead sister for help. Zhang Yi interrupts, wanting to know the exact distance between them and the academy. He reasons that the extreme distance might be why the phone lines are down. The campus is over 22 kilometers away. In this heavy blizzard, calls are nearly impossible. It is highly unlikely they can get a solid signal from that far out. Honestly, it was a total miracle she reached them the first time. Zhang Yi agrees. He suggests heading down to the main control room to try reaching her via the internet. He grabs the best satellite phone he has on hand to make another attempt. The first call actually connects, but the line is filled with heavy static. Distant screams and terrified warnings echo through the speaker. Zhang Yi asks what is going on. What is so dangerous? Suddenly, someone shrieks in pure terror about a monster. A horrifying, blood-curdling roar rips through the speaker, and then the line goes completely dead. At first, Zhang Yi thought this would be a simple search and rescue mission. This rescue mission is supposed to be quick, but Zhang Yi already knows. A nightmare is waiting. Heading there might be a massive mistake. Still, his wives insist he keeps his word and absolutely stands firm. With last night's sweet reward, Zhang Yi confidently promises he will go. No backing down, but he needs his team's powers to survive. With Uncle Yu, the otaku, and his own weapons, they might make it. He dials the phone time to initiate the high-stakes rescue operation. Asking him to join, the deeply bored otaku immediately accepts the invitation. Later, while eating, Zhang Yi worries overeating might slow his reflexes. Still, he needs enough fuel to keep his special abilities fully charged. Along with physical prep, he gathers his absolute deadliest weapon gear. Facing an unknown creature demands nothing less than his best equipment. For safety, he strictly orders his wives to stay in the basement. Yang Mi questions him, but Jo Kier tells her not to ask stupid questions. She knows how her boyfriend is. If he commands, you simply do it. He is going alone, and if enemies raid their home while he is away. Gone, his wives will be safe inside the most secure room in the house. Breaching those doors is impossible. Understanding the plan, Jo Kier nods. She wishes him luck, while Yang Mi begs him to bring her sister. Zhang Yi promises he will bring her back safely, wheelchair and all the wheels. Stepping out, he notes that in this dark apocalypse, carelessness equals death. He must protect his family. Suddenly, Chun shouts out, "Boss, I am here." Zhang Yi wonders why he showed up so early for their meeting. Chun explains he was too anxious and did not want to disappoint. They quickly get into the car because the cold is brutal. Zhang Yi explains the mission: rescue a girl from a distant college. Chun asks if she is someone special, and the protagonist confirms. Honestly, we know his wives are not the ones who convinced him. This girl is a computer genius, which is exactly what he needs. He needs someone to defend his massive mansion from hacker attacks. They speed off, but Chun quickly starts to annoy Zhang Yi by rambling about some local village girl who is head over heels in love. She has no courage to confess, leaving him wondering what to do. Changing the subject, Zhang Yi asks what the villagers think of them. Chun has no reply, knowing the situation in the village is incredibly tense. Our hero knows his people hate him working with their killers. They wiped out half their population, but he remains completely silent. Soon they meet up with the final squad member, Uncle Yu. He arrives on a roaring snowmobile, thrilled to see his young nephew. Showing off his health, the uncle credits daily exercise with his wife. Zhang Yi introduces the two strangers, carefully outlining their unique combat abilities. One has brute strength and regeneration, while the other controls freezing snow. Honestly, this trio is a very strange mix: an army veteran, a secluded otaku, and our cheeky hero. They would never meet normally. But now they must work together to survive this cold world. A rescue mission together. Uncle Yu wants to know what they are facing. 3 awakened ones sounds tough, but Zhang Yi says it is incredibly simple. Just a basic rescue. The real problem is a potential mutant beast lurking nearby. The area is highly dangerous. Naturally, the chubby guy starts freaking out. What kind of monster is it? He panics, and Zhang Yi explains. Humans mutated into powerful beings. Animals have done the exact same thing. What is this thing like? Honestly, no one knows what they are hunting. Maybe it's a beast shaped like a human, or a human shaped like a beast. Uncle Yu trusts him completely. If Zhang Yi says they can do it, they will. With the 3 of them united, absolutely nothing can stand in their way. They drive across the frozen wastes, heading straight toward the old Tian King Academy. Desperate survivors are inside. They are currently trapped right in the gymnasium. Now students are revolting. Why did Xin survive when so many others died? She is bound to a wheelchair. They call her a useless, heavy burden. They shout about protecting a disabled girl, while some only care about survival. Some only want to live. Meanwhile, others quietly weep for their dead classmates. Then someone notices. Xin is not showing any sadness or grief. He points a finger. Why does she get to live without any remorse? The teacher shouldn't help her anymore. She's just complete dead weight. Cold whispers start circulating. Should they sacrifice her during the next attack? A student with glasses nods. They have already protected her enough. Another classmate cuts him off. That is not the real issue here. Their teacher never leaves anyone behind, making this whole debate totally pointless. The teacher keeps them safe. Suddenly, a girl walks right up to Xin. Xin is sitting far from the crowd, facing a cold, vicious confrontation. She says if the teacher won't abandon her, she should just die alone. No one wants her heavy burden. Xin just weeps in absolute silence. The crowd of students behind her nods and shouts their cruel agreement. Only her best friend steps up to defend her against this pure madness. She points out that none of these cowards ever helped carry her friend. She was the only one pushing that wheelchair, but the rich girl snaps. Shut up, the arrogant girl claims status dictates who gets to talk. The defender is just a poor scholarship student who should know her place. Her friend fires back, everyone is equal and deserves the same rights. But the rich girl laughs, they will never be equals in this world. Money and power make her superior. In her eyes, Xin is worthless. Her wealthy family background is the only reason they ever tolerated her. Now that the world has ended, she is nothing but dead weight. The cruel girl laughs, you are only helping her for selfish reasons. She claims the friend is just playing savior to get a massive payout. She expects a reward for taking care of a disabled person. Hearing this, Xin breaks down in tears, but look at this. Another girl steps out of the crowd, walking straight over to Xin. She offers friendship, but she only wants to exploit her family connections. Suddenly, their arguing stops. The gym window suddenly shatters, a giant paw appears. It snatches one of the students, dragging them straight out into the cold. The beast is so incredibly huge that its paw easily wraps around their entire body. This terrifying monster is actually a giant cat, eagerly licking its helpless prey. Sheer panic erupts inside, everyone runs for their lives. But Xin and her friend are left far behind because of the wheelchair. They struggle with the door, but it is completely locked tight. Then the massive cat smashes inside, with the half-eaten student still in its jaws. It swallows the head right there and discards the rest. The giant beast stands tall, glaring down to intimidate every student left inside. Suddenly, a panicked student shoves Xin directly toward the beast. She falls helplessly, her friend freezes, too scared to move. Will her friend save her? Xin looks up, staring right at her impending death. Another student notices the cat is distracted and tries to bolt past it. But the monster catches the sudden movement, immediately shifting its focus away from Xin. With one heavy strike, it crushes the fleeing student into the floor. The injured student crawls backward, begging for help as the cat turns. Xin's friend finally runs forward, desperately trying to pull her to safety. Someone yells that the cat only seems to target things in motion. Since Xin is lying completely still, the giant beast ignores her. The kid shouts that it is distracted, telling everyone to run now. Behind them, the crushed student cries for help, but nobody stops. In moments like this, they must sacrifice others to save themselves. Realizing he is abandoned, the dying student curses them to die with him. The monster pounces on the running crowd, crushing people left and right. While it toys with one victim, its massive tail whips around, flattening others. The room quickly fills with blood and desperate screams for help. But just in time, their teacher finally slides the gym door open. The cat instantly senses danger. That sword she holds is a threat. The moment the teacher lunges to attack, the smart beast flees. Knowing she is too dangerous, the cat grabs its meal and runs. The exhausted teacher walks to the exit, watching the beast run off. Giant paw prints left in the snow prove the monster has gone. It clearly feared her, meaning there is something very unusual about her. If she stayed inside the gym, they would all be completely safe. But she has to leave to get food for everyone, leaving them totally defenseless. And that is exactly when the mutant feline loves to strike. As the dust settles, a bitter classmate starts complaining again. She demands to know how the girl in the wheelchair keeps surviving. A boy tries to calm them down, pointing out they have food. But as he hands a piece to Xin, the angry girl objects. She snaps that Xin does not deserve food because she is dead weight. The teacher is far too exhausted from fighting outside to play referee. She tells them to do what they want, as long as nobody gets killed. Let them fight, she has got her own survival to worry about. Overwhelmed by despair, another girl screams that the world is over. Why must they keep fighting? Absolutely zero hope, everyone is going to die anyway. But another student objects, he insists his father can rescue them all. As a powerful company executive, his dad is bound to send help. Meanwhile, our main character and his crew finally arrive near the rescue zone. The entire area is buried under thick snow. Finding the academy is going to be tough. He tries calling the girl for directions, but she doesn't answer. With zero cell signal out here, they have to find another way. Splitting up would definitely be faster, but with a monster roaming around, it is too risky. If they separate, the beast could easily pick them off one by one. Besides, the girl has already survived out here for 2 months. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt. They pile back into the car and drive on. They drive through the college campus until they spot a building still standing above the snow. This could be their way in. According to GPS, it's the astronomy center. The dorms and cafeteria are located further north from this spot. It is a bit out of the way, but they can still reach them on foot. But the risk of collapsing ice structures is way too high. Before he can even finish his warning about the danger, things get chaotic. Chun is already trying to squeeze inside, while Uncle Yu shoves him forward. Fortunately for him, his massive size keeps him stuck. Suddenly, Zhang Yi spots movement. He raises his weapon, only to find a massive cat staring right back at him. Even with a gun pointed at its head, the beast doesn't make a move. And honestly, you have to wonder if this beast has human intelligence. But the moment Uncle Yu and the chubby guy return, they instantly launch an attack. The cat snaps, it fights back with pure fury. Left with no choice, Zhang Yi decides to join the fray as well. Activating his body reinforcement, he leaps over the beast and fires directly at its head. He lands with style, but the bullet barely even slows the monster down. Stepping up to shield the chubby guy, Uncle Yu unleashes his own physical boost. A bright yellow glow envelops his frame as he winds up. He drives a devastating punch straight into the cat's face, shattering the ice beneath them. The impact forces the giant beast to stagger backward, giving them a brief moment. Zhang Yi stares in disbelief, wondering how a normal cat could grow this massive. Pulling out his high-powered sniper rifle, he lands a solid shot right to its face. Enraged, the cat curls into a giant ball of fur and rolls straight toward him. Zhang Yi rapidly weighs his options. He decides to trap the beast inside his own dimensional storage space. Given its insane speed, it might just work, but the cat senses the trap. It suddenly veers off course, dodging his trap, and bolts toward the mountain. With a massive crash, the feline vanishes into the deep snow. Moments later, it pops out from another opening, glaring at them with a furious roar. To mock them, the cat turns around and flashes its backside. With that final insult, it vanishes. Uncle Yu and the chubby guy are completely dumbfounded. It seriously felt like that beast was swearing at them, just like a human. They just can't fathom how a cat got this massive or dug these tunnels. So quickly, the otaku warns that with a massive predator like this hunting, there shouldn't be a single survivor left in this school, but Zhang Yi remembers that. The creature actually wasn't aggressive at first. It didn't seem ready to attack. Right away, only after Chun and Uncle Yu struck did the beast go wild. Zhang Yi believes this creature must have gone through some weird mutation. Making it giant and surprisingly intelligent, it seemed fully aware of its actions. They inspect the massive tunnel it dug out and decide to head down. If this thing is targeting the school, following its trail should lead them straight to the location where the easier prey is hiding. At the bottom of the pit, they find a maze of split tunnels. Leading into the pitch black, they have absolutely no clue which way to go, and risk getting lost forever. Luckily, Zhang Yi pulls a tool from his pocket dimension to mark their paths so they can find their way back. Suddenly, the thick stench of blood hits them. That is their cue. Zhang Yi asks Chun if she's scared. After all, it's 3 of them against one overgrown cat, no contest. Then he pulls out a heavy desert eagle. Now that is a real weapon. Uncle Yu, a combat veteran, immediately appreciates the sleek beauty, since he has the most experience. Uncle Yu takes the lead. Back in the gym, the teacher stands guard, waiting for the monster to return. She's completely exhausted, having spent days without sleep to protect and feed her students. But even though she is running on empty, the ungrateful kids complain about running out of food again. They demand she go back out to find more. She is totally torn. If she leaves now, the beast might slip back inside and slaughter them, yet the students just tell her to hurry up and bring back food faster. The teacher almost snaps right then, but manages to keep her cool. She agrees to go one more time. When she steps out, they bar the door, leaving themselves completely alone. Outside, the teacher resolves to take the beast down even if it kills her. Encounters that cat, she'll fight it to the death. Back inside the gym, Karen asks Shinshin if she's alright, and she warmly thanks her friend. Right on cue, the arrogant girl sneers, calling her a useless burden who always needs saving. Karen immediately snaps back, defending her friend. She reminds the spoiled brat that she literally pushed Shinshin during the last attack. Demanding an apology, before a physical fight breaks out, the horror returns. A massive paw smashes through the window, instantly crushing a nearby student. The coward who bragged about saving everyone immediately runs for his life, pushing a classmate backward to use as live bait, another vicious swipe. And another life is turned to pulp. As the students panic, the teacher rushes back in. She has a clear shot at the monster's rear, but goes straight for the head instead. The wounded creature roars in pain, locking her in a desperate, bloody struggle, right in the middle of it. Three figures emerge from the cat's own escape tunnel. Zhang Yi and his two allies step out, taking in the chaotic scene. Teacher spots them, her hope reigniting as she screams for backup. Against this giant monster, Chun is ready to strike, but Zhang Yi holds him back. A total pro, keeping the beast at bay completely solo. Armed with just a single sword, she must be a mutant with some incredible powers. Right now, there is no way to tell if she is an ally or a threat. So he decides to simply leave them be, letting the two beasts fight it out. Zhang Yi orders his group to bypass the clash and take a different route to the gym. Watching from a distance, Uncle Yu agrees that the swordswoman is highly dangerous. Getting close is too risky, so they head into the tunnel. Shocked that they are leaving, she screams for them to help her finish off the beast. But they do not care. They keep moving, taking a detour through the dark passage. They quietly slip into the gym, stepping toward the huddled students. Spotting a red-haired girl in a wheelchair, Zhang Yi immediately knows who she is. It is a miracle she survived, but a young boy suddenly blocks his path. The boy blocks him, demanding to know if they are from the Western Mountain Shelter. Zhang Yi is totally confused. What Western Mountain? What is he talking about? The boy proudly introduces himself as the class representative. His name is Sheng Yu, and he acts like they should know his wealthy family. Zhang Yi just plays along to learn more about this Western Mountain place. Getting suspicious, the boy asks if they belong to a completely different shelter. He wonders why they ask about a shelter that is so close. Hearing this, Zhang Yi realizes there must be other survival bases in the area. So he presses the kid for details on any other survival sanctuaries nearby. But the truth of the matter is that the boy does not actually know much. He only remembers his father mentioning that these doomsday shelters existed. Brushing the kid aside, Zhang Yi walks straight over to Xin Xin. Meanwhile, the other shocked students nervously crowd around Uncle Yu and the otaku. What could they possibly be begging for? Zhang Yi finally reaches the wheelchair. Asking gently, he makes sure if she is indeed the girl named Xin Xin. Introducing himself, he explains that her sister, Yang Mi, sent him here. When asked if she is willing to escape with him, she immediately nods yes. Zhang Yi grabs the handles of her wheelchair, ready to move out. But before they can take a step, the girl softly tells him to wait. She begs him to stop the brutal clash happening just outside. Zhang Yi smiles inwardly. This is the perfect chance to make her owe him a big favor. Since that is the case, Zhang Yi calls over Chun and his uncle to do a quick job. It is time to get to work. As they head back, Zhang Yi spots something useful. Spotting mutated cat claws on the ground, he quickly sweeps them up. They vanish instantly into his dimensional storage space before Chun moves in. Activating his powers, he brings the entire concrete ceiling crashing down between them. It successfully cuts off the fight, but the teacher is absolutely livid. She did not want them to stop the battle, only to help her kill the beast. Zhang Yi mockingly tells her that she should be thanking him instead. Instead, the furious teacher points her sharp sword directly at his chest. She screams that she finally had the monster cornered until they ruined everything. Zhang Yi calmly shrugs, claiming he was only trying to help. She just did not want the beast dead, nothing more. Zhang Yi calmly explains that he only stepped in because a student begged him to. Enraged by this, the teacher curses Zhang Yi and lunges. Confidently, he leaps back, firing his Desert Eagle right at her forehead, but what he does not expect is her reaction. She slices the speeding bullet clean in half. This woman is dangerously strong. Just as she closes in to slice him, Zhang Yi activates his dimensional space power and drags her right into his personal pocket world, after completely trapping her inside. He collapses backward. He knows holding someone that strong is incredibly risky. Warning the others to stay back, he spits her out of his dimensional pocket, gasping. Just those few seconds inside completely exhausted him. Zhang Yi immediately mocks her anyway, pointing out how reckless it is to attack the very person who saved her. Zhang Yi then snatches up her sword. For now, he is keeping this something capable of slicing bullets is far too valuable. Give it back, she demands. No way. He tells his student to help their teacher rest. She is clearly running on empty. Once she settles down, Zhang Yi makes his position very clear to the group. He only came to rescue the girl in the wheelchair, as he was hired to. The recovering teacher immediately asks why he cannot save the rest of the class, too. The desperate kids chime in, bragging that their families are incredibly rich and will pay anything. But Zhang Yi repeats that he is not babysitting a bunch of spoiled, high-profile targets. If their families are truly that wealthy, they can send their own rescue teams. An angry student who already hated Xin decides this is her chance. She rallies a few others, grabbing the helpless girl to use her as a hostage. They yell that if they do not all leave together, Xin dies right here. The horrified teacher screams at them, calling them complete fools for turning on each other. They are classmates for crying out loud. Why do this when monsters are right outside? But the desperate teenagers refuse to listen. If they do not go, nobody goes. Now watch, this is where Zhang Yi finally loses what little patience he had left. Without a single word, he draws his pistols and guns down every single hostage taker. The teacher watches in absolute horror. She cannot believe he just executed her students. They were just kids, she gasps, but Zhang Yi has a cold, hard response. Anyone old enough to play with lives must be ready to lose their own. The only thing that actually surprises him is how calm Xin remains through the bloodshed. Kneeling down to her level, he checks her over and asks if she is ready. She nods but adds a condition. Her brilliant classmate Karen has to come along too. Zhang Yi groans internally, taking care of another mouth to feed in this apocalypse. No way, he keeps his thoughts to himself, but his expression says it all. Catching his reluctant look, Xin quickly speaks up to sell him on the idea. Karen is extremely smart, she explains, in this prestigious post-apocalyptic school. There are the wealthy kids who paid their way in and are mostly useless. And then there are the scholarship students, who are geniuses in specific fields. Karen is a complete mechanical genius. She is the perfect asset for repairing and constructing gear. Curious. Karen confidently pats her chest, boasting that she really can build anything. Satisfied, Zhang Yi gives the green light. He lifts Xin up carefully, motioning for Karen to follow them as they head out. Karen insists she can push her friend's wheelchair herself. Meanwhile, the other classmates crowd around Zhang Yi, loudly shouting that they are also highly competent. They know how to drive sports cars, manage money, and boss employees around. The girl who previously tried playing nice with Xin steps forward to speak. If that monster returns, they will all die. If they had not distracted the teacher earlier, she would have slain the beast already, so it is his responsibility to protect the students now. That logic makes absolute sense, but our cold and brutal protagonist does not care at all. He is heading out immediately, even if he must waste much more ammunition on the way. As they prepare to leave, Xin admits that teacher Leon was truly kind. She whispers her thanks for everything, but our practical protagonist remains completely unmoved. He continues on his way, forcing the teacher to order the students to follow them. Chun nervously asks what they are going to do by tagging along like this. The protagonist calmly replies that if he wants, he can take care of everyone alone. With his spatial powers, he could collapse this entire tunnel over them. The terrified otaku stammers that he surely would not do that. Once outside, our protagonist completely stops hiding his spatial powers and immediately retrieves his vehicles and snowmobile directly from his storage space, while Uncle Yu and Chun ride the motorcycle. The rest go by car. He carries Xin over and places her inside the vehicle. With the three of them inside, Zhang Yi hits the gas, leaving the helpless students behind. The terrified students beg their teacher, wondering what they should do now. That giant cat could return at any second. Suddenly, a wealthy student shouts out that his cell phone finally has a signal to call his powerful father. Back with Zhang Yi and the girls, they are finally relaxing in the warm car. He pulls fresh water and hot food from his pocket dimension to help them replenish their energy. Gratefully, they take the hot meal and praise him for being absolutely amazing. Zhang Yi shakes his head, saying that Xin is the truly amazing one. Not understanding his statement at all, she asks why he is giving her this praise. She questions how she could be amazing when she is just a burden. If Karen had not protected her, she would already be dead by now. The protagonist strongly disagrees, explaining that her survival in this freezing wasteland is no accident. She is highly intelligent, because a wheelchair user surviving this long is not luck. They only made it out of there because Xin is keeping a secret. Karen has absolutely no idea what they are discussing and begs them for an explanation. Shinshin smiles warmly and admits that Zhang Yi is extremely clever to deduce that. The protagonist realized there are too many coincidences surrounding the young girl. She seems closely connected to the terrifying beast, especially after her bizarre behavior during the fight. Zhang Yi recalls how she requested to stop the fight between the teacher and the giant cat. It was as if she wanted to protect both the monster and her teacher. Why protect a creature that brought terror to everyone? The adorable wheelchair-bound girl giggles, deeply impressed by Zhang Yi's sharp mind. He got about 60% of the situation right, however, she is not malicious at all, since she never actually commanded the cat to attack any innocent people. She simply raised a stray cat before the sudden apocalypse arrived. Karen, shocked, asks if the tiny kitten they fed named Blossom is this titan. Was once a beast, yes, and Shinshin figures that explains why it never attacked. She fed it well, which is probably why Blossom recognized her and her friend. Karen finally sees the truth. They were incredibly lucky to survive. But Zhang Yi wants to know if this is actually just simple gratitude from a cat. Or is there something more? It attacked everyone else. Yet when it met Zhang Yi for the first time, it didn't strike. It was almost as if the cat possessed human intelligence, which Shinshin immediately noticed. The girl praises Zhang Yi for his sharp mind. She admits telling the cat to spare anyone coming to rescue her from outside. Hearing this bombshell, Zhang Yi quickly presses her with yet another incredibly blunt question. Did she ever order the beast to kill people who were cruel to her? Never, she quickly replies. The beast simply needed to feed, and they were the only food. Still, the young girl quietly asks if she is too cruel for thinking that. Zhang Yi silently disagrees. He thinks exactly the same way. He honestly does not care about those dead students. Only her safety matters to him. Now Karen's well-being is vital too. In this brutal world, only the valuable survive. The redhead is fully aware she must show real worth to keep him shielding her from danger. At this point, he realizes Karen is actually quite useful as well. Zhang Yi suddenly asks why Shinshin only tried contacting her sister just now. He makes a sharp, aggressive turn in the road while waiting for her to speak. With a smile, Shinshin admits she never planned to reach her sister. Her ultimate target was always Zhang Yi. She simply used Yang Mi to bridge the gap. He is stunned. How could her ultimate goal be a total stranger? Shinshin casually smiles and claims she is the absolute greatest hacker he will ever meet. Long before the deep freeze, she investigated the mysterious Walmart heist. Once the global freeze struck, she immediately pointed her finger at the lucky stock supervisor. Recent leaks online simply confirmed every single one of her wild theories. She essentially used her own sister like a pawn just to force him into rescuing her. Armed with just a basic smartphone, she tracked his entire life story. This tech-savvy survivor proudly admits she knows about his apartment purge. Hacking the system cameras he ordered for the mansion was complete child's play for her. A stock guy building an absolute fortress made her keep close watch on him. Honestly, this brilliant, terrifying trap leaves even our stoic main character utterly speechless. This brilliant, terrifying girl had him under close surveillance since the first heist news broke. She claims that even without Yang Mi or Zhou Kier, she had other ways to bait him. She would have lured him to her anyway, but she's glad he chose to come willingly. Zhang Yi tells himself that this genius is far too dangerous. He must tread carefully. Meanwhile, a bizarre sight catches his eye through the rearview mirror. The mutant cat, Blossom, has been following their speeding vehicle from the start. If he can somehow domesticate this lethal beast, his personal combat power would absolutely skyrocket. Both girls silently watch the shadow keep pace as they drive home. At long last, the speeding group finally arrives back at his heavily fortified personal shelter. After rewarding Chun and his uncle, Zhang Yi quickly dismisses them to head inside. Stepping inside, the rush of cozy heat feels like an absolute dream to the girls. Bay and you survive. Hearing this, a nervous Shinshin steps forward. Help with those intimate favors, too. That sudden question completely caught Zhang Yi off guard. He stayed silent. Karen stood nearby, totally oblivious to any hidden meaning. The question, Zhang Yi laughed, telling the young girl she was still far too young. Hacking was her only job. Right now, everyone's safety was under her direct responsibility. That was her sole duty. Zhang Yi had to admit that. Shinshin was incredibly adorable, but he already had Zhou Qier and Yang Mi too. Satisfy his desires. Meanwhile, the young girl was quietly wondering if He rejected any possibility of seeing her as a woman simply because she could not walk. Before their chat could continue, Zhou Cheer came. Running over, close behind her, was an incredibly worried Yang Mi who feared for her sister's safety. Xinshin quickly reassured them she was not in any danger. She only reached out because she knew Yang Mi was with Zhang Yi. He was her target. As this lively, attention-seeking banter went on, Zhang Yi stood back, thoroughly enjoying both sisters vying for his undivided attention. One was exceptionally beautiful, the other incredibly smart. How could two sisters be so different? Shinshin's bold words instantly piqued Zhou Cheer's curiosity about how the girl knew Zhang Yi. She happily explained how she discovered his existence, then introduced Karen, her brilliant best friend from school who was a mechanical genius. Yang Mi found her adorable, Zhang Yi then told Yang Mi to cook dinner and set up rooms for their new guests. Soon they enjoyed a lavish feast, their first real meal in months of brutal college survival. Later, Zhang Yi asked Karen for help around the house. At first, she got some suggestive ideas, and honestly, she didn't seem to mind. But Zhang Yi simply asked if she could make weapons and ammunition. She explained she would need specialized machinery and raw materials. If she had everything, she could build anything. Pleased with her confidence, Zhang Yi stood up and gestured for her to follow. He pulled out several massive industrial machines for her to inspect, stunned that each unit was easily worth millions of dollars. She quickly listed what was missing, if she needed more. He promised to find them. Now only raw materials were missing. Zhang Yi offered to help her organize everything, but she insisted he didn't need to worry. She could handle it all alone. What kind of weapons could she actually make? He pulled the teacher's legendary sword from his dimensional warehouse for her to evaluate. Stunned by its unmatched quality, she felt deeply honored to even hold it. However, she reminded him that this was no ordinary blade. It was an ancient relic and work of art, impossible to replicate. This sword was crafted so beautifully that it could even slice diamonds. Returning it, she explained that Miss Liang received this weapon as a reward for her service as a bodyguard to an incredibly powerful figure. Naturally, she valued the blade more than her very life. This intriguing piece of information sparked a few ideas for later. Afterward, they returned to the dining table to finish eating, discussing what tasks Karen could handle around the villa. Later, they gathered to watch television. On the screen, an urgent announcement was finally broadcast to the survivors. It revealed that this freezing apocalypse had absolutely no end date, and its consequences were still unknown, but it was clear that most of the world's population had already are no longer alive. Across the world, a terrifying state of anarchy has been declared. Laws mean absolutely nothing now, and everything comes down to raw power. Rival factions and armed groups are using military force to seize vital resources. But back at the base, Shin is feeling pretty jealous of the other girls. She wants to be close to him too. Young Mi asks Zhang Yi if this chaos is real. He nods, warning her that armed warlords will soon rise as their worst enemies. They will establish strongholds, making the struggle for survival even more brutal. Shin agrees, predicting they are heading straight into a massive war. The struggle for territory and scarce supplies is about to explode everywhere. And sooner or later, their mansion will become a prime target. Knowing the danger, Zhang Yi leads the genius hacker straight to their high-tech supercomputer. With full internet access, she can control every security measure in the building. It is time for her to work some serious magic. She quickly boots up the system. Her fingers fly across the keyboard in a blur of pure focus. Once she finishes her analysis, Zhang Yi eagerly asks for her honest thoughts. She explains that while this network was state-of-the-art 10 years ago, it is flawed. It is incredibly outdated now. Back then it was unhackable, but things have changed. Any skilled hacker today could easily bypass these defenses to slip inside. In fact, she detects that someone has already tried breaching them multiple times. If left alone, enemies would have taken complete control within a single month. Talk about a clutch move. This intel proves recruiting her was a total masterpiece. The risky rescue was worth every second. He asks if she can patch the network up. She smiles confidently, telling him that fixing these minor exploits is incredibly easy. Give her just a couple of minutes, and every single loophole will vanish. Sure enough, Shin proudly announces that the entire system is now locked down. Zhang Yi praises her incredible talent. Grinning, she decides it is time to strike back. She's going to reverse hack the very group that dared to target his mansion. Zhang Yi gets a bit worried, asking if this counterattack is too risky. He warns her not to leave any traces, but Xin just scoffs. Only amateurs get caught, and she is a true professional. Suddenly, Jokai bursts in with bad news. A giant beast has arrived at their door. That giant monster is actually the massive cat our hero met before. He turns to Xin, realizing the beast must really care about her. It probably came all this way just to make sure she was safe. With a grin, Zhang Yi decides they are going to tame this magnificent creature next. After calming the nervous girls, he leads Xin toward the viewing window. Seeing the massive feline resting peacefully, Zhang Yi takes Xin by the hand. They are going outside to feed this giant kitty face to face. While the cat stays gentle around her, it glares directly at Zhang Yi. Those sharp eyes lock onto him with a dangerous, warning look. To win it over, he pulls out premium food from his dimensional space. He offers the treat, hoping the giant cat will accept the peace offering. But the proud feline ignores it. Xin reminds him this is a stray. Street cats are incredibly cautious, so basic tricks will not win its trust. Zhang Yi smiles and lets her hold the food instead, letting her try. The beast makes a promise, no attacking the village as long as she gets the food. Surprisingly, she understands. The monster accepts the deal and agrees to eat the offering instead of the humans living across the frozen lake, no more hunting them. With the pact settled, Zhang Yi heads back to the house with Xin. Then Zhou points out something crazy. She shrank just like that. She was never stuck as a giant. The virus just gave her the gift of size shifting. This vital detail explains everything. It explains how a massive cat hunted students inside the academy without being spotted. She shrank to stalk them. Xin realizes this mystery is finally solved. It shows how she vanished instantly. No sound, no visible footprints. Not even the academy staff could ever locate her when she hid. Zhang Yi observes her closely. He notices she got pretty badly hurt. Yet the beast ignores the pain entirely, acting like absolutely nothing happened. He decides to treat her wounds soon. It is time to earn her trust. Night falls, the girls tuck themselves in. Karen whispers that it feels like a total dream. Just this morning, they were freezing and starving inside that cold academy. Now they are safe, warm beds, soft blankets, and stomachs completely full. Blushing slightly, Xin agrees. All of this is only possible because of Zhang Yi. He is so resourceful. Truly, staying by his side is the safest option. Still, they need more power, more weapons. They must upgrade the bunker. They whisper plans into the night, dreaming up ways to secure their sanctuary. Morning arrives very early. Karen rushes over to share her new designs with Zhang Yi. She is eager to help, promising to take on any tasks he needs. Meanwhile, the abandoned students back at school are living a total nightmare. The rich kid finally managed to get through to his wealthy father. Nobody else could reach anyone, their families likely gone, dead. At least the giant monster cat left them alone. The boy begged his dad to send immediate rescue. Soon, a loud noise echoes through the frozen school. The survivors scramble outside, desperate to see who has finally come for them. Sleds pulled by massive wolves glide in. They are carrying heavily armed soldiers. Wearing elite winter gear, these men look highly professional. The boy asks for his dad. The troops exchange quiet looks. Then, their leader slowly removes his helmet. Shocking everyone, the man standing before them is actually the boy's own father. But the once fat, wealthy man is unrecognizable now, thin, gaunt, and completely hollowed out. The boy throws his arms around him, crying, asking why it took so long. Without hugging back, his father coldly demands to know where the school supplies are. He only cares about the stockpiles. This selfishness immediately alerts the suspicious teacher. It is extremely weird. The very first thing they ask for is food. But the naive boy blabs. He points them straight to the frozen school market. He warns him about the massive monster beast. His father just shrugs it off. He boasts they will kill any creature, but first his son must guide them. Terrified, the cowardly kid panics. He instantly tries to pass the responsibility to his teacher. He claims he knows absolutely nothing. She should guide them instead. Seeing through his cowardice, the teacher sighs and agrees to lead the armed squad. She marches out into the bitter cold, leading the soldiers straight toward the supplies. The soldiers quickly return and shout for the students, demanding they help haul the heavy gear. Nobody wants to anger the military, so they scramble to obey. Before long, they are dragging out every last box stored in the market square. After hours of exhausted, they finally finish. The rich kid starts bragging, claiming his wealthy father is the only reason they are alive. But once the crates are loaded, the soldiers turn to leave. Panic sets in as they ask how they are supposed to reach the safety of the base. The soldiers answer coldly, they must run. Immediately, the students complain, wondering why there are no vehicles for them. One student points out the base is over 10 kilometers away. That is when a soldier makes things crystal clear, another whine, and they are treated as deserters who deserve severe punishment. They need to shut up and keep up. Sensing the tension, their teacher quietly pulls out a hidden bag of chocolate, sharing the pieces among the exhausted, shivering teenagers to give them strength. They trek through the bitter cold until nightfall, finally reaching the massive base tucked under the mountain. An abrupt order directs them to march inside. Heading down a long flight of concrete steps, the facility is vast, incredibly high-tech, and completely empty. The teacher tries her best to soothe the frightened kids, but then a squad of figures in bulky hazmat suits appears, suddenly spraying them with thick gas. After the smoke clears, an opportunistic woman steps forward and politely demands their cooperation. She claims this is simple disinfection to make sure no outside diseases enter their facility. The students line up, undergoing rigorous scrubbing, blood draws, and invasive medical checks. Once the exhausting screening is finally over, they are handed small cups of a strange, thick white yogurt. Starving, they wolf it down, surprised by how incredibly sweet it tastes. Honestly, would you trust food from these people? Suddenly, the woman barks out a question, demanding to know where the wealthy backer's son is. A terrified father quickly points to his boy. She commands her guards to escort the family to their quarters, but stops the son. He is going somewhere else entirely. As he is led away, the boy sneers at his classmates, boasting that he is elite because of his dad's influence. Right before they separate, the worried father pleads with him to follow the rules and stay safe. The female officer guides the smug teenager down a corridor, while the left-behind students mutter that this is totally unfair. He gets special treatment. Soon, they reach the private quarters. The stout woman tells him to wash up, and the boy eagerly rushes to obey. He hasn't seen a real shower in 3 whole months. Standing there in just a towel, the boy freezes. The opportunistic officer is waiting right in front of him, looking hungry. She aggressively grabs his arm and shoves him onto the mattress. While things get dark in that locked room, let's see what happens to the rest of the students. They are forced into drab uniforms before a stern guard announces they are moving to their new assigned job site. They enter a massive, loud chamber filled with rows of bizarre giant generator bikes where miserable people are pedaling endlessly. This is your new home. She explains that if they want a warm place to sleep and daily meals, they have to keep pedaling. The entire underground base relies on this physical labor for power, making their constant toil absolutely crucial. If anyone dares to stop, they starve. Despair hits the class instantly, and they begin to weep in shock. How could privileged kids like them be forced into literal slave labor? Absolute panic erupts as they beg their teacher to save them from this nightmare. They do not deserve this, but the supervisor sneers, telling them they can cry while they pedal. She tells them not to be afraid. At least here, they get safety and food. But for now, everyone has to work and follow orders, her included. Meanwhile, the privileged student is left completely shattered in his room. Outside, his father waits anxiously. He was lingering by the door for it to end. The large woman steps out, saying the boy is indeed his father's son. In other words, his father's job was satisfying that massive woman. No wonder the poor man looks so thin, worn out, and completely broken. She leaves. Hopefully, the son keeps working hard for the base's sake. The boy just lies there, completely unable to process what happened. His father asks if he is all right, checking for any injuries. Through tears, the boy asks why his dad never told him this. Is this really how his father survived all this time? What about his real job? It is complicated. Things changed after the collapse. They thought the snowstorm would be short. They were dead wrong. But soon, mutant people with actual superpowers began to emerge. Over time, the entire social hierarchy flipped completely upside down. Mutants gained massive influence, while old politicians lost all their space. To keep them both safe in this base, the father had to serve that woman. And now it is up to the son to take his place and keep them alive. Back at the dorms after exhausting labor, everyone is aching. They ask the teacher if this is their life now. She tells them yes, for the time being, this is how they must survive. They cannot complain. Even in the old world, people had to work. But these pampered kids still believe they are the special, untouchable elite. Why should they suffer? They want her to find a way out. But right on cue, here comes a massive reality check for them. The most influential boy returns, looking absolutely shattered and downcast. They rush over, asking if his high status can save them. But he drops the bad news. Things are not what they thought. They just have to follow orders. Everyone here has a job. The teacher steps in, asking where he went and what he was actually doing. The frustrated boy admits he was getting a tour of the base. He finally gets how it works, so he calls a quick meeting. He warns them all that from now on, they can only rely on themselves. Hearing the new hierarchy, the teacher realizes her authority is gone. Her status as a teacher is totally worthless here, but her combat experience. As a strong mutant, she actually still holds some real value. She asks him to break down how the power structure of this base operates. He explains that a man named Chen Shining has taken over as the new leader. With the Awakened backing him, Chen now controls absolutely everything and everyone. The top elites live in Layer 1, enjoying absolute comfort and luxury. In total, there are 4 layers, with the leader and his family in Layer 1. In Layer 2, the scientists and technicians live a comfortable life. Layer 3 belongs to the mutants, who also live pretty well. And down in the 4th layer, normal people slave away to generate base power. Living in this base means a miserable life. The terrified boy explains to them that he has no intention of rebelling. Meanwhile, guards from the 3rd level secure the area. Here, nobody even dares to think about rebelling because they know exactly what will happen: total annihilation. Seeing this, an angry student grabs the guide by the collar, blaming him for everything. He promised them a good, safe life, promising they would be saved, but the guide snaps back: would they rather starve to death back at college or get eaten by that giant cat? He lets go, muttering that their only hope of surviving lies with teacher Liang. The remaining students turn on their teacher, claiming they are her sole responsibility. She has to get them better lives because they are not built for hard labor. They demand easy jobs. Exhausted by their childish entitlement, the tired woman simply says she is going to sleep. Morning comes and the workers line up. The base supervisor announces over the speakers that today is a special holiday. Everyone must thank their savior, Chen Shining, for keeping them alive. Regularly, the entire labor force gets gathered up just to stand there and praise the great leader who conquered the base. But notice how things feel off. While the brainwashed crowd cheers, the teacher is the only one sensing the danger. The supervisor bellows through the loudspeaker, demanding they show total, unyielding loyalty. She watches in silence, fully aware that this is nothing but pure brainwashing. They force everyone to step forward, grab a megaphone, and speak. They must state their name, hobbies, and declare how happy they are here. After this forced ceremony, they are finally given their meager porridge rations. The teacher observes her students already blending in and looking slightly happier. Suddenly, the chief secretary walks in with her heavily armed guards. She calls out for Liang over the mic, ordering her to step forward. The teacher complies, greeting her politely. Seeing this, her lazy students assume she is finally securing them a sweet deal inside the base. However, one cold glare from the secretary instantly shuts them up. They quickly back off. Surprisingly, the secretary treats the teacher with respect.